started in any event. Welcome. This is the Board of Commissioners meeting for Monday, October 18th, 2021. I apologize that I am wearing sunglasses. I had eye surgery on Friday, and you all look brighter than the surface of the sun. If you all could join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, again, I apologize that we are starting late. We were in executive session. This is the notice of the executive session where we discussed issues pertaining to township property issues and township personnel issues. Let's start with public participation.
I'm not sure this will stay. Is that okay? All right. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Heather Gill. I live on Midland Avenue, and I'm here tonight to present a rebuttal to several remarks that Commissioner Agnew made at the September 13th, 2021 Commissioners meeting, as well as present photographic evidence as to what occurred at Porch Fest, and to speak in favor of the resolution to censure Commissioner Agnew. For anyone that wasn't present at the September 13th, 2021 Commissioners meeting, I offer this recap. This unfortunate incident occurred because Commissioner Agnew weaponized and abused her position as a township commissioner at one of the houses at the September 11th, 2021 Porch Fest. At the event, the Commissioner Agnew had no jurisdiction as a commissioner. However, she used her title to attempt to intimidate people to capitulate to her demands. Commissioner Agnew improperly enlisted the police department to come to the site by stating that she was being physically intimidated. The police came to the site. No arrests were made because no laws were being broken and no evidence of physical intimidation. Commissioner Agnew compounded her abusive and improper behavior at Porch Fest by misrepresenting herself at the September 13th, 2021 Commissioners meeting as follows. At this meeting, Commissioner Agnew accused me of physically intimidating her. She also stated that she did not go onto the property and that she was just on the sidewalk. In fact, it was Commissioner Agnew that was the only one perpetrating intimidation. Commissioner Agnew put her hands on me more than once, one of which was captured in a photo. The photographs also indicate that Commissioner Agnew walked all over the property, even went up on the front porch of the subject property. Please note that several videos were taken by several people when Commissioner Agnew had lost her composure, raised her voice, and began putting her hands on me. I hope the photographs jar Commissioner Agnew's recollection of what occurred at the site, and that her sense of decency will publicly apologize for her actions. At Porch Fest, Commissioner Agnew assumed that a group was attacked and immediately started raising her voice and talking over people instead of speaking civilly to discuss the situation. At the September 13, 2021 Commissioners meeting, Agnew stated that the 9/11 banner had burning buildings on which it was a false accusation. The banner was displayed to thank our first responders and to remember the lives that were tragically lost on 9/11. I have no explanation as to why a Radnor commissioner would weaponize and lie about a tribute banner. And here's the banner. Commissioner Booker asked Commissioner Agnew at the Commissioner's September 13th meeting why she thought this group was a pack. I know because I was there. School Board President Susan Stern rode her bike near the subject property twice, stopped, stared, and then left the property, but never engaged. Instead, School Board President and Stern sent Commissioner Agnew to handle the situation. One of the biggest misrepresentations is why the Commissioner called the police. I had a personal interaction with Commissioner Agnew at Porch Fest. At Porch Fest, she said several times we were violating the law and was calling the police, but refused to tell us what laws we were breaking. Meanwhile, Commissioner Agnew stated at the September 13th board meeting that the reason she called the police was that I physically intimidated her. I submitted a right to know request which stated that the police were called because of a political sign. There was no mention in the police report of physical intimidation by anyone. In conclusion, Commissioner Agnew falsely accused me in public of physically intimidating her when it was she that placed her hands on me. She did not think twice about attempting to ruin my reputation, to distort the facts, and to misrepresent what occurred. Commissioner Agnew also did not think twice about improperly weaponizing the police and 9/11 for her own political purposes. Commissioner Agnew did this because she puts politics before the people of Radnor. If we want to lead by example and teach our children to be inclusive of all walks of life and to civilly work through differences, Commissioner Agnew's behavior and misrepresentations of what actually occurred is not the type of behavior that should ever occur in Radnor. Commissioner Agnew should apologize for her actions that occurred at both Porch Fests and the September 13th, 2021 board meeting. The board needs to decide if Commissioner Agnew's behavior is acceptable to them or not. Hopefully, the board will have the courage to put politics aside and decide to take a public stand and state that Commissioner Agnew's actions and misrepresentations are not acceptable. The need to do this by voting to approve the subject resolution.
I apologize. Your time is now up. Thank you very much. We're going to come back to this issue, so you'll have a chance to finish.
Heather, do you want me to take the microphone and finish your statement?
Sure.
Where should I pick up? Hi there, I'm Kate Hart. I live at 520 Meadowbrook Circle in Wayne. They need to do this by voting to approve the subject resolution. If you do not censor Commissioner Agnew, you will make your position abundantly clear that her behavior is acceptable and now is the new norm. We need elected officials that are transparent and work to bring neighbors together for the common good. Lastly, I request that Commissioner Agnew recuse herself from casting a vote on the subject resolution. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's okay to take the mask off? Yep. My name is Brian Johnson. I live at 227 Radnor Street Road and on the corner of Walnut and Radnor Street Road, which is across from the eastern property, which will be discussed later tonight. I wanted to first thank everybody for all the consideration that you've given us and the journey to get to where we are today with that property. I do think that there's been a lot of healthy discussion, and the Concordia group has done a good job to engage us. There has been some concessions made, and I think that's excellent. So in general, to be very clear, I'm in favor of that particular activity to go forward. But I did want to highlight a couple of things that I thought were important to bring to the board this evening, one of which is the process by which we go about reviewing the different cases that we get with regards to architectural features and also the design of a given proposal that comes before the board. I feel as though, as this board needs to really think about the rules that exist on how you're governing the development of the different areas of the town, and that you should really be thinking about what can be put in place to try to preserve some of the architectural features and also the consistency when things are developed. I've heard of inconsistencies in things like Odoriso Park, or in also in, I think in Walnut, there's another one where there's a single house being developed, and that causes a lot of disruption in terms of architectural features. Later tonight, I will come forward and ask for two things that I think would be useful in order to help maintain the architectural features and general design of the property at Eastern according to the Concordia plan. One of which is to move the first two houses on the corner of Walnut Street from Radnor Street down backwards to be more consistent with the other side of the street. And then the other one is to discuss whether it's possible to have a path from the cul-de-sac in the main cul-de-sac to allow a walk-through community, which we all know Wayne is so proud of, that you can go walk everywhere on blocks and up and down and back and forth, especially in North Wayne. So I look forward to discussing that later. Thank you.
Yes, Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut Avenue, Wayne. I am going to just draft off of what Brian just said. I think the applicant really needs to be applauded in terms of their interaction with the neighbors. I think that Concordia Group, in my opinion, has done an exemplary job of how you engage with the neighborhood. I would say that from the very beginning, they looked for consensus. And one of the things that the board should consider as a planning vehicle would be initial engagement with neighbors, not necessarily 500 feet. I mean, this is going to impact a big swath of North Wayne. But I think we need to have more community development along the lines of these larger subdivisions, and we know more are coming. I know some are coming to my old neighborhood in Roberts Road in Bryn Mawr, and I think that that's really the only way you can approach smart planning. And again, to Concordia's, to their credit, they really engaged neighbors from the very beginning on their development, and I think that really worked well. And then I guess on another point, separate topic, I think it's clear from some of the comments were made earlier. I think, both the commissioners, and I was one, and certainly on the school board, the temperature is too high right now in Radnor, and I don't know how it got this way. It was never this way when I was growing up here. I clearly don't understand why it is this way, but I think every one of you have to know as elected officials, you got to really bring down the intensity to some of these issues that you're fighting for or against. We're all neighbors. We all have friends who are friends, and we just have to keep that in mind as elected officials. Thank you.
Hi, hello. My name is Angie Mitchell. I am unable to stay for the rest of the meeting, so I'm doing a little public comment right now. My husband and I own Flippin' Bailey's and Garrett Hill Ale House in Bryn Mawr. We're the restaurateurs that are on the agenda for the outside dining. My husband is actually at the bar covering my shift, so he made some notes a little bit better than I do, so I'm going to read you his notes, and I'll throw in, I speak from the hip a little bit more. So. These outdoor dining rules are antiquated and they're not appropriate for the future. I want to point out that no one is asking for occupancy to change and increase. We're not looking to increase the disturbances in the neighborhood. Rather, we were all asking and understanding that guests can dine in a comfortable and safe environment. Ruling in favor of outside dining allows us to invest more in the infrastructure to improve our aesthetics and the dining experience. We're not asking for anything that's not already allowed in downtown Wayne and any other community outside of Pennsylvania even. We're just asking for an adjustment to allow us to compete. I think Commissioner Farhi has done a great job to try to comply with some of the requests from the other township or from the other commissioners to listen to the other concerns from the neighbors. We had a town hall meeting right here, and I don't know if any of you had a chance to watch it, but there were 2 people who came opposed to it. That was it. Today, a neighbor came to us to explain that individuals tonight are here to, present a petition to block this vote. I strongly hope this petition is disregarded, as there have been many avenues for these residents to voice their concerns and have not. Not to mention the town hall where 2 people showed up. We have yet to hear negative or adverse criticisms for this memorandum from anyone in the immediate and close proximity to our dining area. The few criticisms are from people who are not located in the area that we're dining. When questioned at the town hall why these people were doing this, they said to protect the neighbors in that area. I'm a neighbor, I'm a business. I may not be a resident, but I am part of the community, and we need that protection as well. There are no neighbors lobbying against this within this area. I sincerely hope the commissioners vote in favor of this outdoor dining and the height requirement adjustments in tonight's vote for Garrett Hill. On a side note, I was here 5 years ago. We also, like I said, own Garrett Hill Ale House. I put in windows that open, and I had to come to the township. I don't know how many were, I know, Mr. Booker, you were on this committee. I had to come and get favor just to open a window. But it was granted because it's time that you can't just prevent a business from functioning because of an antiquated rule. I was here, you did the right thing then. 2 years later, you said, come back for another approval. I came back 2 years, absent my attorneys because I couldn't afford it at the time, and you granted it. And we've not done anything wrong. We closed them at 9 o'clock. We are a sign of people who follow the rules. So whatever you decide tonight, think about that, because this is a business, this is a community, and we very much care about it. I did actually wait on tables on Saturday. I had a family who were immune compromised. They said they would only seat outside. So that is an example. Things have to change or businesses will suffer. I hate to be corny, but, to quote, Kevin Bacon from Footloose, he said, there's a time for these rules, and it's not now. The time is to change, and it's the time to dance. But for us, it's the time to dine outside. Thank you.
Any additional public comment?
Dan Sherry, Wayne. I was in Pittsburgh for most of the month of September, and as a result wasn't able to attend these meetings live, but I did watch them. And I wanted to speak on the topic of commissioner behavior, especially because we see on agenda item H tonight a proposed resolution to censure interim Commissioner Agnew. Something that I saw on the September 13th, 2021 meeting, about 3 hours in, was surprising to some, but not to me. And that's when Board President Larkin lifted his hand above his head and smashed a gavel into the dais merely because Commissioner Fari asked to proceed in a manner that would have actually expedited the meeting. Now, why did that not surprise me? Well, the reason is that Commissioner Larkin, ever since becoming board president, has been against the concept of open debate and public comment at these meetings. He resents it. I don't know why, but it appears that he wishes to follow a script as opposed to actually engage in a democratic process where people may, just may, mind you, have different opinions and wish to express them during a township meeting. Now, while I wasn't surprised with how Mr. Larkin acted, I do want to admit that I was surprised insofar as how a different commissioner acted. There are two commissioners up on this dais tonight who have, during their entire tenure on the board, been very supportive of the public's right to comment. And that's Commissioner Abel, my commissioner in the 6th Ward, as well as Commissioner Booker. Now, these are not men with whom I necessarily agree with on necessarily every topic. But it doesn't matter because they understand that for Radnor Township to be neighborly, to be productive, we have to at least create the auspices that we're listening to each other. As former Commissioner Marshall pointed out just a couple minutes ago, bringing down the temperature. Which leads me to the commissioner that surprised me in a good way, and that's Commissioner Fari. Now, Commissioner Fari, I would defy to find anybody who is engaged with him in a more aggressive and relentless manner than me. I didn't like how he got on the board. And when he initially started off, I didn't like a lot of his positions. Now, Commissioner Fari at that point could have gone down two very different roads. He could have been resentful about public comment. He could have sought to try to limit the public's right to comment. But he didn't. He showed maturity. He showed a desire to want to listen to actually pay attention, to not be intimidated or timid if somebody dares get up here and take a position contrary to his own, and to show that, in fact, what you stand for is not nearly as important as to what you will not stand for. And he properly admonished Commissioner Larkin at the next meeting, saying, don't do that. You're going to pay a public price if you try to cut off the ability for somebody to engage in democracy at a local level. Now, it is my hypothesis that one of the reasons why you continue to see problems insofar as Commissioner Larkin's behavior and what is alleged to have been associated with Commissioner Agnew is because, put your finger down, is because there seems to be a belief on this board that it should not call out inappropriate behavior or hold people accountable. That's what gets us into trouble in Radnor Township. That's the precedent of John Nagel and Jim Higgins and people like that who are anti-public comment, who try to squelch debate, who will gavel people down, who will try to introduce resolutions to cut down on the ability to comment. So kudos to you, Mr. Fari. It would have been very easy for you to say, I don't like what's happening to me. Best way I can deal with it is hope that people won't comment. You took the high road. I expect you to keep that up, and I expect the people in the 7th Ward expect that out of you. Please continue with that. Please continue with the precedent set forth by Mr. Abel and Mr. Booker. This board might look very different in a couple of months, and it is important that when this board convenes and engages with the public, that there will be people up on this dais that respect that people have difference of opinions and deserve to be
Sherry, you
held
are out of
and
time.
not gavelled down by individuals who are too timid to listen to opposing views. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sherry. Seeing, and I use the term loosely, no additional public comment, I will move to the, oh, we got more? That's why I said I was using the term loosely.
My name is Angela Kennedy. I live at 526 Highland Court. I want to discuss funding for refurbishing the park, Odorisio Park. There was some talk about the temperature in Radnor, and I live in the middle of the fire. The neighborhood needs somewhere to go. They need something to do. The park is run down, and I don't know what else to say. We do need that. We need that to become something that Radnor is paying attention to. The neighborhood needs help. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sumant Joseph at 117 Garrett Avenue. I live at in the overlay district. I just wanted to play a video first of, I just recorded one of my neighbors of how he was approached from the Garrett Hill Coalition. Ian, I think you could play it now. Yes, it's just one. Sure. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry? Yes. Yes. No, but I asked him a question and he answered on video. It was just directly one-on-one.
Solicitor, could you guide us about whether or not a video being shown of a person who was, I'm going to say you interviewed him on the street, is that?
He was my neighbor, yes.
Okay. Is that permissible without a
I don't,
release?
I do not believe that I would recommend showing a video. No. We don't know what the video is of or anything else. He can express what it was, but I would not recommend showing a video.
Could you read a transcript of it? Or describe it? Yeah, yeah, of course.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I wanted to sort of explain how when I went around getting petitions from all my neighbors in the overlay, and I got it from everyone in the 19 homes there, they, or the majority of everyone there, they expressed, that they were in favor of getting rid of these height restrictions as well as the outdoor dining, because we're supportive of our neighborhood, and also they didn't make sense. But on Saturday, it was after all this. This never even happened when the zoning got passed through initially. The overlay got passed through. No one in the Garrett Hill Coalition actually went out and got signatures or opinions or anything from any of the residents in the overlay. So they finally did it on Saturday after all this. And the way they did it was first Roberta Williams went out and got and talked to people. And I guess when she didn't get it, they sent Tony Bailey out. And I interviewed the video. Sorry.
You don't really have to give us their names. I don't want to call out a whole bunch of individual residents and citizens in the township. Just one person went out, then another person went out.
Okay.
I know we keep interrupting you. I
Sure.
apologize. It's just, we yell enough at one another. We don't need to start dragging a whole bunch of residents into our fights as well.
Okay. I asked my neighbor Benny on the video. I said, "Well, what did this person from the Garrett Hill Coalition ask you to? How did they address this situation to you?" And he said, basically, all they told me was, Sean Farhi lies and all the commissioners lie, so you need to sign this. That was the way they got signatures. So imagine what they did to get any approval from anybody back in 2010. And and this person holds public office at in Radnor too. And they have a criminal, and the crazy thing is, I don't know what ethical or moral requirements are to hold public office here, but the fact that they also have criminal record, I shed that light that they have like criminal records for that kind of tarnish all that. Now, how is someone like that able to have so much access to telling other people what to do and how to do it or to follow the law when they themselves are breaking it? So I just kind of had that frustration there. I just wanted to explain, like, I don't think the way the Garrett Hill Coalition went about it in the beginning, the way they went about it now, was fair or above board or anything. And you could see how if you've heard in the past few meetings that some of my neighbors even shared so much frustration, they said, don't even, you heard it, Brendan Murphy, he said, just don't come on my property. I mean, they basically realized that they were only addressed now because they needed a signature and they didn't care about our properties or what happened to it. I still don't know what their real agenda is, like why they care, why a bunch of people. I mean, to me, the only thing I can still address from this is my neighborhood, our 19 homes that they decided to change for some reason. Sorry. Oh, 1 minute. Okay. For some reason, our 19 homes they decided to change. We're made up of Caucasian, African American, Asian, every race, and the group of people who did this, who claim that they're against institutionalized racism, they are an all-white group. And if you could say, oh, it's just a coincidence, it isn't. It's pretty obvious, because why did they pick 19 homes? That's spot zoning using some sort of racial agenda behind it, because there's no other logical reasoning behind it. How did you take 19 homes in the middle of a street, change their zoning, downzone them, restrict them, and then give the rest of the other half of the street, which was also C1 commercial, gave them mixed use? That's not that actually gave them even less restriction. And we were all the same, and we're all paying the same property taxes, which doubled this year for us, for all of us. So I just wanted to kind of shed that light, but I also appreciate all the commissioners and actually considering it this time and actually hearing us, because in 2010 they didn't.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be pretty brief. Clark Engel, 346 Conestoga Road. I don't consider myself somebody to be really into politics. In my 15 years living in Radnor, this is only the third time I've ever attended a commissioners meeting and the first time I've ever given public comment. The first, I tell you this so that I want you to understand it would take something really egregious to motivate me to come here tonight. The first time I attended a meeting was when a construction project went up across the street from my prior home about 10 years ago. The second time was last month's meeting after I was shown videos of Commissioner Agnew's behavior at Porch Fest. I do not know how you sleep at night. To say your actions were outrageous, deplorable, or disgusting do not do it justice. I cannot come up with strong enough adjectives to describe your behavior. You abused your authority as a commissioner by attempting to shut down a bipartisan group that had every right to be where they were, and you violated their First Amendment rights because you don't see eye to eye with them. If you disagree with someone, debate them and win the debate. Silencing people makes you look like a bully and a coward. You should be ashamed and thanking your lucky stars that the homeowner is afraid to have the video shown. Your actions were intolerant, divisive, and further perpetuate the lack of civil discourse and partisanship that divides our nation at every level. Since you apparently don't have the decency to step down, I implore this board to take whatever action is within your power to either force a resignation or at a bare minimum censure. Since I've lived here, we've had several board members and presidents step down for various improprieties. We've had fiscal corruption. We had a board president caught groping old ladies at a nursing home, and worst, one caught with child porn. Let's stop letting this board be a joke or an embarrassment. When are you going to clean it up? This is supposed to be Radnor, not affluent Appalachia.
Any additional public comment? Okay, moving to the consent agenda. What items, if any, are we pulling?
I'd like to pull E, please.
E as in? Something starts with E.
You said E, correct? E?
I don't have the agenda, the fire one, I don't know, is that E? Okay, let me go get the agenda real quick.
E is the volunteer firefighter tax credit program.
Yes. Well, let's get started with that. I'll move for item 2E, Resolution 2021-112, adopting a volunteer firefighter tax credit program. I will so move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Bob?
I'll lead in and then
Bill?
hand off to Bob for some of the more specifics. This is an item that we have been working on for longer than maybe it should have taken, something that started in 2020. It was rekindled again earlier this year, and we're here in front of the board tonight with this proposal. The resolution identifies it as a firefighter tax credit program. We're referring to it as a tax credit program, but in conversations with the various fire districts that provide service to Radnor, ultimately we determined that in order to achieve the goal of the legislation, which is to attract and or retain volunteers, that the tax credit program that the state offers comes up a little short in that it limits participation to only those who own a home in Radnor, and would limit any participation to only the Radnor real estate taxes, which limits the amount that we could offer to make it a proper incentive for volunteers. So instead, we've introduced a stipend program. In working with the three chiefs for the fire districts, Radnor Fire Company, Bryn Mawr Fire Company, and Broomall Fire Company, they identified the proper criteria, which is similar to the tax credit program that does exist at the state level. And I'm saying at the state level, there's a state act that allows for a firefighter volunteer tax credit. We modeled this off of that legislation. We transitioned to a stipend program, again, to try to attract and retain volunteers. So under this program, the qualifications are similar. For those volunteer firefighters that meet the minimum criteria, they will be eligible to receive a $1,000 stipend for their service. The particulars are that the fire chiefs will certify a list to the township in January of each year. The township will then send the money to the fire companies, and the fire companies will distribute the stipends to the qualifying volunteers. And then obviously the accounting will all be managed by the finance department here at the township and then individually within each fire company. So as you know, as we move the discussion forward, I do want to thank the fire companies for their patience as we've worked through this. Hopefully at the end of the day, this is a program that achieves its goal, that, you know, we're able to, a couple more volunteers come out of the woodwork, or those that might be considering, you know, something else might stick around for a little while longer to help. As we've learned over the last couple of years during our budget discussions, the stresses that the reduction in volunteerism has had, both within the fire companies in terms of providing service, and then how that ultimately impacts the township and the amount of funding that is required to replace those with paid staff. So this program offers just another tool in the toolbox for the fire companies. It's an incentive program aimed at achieving those goals. And again, I do want to thank the fire companies for participating and helping us get to where we're at today, and hopefully it works.
So can I just ask, and I'm all for this, and I thank you very much for your hard work on this and the cooperation and working with our fire companies. And I'm glad to see that it's all three, because they all provide valuable service. So I think this is a fantastic option. My only question really is that on the agenda, it's listed as a tax credit program, and I'm wondering, should it be called a stipend officially, or because and that's what was confusing me. So it's really not a tax credit, it's really a stipend, correct?
That is correct. The resolution correctly identifies it as a stipend program.
Okay.
I guess if we want to be absolutely clear, we could do a motion to amend the agenda to correctly identify it as a stipend, but the resolution itself does identify it as a stipend program.
Okay. I mean, I don't think we have to amend the agenda. I just want to make sure that everything is matching up. So, again, thank you very much for working on this. Do we have a sense of did the fire companies give you a sense of how many might qualify for this, and how much we might be looking at?
Yeah. So in talking with Radnor Fire Company, they're obviously the biggest of the three companies for participation. That number, it sounds like it's going to range somewhere in the 20 to 25 members right now. Ideally, if this is successful, that number will go up. The numbers are far less in the other two. And I don't have those specific numbers, but they're, and we estimated based on the conversations with the chiefs that roughly $30,000 a year is where this will start. And again, if it's successful, it'll go up. But the exact numbers right now are, I mean, that would boil down to 30. So 20 with Radnor, and then however the 10 would split out between the other two. Probably, I mean, almost entirely Bryn Mawr. And I'm not sure how many Broomall will have.
Okay. And can someone opt out if they feel like they don't want it or they don't need it? Can someone opt out, or?
We didn't contemplate that question, to be perfectly honest. I guess if that, I mean, the non-legal answer, I would imagine that when the chiefs certify the information over to the township for payment, they could list those members and strike them out as someone who chose not to receive it.
Yeah, just ask.
Sure.
Okay, I think it's great. Thank you very much for the work.
A couple questions. So Commissioner Boraski, I think this is great. I just have a couple follow-up questions. I think it's important that we do whatever we can to protect our first responders, both physically as well as helping them out with whatever benefits we can do. So my first question, Bill, and I'm reading this here. It says, stipend program to allow Board of Commissioners to establish the amount and criteria with no additional oversight. So where's that criteria? Because I don't want to vote on,
In the resolution.
okay, where in that? I'm looking
So-
at the resolution here.
It's eligibility. So towards the bottom of the first page, it says eligibility. The stipend program is only available to active service volunteers who successfully meet their respective fire company's training and attendance criteria, to be in good standing with the fire company. B, in no case shall a paid staff member of the fire company be eligible. And C, each fire company will require the volunteer firefighter to respond to a minimum of 25% of all fire calls in Radnor Township for the preceding year. For 2022, the fire call criteria will be based on calls recorded in 2021.
Okay, great. So if this gets amended, this has to come back to the board? No?
Well, the amendment would be for just to correct the language on the agenda. The resolution itself is written correctly.
Okay. And then for the $500, if it's a stipend versus a tax credit, is the township going to be?
It's 1,000.
Pardon?
It's 1,000.
1,000. Sorry, okay. Is the township going to be sending out tax bills? How does that work? I mean, are we going to be kind of on the hook to deal with it from a IRS standpoint on how these people deduct this from their taxes? Is this considered income? I'm not a CPA.
That will be up to the fire company, the ones who distribute the funds, to determine in what manner they're going to notice the recipients, and for them to then determine how it would be reported on their respective tax returns. The way it's structured currently, with the township making a lump sum contribution to each of the respective fire companies, that contribution is done in the same manner as we currently contribute money to those fire companies. So.
Okay, so that lump sum is not going to be earmarked for this stipend, correct?
No, the lump sum would be based on a certified list from each of the respective fire companies. So it is, in a sense, earmarked for that purpose.
And if they run out of whatever is in that earmarker in that bucket, they'll come back to us to get more? Or they'll use their general funds to use it?
Well, it's a once-a-year process. So the certification is based on the eligibility requirements laid out in the resolution. So annually, the chief will certify the list of those who qualify. So the amount is then set. It would be a sum certain at that point in time that the township would distribute to the fire company, and the fire company would then distribute to each of those certified volunteers.
Okay. Thank you.
Bill and Bob, I don't think this is a stipend. I think this is a payment. A stipend generally is paid to trainees or people who are interns or apprentices working for a short term to help with their living expenses. This seems to be a $1,000 salary. So, number one, I don't see why it wouldn't be taxable, number one. Number two, a 25% requirement of going to the calls. I really don't understand what this is, other than it's a very low salary for volunteers. They're no longer volunteers. So what was your thinking on why you came up with this, and you're calling it a stipend rather than a salary for these firefighters?
So the initial thinking was, as I mentioned earlier, there is an act that was adopted by Pennsylvania that allows for volunteer firefighters to receive a real estate tax credit so long as the municipality adopts that tax credit. it follows a very similar eligibility criteria as what we've outlined here. In fact, the stipend program is only available to active service volunteers. That comes directly from the Act's language. So the idea comes from an existing piece of legislation that's already available at the state or offered at the state level. We decided to transition away from the real estate piece and go to a stipend after discussing the issue with John Rice and the fire companies, and quickly came to the conclusion that the real estate tax credit program would not necessarily maximize what the goal is.
It wouldn't cover that many people. It
it
would have limited application, only those people who had a house.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I understand that. But you fundamentally changed what this is, right? It's not a stipend, it's not a tax credit, it's something else, it's a payment. So I'm for the tax credit. I think that we fundamentally changed what the concept is to now we're paying these firefighters. And I think the discussion should be on whether that is what we want to do or what are the policy implications of making that rather than calling it a stipend. That's it.
Yeah, so okay.
I'm not sure that whether you call it a stipend or salary changes whether it would be taxable income.
I don't think it does, but
I
it's
believe it
different
is
than a tax
taxable.
credit. That's
Yes.
what I'm saying. It's different from a tax credit.
That's right, and I think whatever payment it is would be taxable to the firefighters, which of course, reduces the impact of the amount that we're giving them by whatever their income tax rate is. So I guess, have other townships sort of taken this approach to try to bolster the amount that the tax credit at the state level can do, and have they gone this payment route?
Well, there are many that have adopted the tax credit, including some of our neighbors. In talking with John Rice when we were building this out, he did reference there are others in the state that he's familiar with that have adopted a similar type program as this. I can't name them. I'm not going to stop short of putting Colby on the spot with John not being here tonight. But it would not be the only setup like this in the state.
Okay, and I'm sure you said this and I missed it as I was reviewing materials. We have not adopted the tax credit that is, and I guess I'm not clear why we've not adopted the tax credit as the state has laid out to do the same purpose and change it to a stipend. Can you repeat that?
Yep. Yes, and Commissioner Booker's correct. I mean, that is the discussion and decision that the board has. The board could decide that the real estate tax program is the way you want to go, and we could adopt that. What we brought to you tonight is this alternative, which deviates from the tax credit program by offering a stipend. So,
And is it to capture people who live outside of the township?
It captures renters, it captures households with multiple family members that are volunteering, and it would capture those that live outside the township that volunteer and offer service within the township. So we were trying to capture those volunteers.
So it broadens the scope of people who would be eligible to benefit.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
that was the intention of going from a tax credit to a stipend.
Yes, again, with the ultimate goal to give the fire departments another tool to attract and retain volunteers.
And is there a possibility to do both, where a homeowner who in Radnor could select to get the credit rather than a taxable income payment?
I suppose we could do both.
Not with this legislation.
Yeah, well, yes. We would have to rewrite we would have to adopt the tax credit and add additional language to offer the stipend as well. And then I guess we would just want to talk about and be clear how we're applying the tax credit versus the stipend. Or would a homeowner who receives the credit also be eligible for the stipend? Is there, is it a straight addition problem, or is there offsetting amounts within a single house? Those are some of the discussions that we had early on and immediately pivoted to the stipend.
So to be clear, I'm all for, some sort of incentive to increase volunteerism for our fire department. So very much for it. I just, I'm trying to get the details about what would be the best way to move on that. So one final question, and then is there any effect to the township by adopting the state tax credit that we are trying to avoid for, that is not appealing, other than reducing our, our tax base by just a tiny bit? So if we wanted to go the way the state has laid it out, which I've not read, so I apologize, I'm kind of speaking theoretically. So if there is a system in place that others have adopted, is there some detriment to the township if we elect that route solely?
No, at the end of the day, the impact to the bottom line would be similar, so that the real estate tax credit would be an offset of revenue. This program is just an additional expenditure. So the bottom line is similar. This program is going to offer a greater benefit and to potentially more volunteers, so this will be more expensive. But again, it's in hopes that there are additional volunteers versus fire companies having to hire full-time staff or paid staff, at least for the time being. And I should mention this also, is that in part of our discussions over the summer is that, at the end of the day, the fire companies do a fantastic job managing their operations and deploying their folks the way that they need to provide the service. We're not trying to step in on that. This is just a financial vehicle that we can offer them, and it runs very similar to the tax credit program. So there's that's not the reason why we pivoted off of that. It was more of the incentive in trying to maximize the benefit.
Yep. Bill, I appreciate the explanation and work on this issue. For those who haven't been following this for the last couple of years, I initially raised this, started this conversation 3 years ago when there were reports at the national level talking about the challenges with getting volunteer firefighters. I'm happy to support this and provide current firefighters with, a stipend, tax credit, whatever we decide. But the challenges, I don't think we're solving the challenges that were initially brought forward. $1,000, a current firefighter, I don't think they're going to step down, and I don't think it's going to sway them to stay on. But I think it's a nice thing to have. Somebody that's considering being a firefighter, I don't know that this is going to be the incentive to join. So, I'm happy that we're passing this tonight, but I think we still need to consider and think and put our heads together and see if there's other options and opportunities to provide incentives to get people to come out and volunteer for our fire companies.
Any additional commissioner comment? Any staff comment? I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Are there any other consent agenda items that we want to pull? Hearing none, I'll move for agenda items 2A through D and F through I. Is there a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Going on to committee reports. Item 3A, ordinance number 2021-09, adoption, Concordia, Eagle and Radnor Road, zoning map amendment, advertised public hearing. Come on up.
Good evening, everyone. David Falcone with Saul Ewing here on behalf of the applicant, C.G. Wayne LLC. We're here for two items on your agenda tonight. The first is a map change with respect to the subject property, which is located in Wayne. And we are seeking a map change to amend the current zoning, which is, make sure I get it right here, we have two different parcels that are zoned PI and R1 respectively, primarily PI, owned by Eastern University. We are seeking to do a overall map change for those properties to R2, and that map change is consistent with the land development plan that follows this action item for you all tonight, and that is the development of the property with 18 homes. We have been before you several times. We've been in front of the Planning Commission several times, the Zoning Hearing Board several times, and the county, and met with them several times as part of this project, both the map change and the land development. We have received recommendations of approval across the board, as well as, I think probably more significantly, and Mr. Marshall spoke to it a little bit earlier this evening, this process started long before we were before you all with the neighbors, and has evolved in what I believe to be a very positive fashion for the neighborhood and for the applicant. And as a result of the many discussions we've had with them, we've been able to revise our proposed land development plan to one that is generally acceptable to the neighborhood, one that meets them where they are in this process. And I'll also note that the Board of Commissioners through this process has also been helpful in guiding us in that direction. Commissioner Larkin in his ward has arranged for many meetings with the neighbors. Commissioner Booker early on in the process encouraged us to consider an R1A development. That was something that was very meaningful to the neighbors, and that's ultimately where this was moved. It's designed to the R1A standards, and that was a huge hurdle for us in getting the neighbors to appreciate the number of units and the way that they were designed. We appreciate all the involvement we've gotten from the township, from its staff, that has allowed this project really to evolve to a place where that it is. The last piece for us was to be in front of the Zoning Hearing Board as part of steep slope development. And again, working with the neighbors and with the board, we were able to limit the disturbance of the steep slopes on the site really to just those that are bordering the parking lot that exists in the middle of the site. And again, that led to that R1A design and ultimately the reduction in number of lots to 18, and that was satisfactory to many of the members in the community. Even those that had been very outspoken throughout the process came along and felt that the design was appropriate. And then lastly, we heard tonight from one specific neighbor about two items, so I'll just address those right up front. One was moving two lots back as they exist. What are the lot numbers, Rob? Do you know? Lots 4 and 5. And after discussing it with the neighbor, that is something we can do to bring lots 4 and 5 back to align with lot 3, correct? And that seemed to make him happy. It'll be kind of a more aesthetic look for those neighbors across the street, so we're happy to accommodate there. The second question is not something, unfortunately, we can address, and it's not a result of want, but it's back to the Zoning Hearing Board. The neighbor had asked that we consider a trail through the back of the site, and there are significant steep slope areas back there. In our initial application to the Zoning Hearing Board, we had asked for additional relief to disturb some of those additional slopes. That original application was rejected, and we were asked to specifically limit our disturbance of steep slopes to only those surrounding the parking lot, which is what we've done. That would preclude any type of path, any type of sidewalk, anything that would run back through that area that is drastically steep, both up and down, and actually sideways. So speaking specifically to those two comments, we're happy to accommodate the one because we can. The second, we have already been told by the Zoning Hearing Board we cannot. So that's a summary of where we stand.
Let me ask Colby, we have not done a map amendment since I've been on the board. Are we taking opposing parties?
No, but, I mean, you can if you want to.
Are we required to?
You are not required to. This is a public hearing, though, so anybody can get up and they can, you know, talk, and either state that they're opposed to it or support it.
So this is a regular public comment issue?
Yes, this is a regular public hearing.
That was my question, got it. I wanted to make sure that we weren't going to have like 13 people who are waiting to give their own opening statements and I just gloss over them. I do not want to do that. So, okay, I apologize for interrupting.
No interruption. So that's all that we have. Again, you all have seen this, so it's been around the block, and we're happy, obviously, to have any discussion with you all or any neighbors that have additional questions.
Can we see the plans on the screen so we can understand exactly what the requests were and
Sure.
from the constituent and
Correct. I'll have Rob Lambert put them on if that's okay.
Yep.
While you're doing that, can I just ask a quick question? So I understand not being able to construct the path and the reasons for that, but you guys are doing the sidewalks, am I right? So there's sidewalks that are going to be going down Walnut, is that Walnut there?
Correct.
And Radnor Street Road?
And I was told to remember to bring that up by my client 7 minutes ago, and I said, of course I'll bring that up, and I forgot.
I just want to
So
make sure.
We are
know.
also installing sidewalks, not just kind of throughout our site and on the outside of our site, but we're extending that sidewalk all the way, kind of off our site, all the way to the park, installing a bridge and continuing that sidewalk around to create that connectivity that we think is important. We know to the folks in Wayne, they want to have a walkability component, so we think we've done that. So here's the plan that Commissioner Booker was just describing, and I'll use the mouse to identify the areas. So first, Commissioner Borowski, to your points, we've got sidewalk that's going to run from this intersection here down by Valley Forge Military Academy, and it does kind of come up through the trees because of slopes. Comes back along. We're continuing it all the way up through the neighborhood, back around, and then all the way up, and then continuing it off-site all the way up to the park, as well as installing a bridge over the existing stream. So the two, Commissioner Booker, to your question, the two homes that we were asked to move back, are these two homes here on the corner. We've been asked to align them with this, which is Unit 3, so that it creates a better visual component, so they're all aligned. This, as you can see, is set back a little bit more, Home 3. So these will move back to be aligned there. And then the path that we were asked to look at ran back through here, and this is all sloped areas, back in this area. So those are the items. And this is, in fact, the updated plan with the 18 units. I think you all have seen a couple of different plans with varying numbers, but this is ultimately what was shown to the zoning hearing board, and then finally to the boards here, and it's 18 units. One of the units is located up here, so you have 17 in the bulk of the project, and then one located in the back.
And if it's,
Can you remind us how many you started with?
I think it's 24. 24.
if it's the pleasure of the board, my suggestion is going to be, let's take discussion, public comment, and we'll do public comment twice. But I'd like to go through both 3A and 3B so that we don't limit our comments to one or the other, because it obviously makes no sense for us to approve your zoning amendment and say no to your development. And we
Correct.
can't say yes to your development unless we say yes to your zoning development,
That's
to your
correct.
zoning amendment, so.
Jack, if I could just offer one more piece, it might just, this is the PI piece, all of this located down here, and this is the currently zoned R1 piece at the top of the project. So, and we're seeking to zone the entire property R2.
So what was the element that you said you can't do that was requested by the constituent at the opening?
Yes, it was a path here, Rich, a continued sidewalk back off the cul-de-sac to the rear of the property. And these are all, I'm sure you've been to the site, but these are sloped pretty significantly. And we did appear in front of the zoning hearing board, and we asked for additional relief for lots of different sloped areas on this project. And they denied that relief and limited only to those slopes that are located right to the sides of what was now an existing parking lot, like a huge sea of asphalt here, so that we could remove that asphalt and install this entry drive and then the homes around it.
So Jack, you want us to go through the land development questions as well as the zoning questions at the same time?
I think that makes sense. If you want to pause and we can do public comment on the zoning issue, and then we can come back and do land development, but I do want to I don't want to vote on one until we've had a chance to ask all of our questions and get all of our answers on both. The worst possible scenario would be we vote in favor of the map amendment and then deny the land development plan. Well, then.
Well, in light of that, then, I think we should go through now that we've heard the zoning, have the presentation on the land development by the applicant as well. And then I agree, let's hear the public and then questions.
So the presentation is essentially the same. They really do go hand in hand. We have submitted our plans, and we've received, with respect to the land development. We've submitted our plans. We've received letters from your consultants. Those letters will comply, and they're relatively clean at this point. We've been through the process many times and working with staff to make sure that we get them done. Like I said, there was a zoning issue raised early on in the process. We did go to the zoning hearing board, and then ultimately it resulted in this plan that you have in front of you, and it's for 18 homes. And it's what you see. We also went back to the shade tree, I should note, because as a result of the zoning hearing board's decision, we had to move some trees and change some plantings. And we were back to the shade tree and again received that recommendation for approval. They've been very supportive of the plan. Thus far, as you can see, we're planting a lot of trees here. And that was important to this developer, that they kept kind of that existing feel in this area, which is a very wooded feel. Right now, this site is not wooded very much, again, because of the significant parking lot, but they're planting a ton of new trees out there. I should also note with respect to land development that the stormwater management that we are proposing is in excess of what is required by the township code. It's a currently uncontrolled site, is that correct, Rob? And so, in addition to exceeding the township requirements for our design, we're taking an unmitigated project right now and over-designing it with respect to stormwater. And our proposed impervious coverage on the site post-development is less than what's existing today. And that is anticipating even additional impervious coverage that could be added on each home. If they put a porch or anything like that, we've added, what's the square footage, Rob? Per lot? An additional 1,500 square feet of impervious covered into the design that's not there. So in the event somebody wanted to come in down the road and put something on, we've given them 1,500 square feet, and we've still designed to that as if it existed today, which exceeds township requirements and reduces overall impervious coverage from what's there today.
So if you build a stormwater system, maybe I should keep my mouth shut because I like this thus far, but if you build a stormwater system and it's built to an over-designed site with the understanding that a future resident might want to put in a porch or a pool or something else, 5 years from now, they decide we do want to put in a pool, are we going to be expected to give them credit for the stormwater that you have already done, or are they going to have to add
They'll
more?
still have to come back to you as part of a land development plan. We've simply designed it. We've taken every possible factor into our initial design and designed it to that, again, exceeding what the township would require, adding additional impervious that's not there, not shown in our plan, and designing to that. So we really we understood, again, from the discussions with the community, stormwater was a very big issue for this project and for this area of the township.
So no one's going to come to us and say, we want to put in a pool, but we were told that it's okay because you've already over-designed to it, and we're saying, no, you have to.
They still have to go through the process. They'll have to be in front of you.
Commissioner, if I may add, so they vary out, so that is not a land development process, that's a grading permit process with staff. So they very well may say, we have X cubic feet of storage available in this oversized stormwater system. So I'm just saying they can ask.
Can I get you to talk a little bit more about the trees? So I know this property, but how many are you putting in? What's the tree plan?
I think we may have, do we have the landscaping plan? This is it, yeah. Rob's gonna see if he can pull up
Any
some-
way you can read those?
Not me.
So we were planting 384 trees. I can go through all the calculations here. Hang on one second. The street trees, we had 77 street trees. We had 235 canopy trees and 149 evergreen or flowery trees.
That's all new planting, or are you taking out some and adding in? That's a total.
That was the total planting. And then there are removals. There's also transplants. Part of the landscape plan, and the landscape architect's not here tonight, but part of the landscape plan was actually to relocate some of the, let's call it more recently planted plant material on the site as part of the landscape plan. So it's actually a much larger size than what you would usually see.
And Commissioner Mulroney, we did walk the site a couple of times with members of the Shade Tree as well as the Planning Commission. They wanted to come out and see what was going on out there, so we were happy to do that. And I know that it was well received from a planting standpoint.
A question. More of a comment, but you can comment. It may be relevant based on what you're doing come November 2nd. So when we do all these new developments, whether it's 42 homes at the old Campbell's Estate, or I know there was a couple on for Trianon, and then this. What consideration, and you have to look at it in aggregate, and I know that you're not, because if you did, then you wouldn't want to, you probably wouldn't go through with this, but what consideration to an increase of really the taxing of our, not taxing dollar amount, but the taxing, the burdening of our school district. When you have new homes and new development after new development after new development. So what has Concordia done? Because it's, I don't know what that straw is that's going to break that camel's back where, yep, like Laura Marion, we need to build a new middle school, but eventually we're going to get there. So it's kind of an open-ended question. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but at the same time, we have to look at, we can't look at it separately from the Board of Commissioners versus the school board. We are Radnor, and everything has an effect on one another, so.
Sure, understood. No, and I think it's a balancing act, Commissioner Farhi. I really do. I don't think there's an easy answer, because you, as a community, you want to see redevelopment and you want to see development because that helps the community in general move forward. But you also don't want to overtax. You don't want to overtax your services. You don't want to overtax municipal services. You don't want to overtax school services, and it's a balance. It's a balance that you try and walk. I think sometimes you're successful, sometimes you're not, and you talk about kind of overdevelopment of a site, trying to get too much there. And I think here, I don't see that. I think there's certainly opportunity to overdevelop sites. I think this was a smart development. I think it's one that kind of took a long time getting here, but it's something that the developer did consider. You know, when you look at a site, you know, it's going to be developed. You know, the property next door is going to be developed, or they're attempting to develop it, and that's going to be probably with very few school-age children, because it's, I think, coming through as a senior living facility. So you hope, I think what you hope as a community, and I'm speaking now more as a resident necessarily than an advocate, but you hope that the balance between developments that come through and what you guys are doing kind of protects both the willingness to develop against the overdevelopment of the sites. And
So, great, thank you. So with that being said, what considerations have been done, if any, in regards to an overburdening of our school district as well as our municipal
it's-
services?
it's
I mean,
the
you're
number of
putting a
units.
sidewalk in. I get that. What other, if any, other
Well,
considerations were?
most specifically on this site, it's the number of units, not going for a more dense site with smaller homes, smaller footprints that would have allowed for more homes in the area, which could have been designed based on some additional zoning. But they went for larger home sites, less density. They went for continued walkability, accessibility, the things you see. Those are the considerations that are given when you take a piece of land like this that had 14 homes on it, and you say, okay, what are we going to do with this site? There's a huge parking lot in the middle. Things don't stay a park, open space anymore. That's just the unfortunate nature of society, right?
It's terrible.
There's progress, there's development. And so you hope for smart development. And this developer, looked at this piece of property and said, I think we can do a good job here. And they started with more units. And the community engaged with them and said, we want less units. We want, for all the things you're thinking about, the neighbors are thinking about those things too. And so that's where we go.
Thanks.
So it's a net increase of 4 homes?
Yes.
So, Steve Norsini, what was the zoning on this proper parcel before it was acquired by Eastern?
I think you're going to speak to our zoning officer on that.
Kevin, do you have that? Was that R1 or R1A?
I don't have the history of the zoning of what it was prior to it being PI.
All right, I thought it was R1. I don't recall R1A being, so my issue was always the R1. With regard to stormwater, you are not calling for a waiver on the infiltration anywhere. So has there been perk tests?
Yes.
So the perk test, so there's not going to be there's not going to be a waiver for the, I don't see it on the waivers requested, but I just want to be sure.
Correct. We had permeability tests. One of the advantages of doing development like this is we were there were 2 locations that didn't perk, but we're able to put larger basins in other locations that did perk to accommodate the infiltration.
Now, as you noted, there's extensive parking lot that's already in existence. So how much of the existing finished grade is going to be removed and then built back up in the areas where the parking lot is and in the areas where there is not an existing impervious surface? So how deep are you digging down to get this done? 4 feet, 8 feet, one foot?
It'll be a cut and a fill. So some areas will be cut, some areas will be filled.
But the whole parking lot will come out?
Correct.
And what's the section on that? Is it like 8 inches, 12 inches on the any idea on that?
I don't have that number. It's probably 8 inches.
Probably. And so all of that will come out, and what are is there anything under that the parking area that's going to be, or do you not know? Have you done the test pits?
There's nothing under the parking lot that we're aware of.
You did the perk test, but were there test pits or borings done around the parking lot?
We did permeability tests throughout the entire site that included
All right, but you
borings.
don't know. So are these houses and that road there basically are going to have a similar finished grade elevation to what's there right now? So that cul-de-sac, the circle, is that pretty much where the finished grade is right now, or is that higher or lower?
There's sections of it that are slightly lower and sections of it that are higher.
So it's sloping from the top, which is the high section? Where's the high and low on this picture?
So off the top of my head, I believe as you pull into the site, the grade to the left goes uphill. So some of the left side will be a cut. By the time you get down to the cul-de-sac bulb, that sits over where the parking lot is. And so that will be a fill in that area.
All right, so all the asphalt, all the stone, everything under the parking lot was removed, all new material, and when that's all removed, you figure you'll have a balanced site, cut and fill to get the grade, the rough grades for this, without bringing in a lot of new earth or without.
Right, the 20-unit plan, we did an extensive cut fill analysis on that, and that was a balanced site when we did that site. And this is very similar to that.
The one house that is on, it's the top left one, but not the very top, the second from the top on the top left. Can you point the arrow to that one right there?
Yep.
I'm looking at that driveway, and basically there's a tree-lined driveway. It looks like it's 100 feet or more of driveway that goes to that house.
Yes, so that avoided the steep slopes. There's some man-made steep slopes up in that area from when right now there's actually, that is sitting on an area that's roughly an asphalt circle. There used to be a building there up in that vicinity that was removed, and there is a slope adjacent to that originally we were removing that slope when we went to the zoning hearing board. The zoning hearing board denied that application, so this plan actually avoids that slope.
Isn't that driveway too long? And also, we have two driveways that are connected to one for those two houses that are there on that side. Is there any? Does that comport with code, or is that you're allowed to have two houses served off that one driveway? Is that Kevin or Steve? Is that an issue? And also, what are your comments on the length? That's a very long driveway, and the homeowners are going to have to maintain that pavement and plow that pavement. That's not going to be a township responsibility, correct?
It's an HOA, just for clarity on the record.
What's that?
It's an HOA.
Okay, so the HOA will have, all right, HOA will have to so.
That was at the request, I think, of this board and the township, so that we wouldn't leave it on the township or the actual individual residents. We would ensure that it would be done.
So where does is the HOA doing all of the driveways in the development?
And the sidewalks.
Commissioner Booker, we had requested that the developer use the HOA to plow the sidewalk down to Fenimore Woods Park.
Okay.
Right, that was the genesis. For
All right. Well, that makes sense, but, after we all retire, we can't let anybody say, oh, let's put it back on the township. But again, the length of the driveway right there, the biggest piece of this maintenance is going to be for those two houses. Are there any comments? To me, that seems like very long driveways, and is that typically I would have thought that there would have been an Eagle Road access to those two homes. Was there a reason we didn't? I'm sure there is, but can someone review why we didn't have a driveway off of Eagle Road for those two homes? You want me to point to the ones I mean?
No, I'm aware of the ones you mean back in here. Right. So there were a couple of considerations given to this. Again, this plan didn't show up last night, so we've looked at every possible option, and there are safety issues with trying to make a connection out here we wanted to avoid, and there are also very mature trees along the back of this site that we didn't want to avoid, or we did not want to disturb, and the township did not want us to disturb. So it is a product of both safety as well as comments that we've received from the township.
So for our engineering team, what were our comments? Do you think that there's too much traffic on Eagle Road for two driveways?
Yeah, Commissioner, so a lot of it, Mr. Falcone explained it well. So as we all reviewed these plans, there are steep slopes back there, but as the board is aware, we always try to look at things also from a standpoint of saving as many trees as we can. Aside from the fact this has been through Shade Tree Commission, this was approved by Shade Tree Commission. So if it's really the developer's choice, staff definitely doesn't want to see trees, large, mature, some heritage trees removed for the sake of having a driveway go out to Eagle when the developer can, within reason, bring it into the development. So really, that's not a requirement that staff or the township makes. That's a call that the developer can do.
It was a
It's
recommendation.
not a
Correct.
voting item, or it's not an item that you would hang your hat on for approval or denial. It's really just a choice. No
It
different
was a
than the-
recommendation, and we thought it was a good one, Mr. Norsini, and we went with that. What you're kind of probably going to glean from this is this applicant was taking recommendations and incorporating virtually every one they thought was appropriate and doable. And they thought that was a good recommendation and one that preserved important trees as well as made the site more safely accessible. And the redesign, I mean, I think it is important to note, you're looking at a longer driveway because the zoning hearing board didn't want us to disturb some very clearly man-made slopes. And so, could we have fought that? Probably, and ended up in court? Maybe. But why, when we can design a site that doesn't disturb the slopes, if that's what the township wants to see, and go forward with that?
Because that's such a long driveway. There's so much pavement there. That driveway is about the same amount of pavement, at least in distance, as the whole cul-de-sac for those two houses. So that's a big piece of driveway. You also mentioned the adjacent property is going to be a assisted living. Can you expound? What did you mean by that? Where is that going to be? And
It's not this development. It's what I've heard from being a member of the township, that there's a plan coming through next door on another piece of property.
So Steve and Kevin and Roger, what's going on in the next door property?
There is an application that's been filed with the zoning hearing board for a special exception for an assisted living facility between the, I guess it's right on the other side of Eagle Road, right to the, I guess, northwest of the Valley Forge property.
Can you show us on this where that would be?
I'm not sure what the relevance of that is to this application.
Well, it's land development.
But it's not this application.
Well, it's a pending application. I think it's very relevant.
How to this application?
Because I'm an elected official, and I think it's relevant to this approval.
So
I
take
want
it up.
to understand what it is. I understand, Dave, you might not, and I understand why you would want to not discuss it, but I do. So where would that be?
If I'm correct, it's the northern house on the top of the screen across Eagle Road from there. I believe it's directly across the street from that northern house.
And who's the owner of that parcel right now? Is that also Eastern?
I believe it's Valley Forge.
It's VFM, and so that's property that they retained,
Correct.
and they did not sell to Eastern back decades ago, whatever this was.
I believe it's part of Valley Forge, and the application is being brought forth by Rockwell Development.
And they want a special exception?
It's a special exception. It's PI zoned, so special exception is how that use is permitted by our code.
So, this is one of Commissioner Fari's favorite things, but I'm going to ask the question, and I know what they're going to say. So we're replacing a parking lot that's out here on this site for this development here that we're looking at. So my assumption is that the applicant is convinced that there's going to be less traffic in the neighborhoods from, did we say 19 homes or 18 homes? Than there was from the parking lot, and it was existing use. Is that the case? Because of all the cars coming in and using the parking lot? So what's the traffic impact to this on a real basis?
Typically, you would have probably less traffic coming in and out with the number of homes they have than a parking lot that Eastern University was using.
Is there been traffic study? Have we documented that for this, or is that's still pending?
They had, I believe this one did do a traffic study, and we reviewed it, and that was a while ago.
Did you have any concerns with that traffic study?
We had no further comments on our traffic study.
I do want to have an opportunity for 2 public comments. Is this an okay time for us to break, have a public comment? If there are issues that get raised that have additional questions that are prompted from us.
That's fine.
And then do that, and then if you have anything more. I just don't want to, get all of our questions, do 1 public comment, and then there's really nothing else, so.
So, hi, everybody. My name is Brian Johnson at 227 Radnor Street Road. I'm directly across from house number 5 on Walnut. I'd like to say thank you once again to Concordia for considering the request. And my understanding, or I don't know what the process is on how something gets formalized based on the agreement that they just made. Does that go into the minutes?
We're going to propose a condition, I think, and the applicant seems to be fine with it. I imagine it will get the approval of the board, and it will become a condition on the approval of their application.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think it's another example of how Concordia has tried to engage. And with regards to the topics that we're just discussing with Commissioner Booker, I think a lot of these questions have definitely been addressed in many forums across many people, and the residents asked exactly the same questions about a number of things, except for the long driveway. Thank you. But we do feel, or shall I say, my experience and the work that I've been doing, coordinating with other residents along with some other individuals, I think there is a general consensus that this is a good plan. It's a well thought out plan. The Shade Tree Commission, I think, has certainly approved this. I think if you dive into some of the trees, there's not a lot of oaks or big old shades. There's a lot of other trees, but that's okay. I think it's a great plan overall. And so I'm very happy with where we are overall and fully understand the issue with steep slopes. Thank you very much. My first comment earlier was really around architectural reviews and how do we ensure that us as a township go after the designs that are proposed by developers. And I do think that's an active issue that I'd like you to think about and to really try to consider what else we can do besides just looking at zoning, because the only reason why we're talking and getting these types of considerations that the residents are heard so much is because there's a zoning change. And if there's no zoning change, then usually there's not a lot that the residents have to say about architecture. And so I would just encourage the commission to seriously think about that and try to make sure that we consider the maintaining the aesthetics and also the way that we present this entire area, because people come here for that particular reason, is the architecture, the feel, and making sure that there's consistency in what they're, what we're experiencing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Patty Conlon. I live at 250 Radnor Street Road, so catty corner to this property, one off. I appreciate done a lot of coordination with the near neighbors and with Larkin and such. I appreciate all the work that Concordia has done. They reached out to our neighborhood about 3 years ago. I've coordinated with a lot of the near neighbors and then also passed information on that went on to the North Wayne Protective Association. Did we get everything we want? Honestly, no. We did ask initially for like a little trail walking path along Eagle. I understand there might have been ADA requirements that we didn't get. We kind of wanted a little walking path from the end of Beech Tree over to Walnut, so then there would be some sort of continuity. Do we get that? No. But overall, we did get a lot. I really do appreciate that they've worked hard with us. They've given us and offered to pay for not only sidewalks of this property, but also the sidewalk going all the way out to Fenimore Woods and paying that cost. So we truly appreciate that, and really from a safety standpoint is huge. We will ask for your input. Your commissioner later is that there's going to be some sort of bridge upgrade type of deal, but that's a separate issue, but we'd like to make sure it's as safe as possible. We also appreciate that Concordia has put in and worked with us on doing a construction entrance during construction to minimize the disruption of the neighborhood. And then lastly, did at least put in 2 porches along Walnut and put that within their paperwork, within their architectural details. And Lastly, we're looking forward to the springing deed being put in so that these properties then are 18 and non-dividable, which was what really the concern of the neighbors was, trying to minimize the concentration and number of housings, and look forward to that springing deed issue. So thank you very much overall, Concordia, and we really appreciate their effort in trying to look at our neighborhood and trying to match it the best they can. And then one last thing, the comment that Brian Johnson made, we would really like you guys to take a holistic approach to this, that there shouldn't have been so much effort on the neighbors trying to sort of think, okay, what should this look like and give the input, and would rather that there be some sort of master plan for Radnor, because there are a lot of open spaces that are going to get developed and are in the process of being developed quickly, and we need some sort of continuity and master plan for the whole township. Thanks.
I say this in no way to diminish the effort that Concordia has put into this, but Ms. Conlon, your emails have been extraordinarily detailed, and every once in a while, not that often because they've done a great job, but every once in a while you get me information before they do. So thank you very much for the effort that's gone into that.
Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut Avenue, Wayne. I concur. Patty Conlon has been the glue around this application, and she deserves a lot of praise from our neighbors. One thing I'd mentioned earlier, this development, it came in waves. And one thing I think everybody on this board should know, especially people like Ms. Borowski, is that these large developments impact a lot of the neighbors. And so whatever this arbitrary 500-foot rule really doesn't apply anymore. I mean, we're talking about 20 acres here, which is about twice the size of the middle school campus. So we need the notice provisions to go out further. And I say it's in ways because Attorney Falcone will tell you there was a second wave of neighbors that weren't included in the first communication, and they came and became very involved and made some very beneficial changes to the application. So I'm just going to list a few things that I'd like the commissioners to think about upon the approval, because it's going to impact some of these other large plan developments. First of all, as basic as it sounds, naming of the street, the cul-de-sac, is very important. If you live in Wayne, you know two of the same street names exist both in Radnor Township and TE. So in the era of next day delivery, we get packages from Walnut Avenue, Devon, Stratford, versus Walnut Avenue, Wayne. So please bear in mind, if you're going to name the street, either name it East Beach or Beechtree Lane, I guess, Beechtree Lane, and number the houses successively as you go east, or give it a completely different name, but make sure it's not a name of a street that already exists in Radnor or TE. Secondly, if possible, I'd like the applicant to recycle as many of the existing trees. The landscape was really well buffered before they, arrived. And if any of those are indigenous trees or anything that's not going to be used on site, if they could consider donating those bushes and trees to the township for other parks. I'd mentioned the scale of this. This is a big development. So act now. The last thing we want to see are interest rates going up and people not being able to afford these homes and these lots sitting vacant. Please act quickly, but also remember the stringent construction procedures that have to be followed. And Devin knows me as a big supporter of his, but if things start to go awry in the construction process, he's going to hear from me almost daily. So remember, dust mitigation, silt fencing, strict adherence to the hours of construction. I have friends who live over in Newtown Township, and they're telling me about these projects that go 12 or 16 hours a day during the summertime. And if you hear hammers banging all day long, that's a real quality of life issue. So hopefully your contractor will be strictly adhered to the township's hours of construction. I would suggest a 4 to 6 foot windscreen on both Walnut Avenue and Radnor Street Road to reduce the dust that is going to come from, 20 acres of landscaping and clearing, if that could be accommodated. Also, I know Brian had touched on the trail. These trails exist. I mean, if we could be a little bit more creative, and if you remember places like Midland Avenue in South Wayne, there's an easement down to the Veterans First Responders Park. That was done by the Board of Commissioners, and it can be done. It may have to be maintained by the HOA, but if there's somewhere that you could put a trail, a very narrow trail to Walnut Avenue, that's going to give all 20 households and all the children who live there access to Fenimore Woods, and that's what we need, right?
Where would that go? Can you show us where you would suggest? Because they said that they wanted to have a trail going up over the creek from the end of the cul-de-sac, and they couldn't get that.
All right. Anybody who has been in the township long enough knows Midland Avenue. They know that narrow trail that goes down to the First Responders Park. Where does it go? I don't know. I'm not an engineer. But it exists in North Wayne Park. There's a small easement. I believe it's off of West Beach Tree, right to the park. And there's other examples in the township where you can get access where you don't have to walk all the way around this big development to get to Fenimore. And I think that would be in keeping with what good practices are for walkable communities. And that's all. Thank you.
Hi, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. I've been following this, actually, I think Dave and I spoke almost a year ago outside about impervious when they were talking about R1 versus R2. And so I want to applaud Concordia for reaching out to all the neighbors and, as they said, making an exemplary process here. I wanted to address actually what Brian Johnson had said and now actually Matt Marshall regarding the trails. I believe what Mr. Falcone said was when they went to the zoning hearing board, they weren't able to get relief for those particular steep slopes where the trails would go. But I believe that was for building and or driveways as opposed to trails. I'm not going to put Kevin on the spot, but 28112D, which talks about the following uses and no others shall be permitted on steep slope areas. Number 5 is park and rec uses such as skiing, sledding, hiking, equestrian, and biking trails. So certainly hiking and bicycle trails would probably qualify for whatever path they would want to put. I'm not trying to put a wrench in the process or whatever. I'm just bringing up the possibility. I think that doesn't even require a variance. It would be by right if they wanted to put that in and could pursue that. So the steep slopes is not a prohibition or an obstacle to putting trails where they want. Thank you.
Anything else, Baron?
Okay, jumping back to commissioner comment then. Are you guys asking for waivers? I know you want preliminary final at a minimum.
There are 2 waivers, Commissioner. The 500-foot mapping rule and preliminary final. They've already been to caucus, so if it so pleases the board, you would give preliminary final approval tonight.
They're the only 2 waivers we're seeking.
Can I just circle back on the trail question? So is it possible, so as Mr. Marshall said, is it possible to put one from at the end of the cul-de-sac down to Walnut as opposed to going all the way down? And I understand that perhaps the concerns are, and I'm not sure of the rule that Mr. Gemmer just read, but just to increase that, I do know there's an example of this over in my ward between Haviland and Portledge. People can go back and forth between the cul-de-sacs without having to walk out onto the street and come back in. So sometimes it is beneficial, and it does create, a little bit more of like a neighborhood and community. Could you do that there?
Yeah, I mean, so, and we were talking to Brian outside a little bit. So we're dealing with grade issues. We're dealing with slope issues. So if we were to pave it and make it ADA accessible, we would need steps to get through the slopes. It's one of the things that originally, if you might recall, and ultimately why we moved away from it, we had originally had a wood chip path, if you remember, and then ultimately, as we got further into that discussion with staff and the township, we said, you know what, that's not where we want folks. It's not maybe as safe as we'd hope. Please consider running this sidewalk paved into your development, around the cul-de-sac, out and up the streets. Make everything ADA compliant. So, you know, we would run into very similar issues. It would be an unpaved type path, and it would not be ADA compliant. And in that instance, you know, following from, I feel like we had this exact same discussion. You can almost see it still kind of existing out there. There was that kind of natural path that was going to sweep up along the left side, and we ultimately moved away from that. So for those very reasons.
You could make it ADA compliant, but you'd be disturbing the steep slopes. You
Correct.
could put the path in without disturbing the steep slopes, but it would not be ADA compliant.
That's correct.
I'm going to move to amend the land development application to include the condition that has been agreed to by the applicant. And before I do that, let me ask, do you guys have any objections to that?
We don't have any objections to that condition.
Is there a second on the proposed amendment?
What's the condition again?
The
To
condition,
move lots.
Oh, okay,
4
okay.
and 5, correct, back to align with lot 3.
I'll second.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion to amend passes unanimously.
Okay, now regarding the path, sounds like Baron Gemmer said you can do it under the code, and Matt said that, Matt Marshall said that it's done, and it's been done for the first responders and Veterans Memorial Park. I guess I keep always, I'll always remember it as Veterans Memorial Park. So the issue of ADA, I don't understand what the problem is. You have a path, build a path through there without, you don't need, you know, if you need to have steps, that's not an ADA issue, right? So steps are not for, that wouldn't be, you can't have ADA, you need to have the proper slope, right?
Correct. So we think in order to make it an ADA compliant path, we would need to disturb slopes and pave it. So we would need to go back and get relief, and we've already been told by the zoning hearing board, you can't have relief. We do not want you to disturb the slopes. Take it elsewhere.
Barron said that you don't need to go back.
That was
It's
for
by right to
natural
put a path in.
That was for a hiking path.
Well, why don't we do a hiking path?
It won't be ADA compliant. This is, Rich, I'm just going off of the same conversation we had around the natural path we thought about putting in, and then we talked about, do we want to have any type of path along the outside? And ultimately, the decision was no, we didn't think it would be a safe path. I mean, it's how we got here.
Well, all the paving and all the sidewalk you're building, that will be ADA.
Correct.
So if somebody has a wheelchair or whatever, they can ride around. But what Matt is referring to is putting in a hiking trail, and what Barron says is you can do it. Are you concerned about people that you won't be able to move the house because it has a trail by it? Are you concerned about that? A
No.
trail in that area?
Again, our original plan had trails along the back of all those houses.
So I would ask you to put those back.
So-
Also,
Can I just ask one quick question?
Sure.
Can we ask Kevin or Steve to clarify? So I don't want to doubt what Mr. Gemmer has brought forward, but I guess I would just like to know if we're arguing over something that, or asking for something that is actually askable.
Sure. So the zoning provisions for steep slopes, subsection, it's 28112D, the following uses and no other shall be permitted on steep slope areas where such uses are permitted in the zoning district containing such tracts. Subsection 5, park and recreation uses such as skiing, sledding, hiking, equestrian, and bicycle trails, scenic overlooks, and outdoor education areas. Swimming pools shall be prohibited. So bicycle trails would be permitted in steep slopes without needing relief.
okay, so we can put that in. Back to the subdivided. So one of the topics brought up, these lots are 30,000 square feet minimum? Is that what you said, these 18 homes, 30,000? So this is R2, these are deed restricted so that there's no subdivision
Correct.
applicable.
Correct.
Is that a condition? Is that part of it, or is that,
We've actually already gotten a signed restriction from Eastern University and presented it to the Neighbors Council.
so the neighbors still need to sign off on the language of the, no?
No, it's already been done.
It's already done?
The neighbors engaged council. We worked with council for the neighbors to make sure that the restriction was to their liking. They proposed revisions. We accepted them, circulated a final draft, and Eastern signed it. So it's ready to be recorded.
And that will go into each deed after the subdivision is approved?
It'll actually go on before the subdivision, so that it will then attach to every lot as well as the overall property. And it runs, Rich, just so you know, it runs in favor, and this was one of the comments the neighbors made, it runs not just in favor of the township, but as well as in favor of the neighbors so that they can enforce the restriction.
Which would be necessary. The one issue raised by one of the commentators, so we got the trails, we have the subdivision. I think that we're squared away on that. I guess, Mr. Grimm, and your firm, you're in agreement that we're okay with the deed restriction and with the methodology and the language. There's nothing more that,
There's nothing more that we need.
okay.
Yes.
As far as the master plan, you know, I understand the frustration that you think that the commissioners are changing zoning willy-nilly. Well, we're not. We have a master plan. This is not an issue that the Board of Commissioners wants to change the zoning. As a matter of fact, as Dave alluded to, the zoning was R1. My request was you go back to R1, which is exactly what it was. Any changes in the zoning, these are one-off changes, but they are not necessary to be done. They're not, there is a plan, and the zoning changes, it's a matter of the accountability of this board to stick to the plan. And in this case, there's an applicant that has requested a different zoning. So please don't look at the commissioners and say, you're doing things willy-nilly. It's not. The plan is in existence. It should have been, it was R1 in the past. It was changed to PI for Eastern, and it should have gone back to R1, was my argument. And what we're doing now is a request of the developer and a negotiation. And I agree with you. Here's one thing. The people should know. We don't need to change any zoning on this board. It's up to the people. If you make it clear you don't want it changed, it won't be changed by this board. So that's a matter of everyone understanding the nature of this. All right? I don't want to change the zoning. I'm happy to have the zoning as it was. I would leave it as it is and allow everybody to use their property as they want under our ordinance. But everyone comes in with their own special needs, and that's what you see as the negotiation. And I agree with you. We should take a harder line. Why is it that we need a preliminary final, Dave? Why not come, Attorney Falcone? Why not do this in 3 nights? 1, the zoning change, 2, the preliminary, and 3, the final. And I recognize, well, we've met with everybody, we've had all these meetings. Nonetheless, the ordinance, and it's not just you and your applicant, I see this more and more often, do a preliminary final in 1 night. That, I think, detracts from transparency with the public, as well as additional time for comments and review and refinement of the properties. So
I'm sure that the applicant is thrilled to hear it, but in favor of transparency, this was initially my request. And the reason why is that once we make the change to the zoning amendment, if the board is pleased to do so, there is nothing that binds this developer to continue forward with the plan that they have offered. Now, I really don't anticipate that this has been a 2-year slog so that they can get their zoning amendment and then go back to square one, bring a new and less favorable plan before the Planning Commission, face a very pissed off Board of Commissioners and a very angry group of residents because they've jerked their rug out from underneath them. But that being said, I very much want all of this to happen at once to give them the maximum incentive to move forward with the plan that's been the product of a very long and very delicate negotiation with residents.
I understand. I think that there won't be any deviation from the plan and that it would provide greater clarity not to do a preliminary final in one day and a zoning change. So I disagree with you. I think if there's a concern that this deal will fall apart for some reason, that ought to be a concern that we talk about. But I don't think that's the case, and I don't see why we need to do a zoning change, preliminary, and final land development all in one night. It really doesn't give everyone enough time to go through everything.
No, but it's the same issue that Commissioner Marshall brought up, which is that conditions are going to change as conditions change and time goes on. I don't want the interest rate to change 6 months from now when you guys are still in front of this board arguing with us, and then suddenly some of the plans that you had are no longer commercially viable, and can we make a slight deviation? So again, I'm sure they have their own reasons, and I'll be quiet and let them talk, but it was my request to do this all at once for exactly that reason. I may have been wrong, reasonable minds can disagree, but that's why I asked for it.
Again, I disagree. It's not our place to worry about the interest rate, and I am worried about interest rates, and I do expect we'll have high interest rates in a matter of months that might affect this project, but that's not for us. You guys have to deal with that. And what I want to do is make sure that people have the clarity so that when Barron, Gemmer, and Matt Marshall come up and ask for a trail and we get clarity, maybe when we have an extra meeting that we can actually make that trail happen.
So this process has been a long one, and it has been geared towards this type of an approval. At instances when we could have moved forward seeking preliminary approval, we have not, so that we could come back and have this singular vote to make sure that we made good with our promise to the neighbors and to this board and to this community that we would seek our approvals in one evening at one time, to ensure that we kept our word. Certainly, the process could have gone down a different path, but we're here based on the direction we received as well as the discussions we've had with the community. And this plan has been so fully vetted, and there has been so much dialogue with the neighbors, with this board, with the Planning Commission, with the county, with staff, that it's ready for approval. I mean, it just is. It may not be ready for your approval, but this plan is ready for action from this board in a preliminary final manner, I believe, and I think that's consistent with the discussions we've had all along. And again, that is really what this applicant in particular has kind of relied on, which is being consistent with its messaging, following through with what it's promised, and basically, where possible, doing what it was asked. And that brings us here tonight kind of on all of those levels.
Steve and Kevin, could I ask that you bring before the board a change in the zoning? If we're going to do preliminary finals, we ought to offer, we should give it to everyone. If everyone, which is consistent, everyone comes in for preliminary final, why don't we offer it to everyone so that everyone has the benefit of that? And also, if we're not going to require 500 feet of delineation around the site, we should change our ordinance to cover both of those things. If you two don't want to
That's
change.
the land development ordinance, Commissioner.
Right. If we don't want to have those, then if you do want to have them, then let's have them and let's enforce them. If you don't want to have them, let's change the ordinance and let everybody get that benefit.
So wait, just before we do public comment, oh, sorry. Oh, did you have something, Maura? Oh, I was just gonna, so I'm beating a dead horse with a little trail. So is that an absolute not something you're really interested in making sure it's ADA compliant trail?
So, again, we did explore it. It's not something, we did explore these types of trails on the site. And, to Matt's credit, he has definitely been hounding on us for accessibility on this site from the very beginning. And it's something that we believe we've fleshed it out and come up with a plan that is acceptable. I think for all of the reasons we've discussed, as well as all of the design criteria that have gone into this to this point, including landscaping, including trees, including safety, including ADA compliance, as well as slope disturbance. I mean, we've designed around any kind of disturbance there. Our preference is not to revisit any of those things, whether it's something that we're hearing now we could go back because it would be deemed a bike trail or not. I'm speaking on behalf of my applicant just based on how much we've gone through to this point. We could certainly accept a condition to explore it, but I would not like a condition that it be mandated. I just don't think at this point in the process we'd want to go to the neighbors, we'd want to have that discussion, we'd want to look at it against the plan, we'd want to look at the tree disturbance, and that's all significant to this project.
Lisa, may I offer an amendment? I think I agree with you. I'd like to make it a condition that we add that a trail, a hiking trail, it does not need to be ADA, it does not need to go back before zoning for a steep slope, that we add a hiking trail as a condition to the approval. If we don't, we will never get that to happen. So it has to happen tonight. I would offer a second amendment as a condition to the land development that a hiking trail be put onto this site from the end of the cul-de-sac up towards Fenimore in an exact location to be determined. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll give you a second.
All right, I got a second, Jack.
So I think what we were asking for was from the cul-de-sac to Walnut, not all the way down.
Okay.
Fenimore.
Well, I said to be determined, but if you want to show us where you're thinking, that'd be helpful.
Well, and I guess what I mean, I'm willing to hear to explore it. I mean, I think it's from the end of the cul-de-sac out to Walnut so that people can get in there and walk all the way around.
Sorry, can I comment?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, Devin Toohey with the Concordia Group. So as Dave mentioned, there's major slope issues we have to deal with. We are absolutely willing to explore it, and I think we have explored it, but if there's additional steps you want us to take to look at, I wouldn't feel comfortable, whether it was legal or not, or code compliant or not, to put a bicycle trail back there. One, the slopes back there, even if you could pave it, who's taking on the responsibility and the liability? Is that on the homeowners? Because I don't think that's fair to put a dangerous condition on 18 new homeowners. But we are absolutely willing to explore. As Dave said, we had originally had a trail, nature trail up along Eagle, but after discussions with the engineers, they decided us to focus our attention on the sidewalks, particularly the one down to Fenimore. But if there's, we're not opposed to it at all. I don't know how to make it work, but we will absolutely look at it, Commissioner Brooker.
I appreciate that, and I'm asking you to take a step more to make it a condition to approval tonight that it will be installed.
And there's a motion and a second, and I do procedurally want to move on this because we usually don't have debate on motions like these. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. Motion fails. I would be
There you go,
grateful
Matt.
if you guys could continue to look at this issue.
We will.
Yeah.
The board
We will.
didn't
Yeah,
vote
I was
to
gonna-
compel you to, but I'm going to hold your feet to the fire.
We will.
Yeah, I'm going to echo that, although I voted nay, to give you the opportunity to come up with something that would be similar to a walking trail for this community.
We will, absolutely.
I believe you.
You have more credibility than many developers do at this stage in the process. Is there any additional commissioner comment? Otherwise, I'm going to go on to the final public comment. Final public comment on this issue.
All
All right, Matt Marshall, 228 Walnut Avenue. So if we all remember back 10 years ago when Ardrossan was getting approved, there was a lot of talk about public access. It never occurred. The hiking trail never occurred. The buffering along the rye field is substandard in my opinion. You know, small caliber trees. These are small things that make a big difference to the quality of life, not just for the people who live in these houses, but for the people who live in the neighborhood. So, you know, if the applicant could be creative, and I don't know if there's a possibility of doing it from the end of the cul-de-sac to Walnut Avenue, but I think it's an amenity for these homes. I think it takes people outside, which is what the board wants. They want, you know, a healthy population. Hopefully, you know, the children who live here can get out to Fenimore Woods and enjoy that. So, you know, I trust David and Devin. I just want to make sure that we're not missing an opportunity here, because in my opinion, what happened at Ardrossan was a complete miss by the Board of Commissioners. And if you read anything about what has gone on there since the approvals, we don't have a hiking trail. We have substandard buffering. The light pollution that comes off of that development is awful. If anybody walks in Skunk Hollow on a winter afternoon and looks up on the hill, it looks like those houses are lit up for Christmas every day. So again, these are little things, but I think the board could help improve not only the quality of life for the people who live in the development, but also the neighboring houses. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, because it happened, I think it was Commissioner Booker's doing, that when the 20 acres or so that was redeveloped for Penn Medicine, we got very granular on construction standards, and I think there was a requirement to have things like street sweepers at the site. I think you really should be thinking about those types of things, because you don't want people coming up in front of this board this time next year wondering why their houses and their cars are coated with dust, because that's what happens with 20 acres of site work and land development. Thank you.
I'll follow that up. I'm sure Mr. Marshall didn't mean to omit this, but when he was talking about Ardrossan, there was an article that came out this past summer called Open Spaced Closed Gates. And I don't think it's possible to read that article and think that the Board of Commissioners did a good job, with the exception of one person. One person I recall reading in that article making a whole lot of sense against a whole lot of nonsense, and that would be the Second Ward Commissioner, Richard Booker. Okay? That's the point of the article. You really want to actually have the public walking, and all we hear about is walk Twain, walk Twain, walk Twain, walk Twain, walk Twain. But yet tonight, when the board actually has an amendment, an motion to make that part and parcel to this project, it's, well, no, don't really want to do that, but oh, we'll make sure to hold your feet to the fire. Okay? That's inconsistent. You have the precedent of Ardrossan, and I agree with what Matt Marshall said over there. I don't think anybody looks at that and thinks job well done in terms of the township having used to it. I also think it's unfortunate that we have to hear from people like Baron Gemmer. It's not even in government. He is running. I hope he does win. To have to point things out during these presentations about, no, actually, you can do that without making changes. Okay? That's not appropriate. This board should do some research beforehand so that we don't have to rely on people in the audience to have to point that out. And then, of course, it was correct when actually called upon by staff. Mr. Gemmer was correct. Knowledge is at an encyclopedia level in terms of local issues. So, yeah, this board has precedent. If you actually want to have the public walk and do things like that. In fact, you have recent precedent in terms of Ardrossan. If you fail to do that, if you instead say, well, you know, we're actually going to just in other ways try to wrench you into doing things, we've seen that before. We've seen that story before. It didn't work out. Part of learning lessons is actually realizing that you were previously taught a lesson. It seems that, unfortunately, a number of people on this board would continue to just wish and hope, and the township can pay a price. Thanks.
So I do think it's important to note, just on the wish and hope, that right now, there are no sidewalks on this site. There is no connectivity. And the walk to Wayne, I'm glad Mr. Sherry brought that up, because that is a very important piece of what is being proposed here, and it's why the township has asked for some of the things that they've asked for and this applicant has given. So we absolutely appreciate that type of a comment. There are sidewalks all through here. There are none today. This is not a walkable, friendly site. We're providing sidewalks, public sidewalks into the development around, and then continuing all the way to Fenimore Woods, off our site, to continue the connectivity, because we too believe that there should be walkability here. So we're doing what we can. We're doing what we can to provide safe walking, not just through and around our site, but off our site to the nearest public park.
I don't normally do responses to public comment, but I know you live here, so I put your timer on for you. Okay, we've been talking about this for a long time. Thank you to everybody who has been here. Thank you to everybody, including the residents and the applicant, for the just huge amount of work that has gone into the process to get us here. I appreciate it. It has very much informed my conversation on this project. I know that it has informed the others as well. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of item 3A, ordinance 2021-09, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Moving on to resolution 2021-99. All in favor, say aye.
Jack, if I could hold off 1 second before you move to the resolution on the land development.
Okay.
So I want to be clear on, so we were proposed to draft, and I think the board has to decide on the one condition with respect to the sidewalk and the cost of it, so before you move forward. So is it the board's intention that the off-site improvement sidewalk be in lieu of our contribution for off-site recreation or in addition to? So we're looking for clarity from that, from the Board of Commissioners. It was our understanding we were providing the off-site bridge and sidewalk because it's a multiple of that recreation fee, off-site recreation fee, but the resolution seems to tie them as separate things. So I'm looking for clarification from the board on that.
This was a waiver request that I was anticipating from you guys, and I didn't hear it before. So you're looking for us to, just within the context of this resolution, either waive the fee or give you credit for the fee for building the off-site sidewalk.
So that was our understanding of it, and we thought we would have a discussion around that before the vote as we moved kind of towards the final discussion. So that's why, before the board took action, I wanted to make sure that this was fleshed out based on your understanding and ours.
And Steve, I understand that your position is that the sidewalk is in addition to, not in lieu of the fee.
You are correct, Commissioner. So that is a self-formulated thought, not from staff.
Right now, how does it read? Does it read as in lieu, it reads then, as Steve indicates, that it reads in addition to rather than in lieu of, correct?
Correct. It notes the park and rec fee, and as well as there's a plan set that shows the sidewalk and pedestrian bridge.
So in order to do what you say, Attorney Falcone, you would need to request a waiver of the fee, and that's not been requested.
Or credit.
Or credit, but neither has been requested, is my...
I think he's requesting one or the other now.
Correct.
Right, but it's not in the documents, is my clarification, my understanding.
There's no, so this was brought to light as part of the resolution. So it's an off-site improvement that we've agreed to make, and this was born out of discussions with the township as part of what we believed was our recreation fee, because it's a multiple of it. I mean, to be totally honest, Rich, and I'm sure you can appreciate that. It's a significant investment to build not just the sidewalk, but we've committed to build the bridge as well over the creek and to install that. And lastly, one thing we did speak with you guys is we want to make sure we'll build all of it, but we have to make sure we have the right to do so. If not, we'll fund it. If you can't give us the right to build it by acquiring easements and rights of way, we're happy to put all the money into escrow that it would cost the township to build it. So we want to make sure that it's done. We're happy to do it if you can get us the right to. Otherwise, we'll fund it 100%.
So clarify for me, what are you asking what are you asking a waiver for?
So either a waiver or credit. So as part of residential development, there's a rec fee that goes to either off-site recreation, or the applicant pays the township if there's not recreation on site. And so when this discussion was born, it was, well, can we get people to the park? Because there's kind of safe, pre-programmed off-site recreation. We said, well, we can build a sidewalk, and the ask was, well, can you build it all the way to the park? Yes. And then the ask was, well, can you build a bridge to get them safely over? And we said, sure. So we thought that was in lieu of putting money aside to make those things happen. And so I wanted to clarify here kind of where we are on that issue.
What's the dollar figure that we're talking about?
I think the rec fee is about $50,000
$59,526.
for 18 lots.
So I'm not going to do it immediately because I want to give some space to have the conversation, but I am going to propose an amendment to treat this as, I guess I'd say, a waiver in this case. The reason why I'm going to do it is because I'm just aware from the process that at the time I've had conversations with the applicant, and I know the applicant genuinely was under the impression at the time that this was going to be a fee, or they were going to do a build in lieu of the fee. What I don't want to do is get the reputation as a township that will get you to build an off-site improvement, which we have no ability to compel you to do, and then once you do that, we kind of flip things up. I don't think that the township at any point, or anybody working for the township, intentionally pulled the rug out from anybody. I do, however, think that there was a miscommunication, and I'd rather give them the credit, given the amount of money that they're going to be pouring into this off-site improvement.
And that will be well into six figures to do that type of improvement.
So, Mr.
I'm
Falcone,
actually
to be clear, you will obtain the easements, you will, if the board votes this way, you will obtain the easements, you will fully build it, right? There is no township involvement at that point?
No. The township has to get the easements, we will build it. And
So-
if you can't obtain the easements, we'll fund it.
Well, I thought you were already, in our talks, I thought you were already in the process of obtaining easements for these. So my thought is, if this is going to be a turnkey, I mean, that would be the easiest. I was under the impression you already spoke
So the
to the
question
one
is-
homeowner about the sidewalk and the bridge.
Correct. So the question is, what we don't want to happen is if a neighbor says to us, we won't give you the easement. You have the right to get that easement. As a township, you can condemn that property, you can use eminent domain for the public good. And we would fund, so we can go out and try and get these easements.
But I thought, I was under the impression, maybe this is a miscommunication, you are able to obtain those easements, because this makes a big difference, commissioners, right?
It's huge.
Because this is a whole different topic if we can't if those easements aren't in hand or readily available, because we're running through this on another project as we speak.
I'm gonna, I'm not inclined to waive this fee, especially given if there is going to have to be township resources. If you can't get the easement, it's gonna fall on the township to do so. So I'm not, for that amount of money in a development this big, I'm not that inclined to waive it. I think that I'm really grateful about the sidewalks, and it sounds great, but I don't think we're talking about a whole lot on you, but it's a lot on the township.
Commissioner Larkin, could I move the table so we could resolve these issues on the fee and the trail, and also on?
My client just advised, we're happy to pay the fee. So it is more important that we get the sidewalk built. And again, for the $60,000, we're happy to kind of take that. But I still think it's important that you all obtain the easements for these sidewalks to be built. Otherwise, we'll put the money into escrow for the township.
How many easements are needed? Do we know? This is
It's just one easement.
Just one easement? Are the homeowners remotely aware?
They are aware and they're supportive of the project. They've spoken out in favor of the project and actually have stated publicly, we're granting an easement to allow a sidewalk coming across our project. You all should be approving this plan so that this can happen. We believe in the plan. We're going to grant an easement to allow it to come across.
Jack?
So in light of that, Attorney Falcone, why don't you get the easements? I think that's part of why Steve thought that you were going to do it, because you've seemed to secure that already.
Well, we were facilitating it. Our concern, Rich, is what I was explaining to Mr. Norsini was, we want to make sure it happens. That's our primary goal. So if we were unable to obtain the easement, we wanted to put the money into escrow for the township.
I understand.
So
And
that the
remember,
sidewalk could be built.
remember what we did for Penn Medicine? We have an easement for the Hartford Trail, but it took years to get that easement resolved. So again, Commissioner Larkin, I would move to table this land development until we get those issues resolved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So, Commissioners,
We
if
have a
the
motion and a
applicant
Heard a
is
motion
willing
and
to
a
work.
second. All in favor of tabling, say aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Motion, I think, fails for lack of a majority.
Commissioner, if the applicant's willing to introduce us to that resident to get that easement, that's all I'm looking for,
And that, of course.
right? If that relationship's there, that's all we need.
Of course.
Yeah, so my recollection is exactly what you just said. I think that applicant has spoken in front of this board in the past.
It has. In support of this project. Again, our desire is just that the sidewalk is built. We want to ensure that there's not a situation where something gets in the way. We want the township to have the ability to go out and get it if we can't, and we would, again, put all of the money into escrow to make sure that it happened. It's just to ensure that the project goes forward exactly as we've promised.
Yeah,
It's
my understanding of this is more or less a done deal.
we believe it to be a done deal.
I understand why you have the concern. You are a lawyer. You have the same professional deformity that I do, that you have to consider every single possibility. But my understanding is that this is more or less a done deal.
But again, my client has stated they're willing to pay the fee as well, so.
I will also say, however, because I do want to create a record, if for whatever reason the resident ultimately either changes their minds or we've all misunderstood them, I do not anticipate that this board is going to condemn an easement across their property. So there may just be a sidewalk around this property. It would not go down. I hope that won't happen. I don't anticipate that will happen, but whenever someone starts talking about eminent domain, I don't foresee us going down that road.
Understood.
Any final comments?
Well, I don't understand. They said they were going to fund the trail irrespective of the result of the easement negotiations. So are you saying no, that they wouldn't need to do that if the easement
No,
negotiations fail?
It's a condition. We will fund it. The money will go into escrow no matter what. If for whatever reason we are hung up, the township will have those funds for trails, for sidewalks. We are confident we'll be able to build this sidewalk. That's our belief based on discussions with the neighbor. And again, those discussions have also been aired in public. This neighbor has come out, stated on numerous occasions that he supports this project and intends to grant an easement, and was encouraging this board, as well as the Planning Commission, to recommend approval. So we have it on good conscience that that's going to happen. We just want to be sure that I think the resolution should say, if the applicant is unable to build it, they'll fund into escrow for the township's purposes. It's more to make sure that this comment and this commitment is lived up to. They want to make sure that their word is good.
Okay. Trying again. All in favor?
So I really want to understand exactly what we are voting on right
You
now.
got to do an amendment then to reflect that.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah.
Why?
We can't just vote. It's not in, that's not in here.
It is that we will do it, and we'll pay the fee. It's all in there.
Yeah, I don't think we need an amendment, Commissioner. We're going to have an escrow. There's going to be a line item escrow for that sidewalk and the pedestrian bridge.
Correct.
If for some reason we weren't able, it's only one easement, if for some reason we couldn't get the easement, the township will have control of that escrow to get that work completed.
Correct. It's part of the financial security agreement.
Third time's the charm. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Come on up. Come on up.
Not to delay this, this is Patty Conlon again, 250 Radnor Street Road. I think I was at the Planning Commission last time. One of the things the neighbors said was, although we are lovely excited for this path to finally be built to Fenimore Woods, because I cannot believe somebody hasn't died there yet on the walking. It's horrific going over this bridge. And they've also are going to be funding this walking bridge. The neighbors have asked that we would actually love to have that bridge actually expanded with the sidewalk built in, just like the one further down at the next creek, right next to Fenimore Woods, where it's the bridge with the sidewalk built in. So as opposed to an independent walking path, I don't know if it's can be done. We don't want the independent walking path bridge. We'd like it built in with the actual bridge itself. So I don't know how you respond, but that's what we've asked.
I don't even know what that
means. Come on up.
Identified the type of bridge they've asked us to build. Mr. Norsini, we've worked on the type of bridge. We've traded sketches. We've settled on the type of bridge that you've asked the applicant to price and build, correct?
That is correct. It's a very different dynamic to change the culvert that we currently have there now, to extend it to accept a sidewalk. It's a pedestrian bridge, which was like a con-span bridge, very typical in recreation settings, I believe is what was chosen. To extend the culvert, very different dynamic, very different cost and time process.
Okay, so I'm hearing a no.
That's what I hear.
It could be done. It won't be done within this time frame. Just understanding the process and the cost. So the delta between a con-span bridge as suggested by the developer, and I'm just going off the back of the cocktail napkin, will be nowhere near the cost to extend the culvert. There is going to be a big delta there, so I don't know who picks up where that cost comes from.
Okay, Ms. Conlon, does that change any of the other positions that you have taken?
If we were in the midst of redoing that culvert, like we will be coming before this board for another culvert on Shimoni, absolutely, that's standard procedure to have that sidewalk. That's good planning. That's the way to go. Unless something changes as far as this culvert's health, if you will.
And that bridge is still intact structurally and such like that.
So we just got a report from Gannett for a high-level review. I haven't, it literally just came. I haven't reviewed it. If that report said this thing's in danger of failing, then I think that's where we like we knew we had to rebuild this. That's where we incorporate that. But in talking to the developer, at first they didn't even want to do the bridge. You're like, we'll get you sidewalk. Right? We asked them to do the bridge out of the kindness of their heart for the residents of the area. Extending the culvert, like I say, is just a very different dynamic to the whole project in permitting and cost and time.
Okay, it's my cousin Vinny. 7th time is the charm. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. Let's move on to the bond refinancing opportunity. We've divided this into an ordinance and 2 resolutions, but once again, let's handle them all simultaneously, and then we will take the votes seriatim. So this is ordinance number 2021-12, introduction, authorizing the advanced refunding of the Series 2013B in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $15,500,000. Resolution 2021-123, engaging PFM to provide financial consulting services for the advanced refunding of the Series 2013B bond. Resolution number 2021-124, engaging Cozen O'Connor as bond counsel for the advanced refunding of the Series 2013B bonds. Bob, Bill, lead us in.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to note regarding the resolutions that PFM, Public Financial Management, is the township's appointed financial advisor for these types of transactions, as well as Cozen O'Connor is the township's appointed bond counsel for all of our bond transactions. These resolutions are simply formalizing their engagement relative to this specific transaction. And with us here tonight is Suzanne Mays from Cozen O'Connor, who can speak to any of the legal or technical issues related to the issuance. I will say that the refunding, hopefully you'll find, is a very straightforward and simple transaction. We're looking to refund the 2013 series, the Series 2013B bonds. We are not looking to extend the remaining life of the bonds. It will still be paid off in the remaining 13 years under the current amortization schedule. However, the township will realize a savings of approximately, or I should say on average, $41,000 per year, or just over $540,000 in the aggregate over the remaining 13 years.
Commissioner comment? Hearing none, is there any staff comment?
I'd just like to thank Suzanne Mays and also Michael Wolf here is from Spending and Scattergood, who assist with these transactions.
Public comment? Do we have a quorum? Yes, okay. Okay, ordinance number 2021-12, introduction authorizing the advanced refunding of the Series 2013B in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $15,500,000. I don't know that I moved for these, so I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I will call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes. Moving to resolution number 2021-123. I'll call again for public comment. Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry, I will, thank you, Commissioner Borowski. I will move for it. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Wait, Commissioner comment on this?
Sure. I meant to do commissioner comment for all of them simultaneously. I apologize. Go ahead.
My question, Suzanne, is on the 3-year spend down provision. So we had an issue come up a few weeks ago on the bonds, and this 15.5 I know is advance refunding, and my assumption is all the money has been spent and has been used for the purposes authorized by the bonds. But if they are not, because there are quite a few bonds issues and construction funds that are out there that are exceeding the 3-year requirement. What's the issue? What is the current status, and what is the exposure from not spending bond construction funds within the IRS period, in your view, in this context right now?
So, I'm sorry, Suzanne Mays, partner with Cozen O'Connor, serving as bond counsel. So one distinction here is it's a taxable refunding. So you don't have a second tax-exempt deal burdening the market. So that's a good fact. To the extent there are any remaining proceeds, if you've reached the 3-year period, the proceeds should be yield restricted. And, you know, although we and the service would like to see proceeds spent as quickly as possible, circumstances do arise. The pandemic is a very good example of something that's completely out of the control of the township. That would certainly be a good fact should there ever be a random audit of one of the existing series of bonds.
Just for the record, Mr. President, if I could, these bonds were originally issued in 2004, and they've been refunded several times in their life, so there are no remaining proceeds of these bonds.
Understood, but in the general, I wanted, since Suzanne's here, and we didn't have her on the specific question when it came up, I wanted to address that in this context. Also, do we have anyone from PFM here?
PFM is not here tonight, no,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
I would just say we've worked closely with PFM and with Michael Wolf and your solicitor firm on the papers and the details.
Understood. I was just looking for a face. I didn't see any PFM people.
Is there any additional commissioner comment? Is there any additional public comment? Hearing none, I'll call the vote on Resolution 2021-123. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Moving to Resolution 2021-124, engaging Cozen O'Connor as bond counsel for the advanced refunding of Series 2013 B bonds. Is there any commissioner comment?
Need to make a motion.
Thank you. It's late and I can't see. I will so move. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? I will then call the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. I'm going to note with Commissioner Abel absent because he usually wants to abstain from these votes, and I want to create a record of that, specifically with respect to Cozen O'Connor. Moving on to item 3D, 904 Drexel Lane waiver of the stormwater management ordinance.
Good evening. My name's Chris Yon. I'm the civil engineer for this project. This is there's an existing home here at 904 Drexel Lane. The owner, Lillian Wang's here. They will be demolishing the existing house and installing a new house. We did do infiltration tests at several locations on the site, found zero infiltration and shallow limiting zones. You can see here there is a floodplain that runs along the rear of the property. So just like another project I had here a few months ago, it's not surprising that there's not any infiltration. I know that, the main question is if we're asking for a waiver, what are we doing that's extra? And so, I want to point those things out quickly. I've been working with this homeowner actually for a few years. I've been keeping her updated as we've gone through other projects that have asked for waivers and what that process has looked like. And so, we started out with trying to minimize impervious, limiting disturbance areas, protecting sensitive areas. Those are kind of non-structural things we did. Structural things we did is we typically have a 10-foot spreader. We've increased that to 25 feet long. We provided 4 shade trees. None are required with the tree removal, so those were just additional that the homeowner is willing to do. We are providing a rain garden for water quality treatment of the runoff. And I think the biggest thing, which I'm hopeful that you'll be happy about, is there's additional rate control by the rain garden. We have it here on the northern side of the pool, and we basically extended it to the property line, to the pool side, to the floodplain side, and then to the east it goes up to an existing Japanese maple tree that we'd like to keep. And so with those extents, we have at least a 28% reduction in all of the flows above what is required. And that's all the way up to the 100-year storm. The smaller storms, the most frequent storms, the 1 and 2-year storm, there's actually an additional 72% reduction above what is required. And so those are really the extras that we did. And I tried to be brief here, but I'm happy to answer any questions or go into further depth. Or we do have the homeowner here if you'd like to
I have a
hear
couple
from him.
questions. So you're scraping the site, is that correct? Is it a total tear down?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What is the current, right now, what is the current amount of impervious and what are you, I just don't have it up.
The current impervious is 5,400, which is about 9%. The proposed is 9,900, which is about 18%.
So it's 9,000, how much?
Yeah, it goes from 5,400 up to 9,900 for an increase of about 4,500.
Okay, so you're almost doubling it.
Almost.
Okay. Thanks.
So are you changing the soil? You're putting back, you're pulling out soil, are you putting in new soil and to what depth?
So similar to, the other engineer there was up here, with these sites, we try to balance earthwork, so there'll be some cut, there'll be some fill. There's some areas that are minimal cut, and then there's others where, a new foundation will be where, you might have 10 feet of cut. And so the intent is to, balance the site with what's there, because there's a little more impervious going in, then there will be extra topsoil that's put back in locations to end up with more thicker topsoil than what's there now.
What do we call that when we put in new soils to improve the stormwater permeability? Soil remediation, soil?
Yes, sir. I believe they're doing so in the rain garden. Yes, Mr. Yan?
That's correct. It's noted on a plan as amended soils.
Soil amendments. So what's the depth of the soil amendments? So the theory being, you're going to put that in, you improve the soil by taking out the bad, and that would be in addition to the balancing of the site with the cut and fill?
Correct. It's 18 inches of amended soils in the rain garden, and yes, that would require some import of organics or mulch or other things to create that amended soil.
Why not do 4 feet?
So there's a shallow limiting zone here, and so at some point when you go down deep enough, you're just hitting the water table, and so it's not really making any difference. It just fills up with water. And then
what is that depth?
We actually have on this test hole over on the southern side, it says that there was water at 4 feet deep, modeling starting at 1 foot deep.
Well, you're putting in a pool there. Is that a new pool?
Yes, it is.
That'll be deeper than 4 feet, right?
So the pool is actually elevated.
Okay. But presumably it will it's an in-ground pool. It's going to be deeper than 4 feet. Even when you elevate 4 feet and then go down to the deep end 4 feet, it'll still be at the same thing. Seems to me you could amend the soils to 4 feet.
The elevation of the pool is around 236, and on the low side where the deeper end would be is the existing grades at 231. So I'm not sure how deep the deep end is, but it.
Commissioners, if I can point something out. So on this specific waiver and waivers of this type, so this falls under our stormwater management ordinance, the full ordinance, of which there are several components. So the applicant is unable to meet the requirement of one component, right? They're still doing the rate control and other items, which is different from other things that have been before you where the only component is groundwater recharge and an applicant can't meet that. So I just want to make that distinction that groundwater recharge is one component of the stormwater management ordinance in this case.
I'm sorry, Steve, can you repeat that? I
Yes,
apologize.
ma'am. So when we get to this amount of impervious, this is the third level, the highest level of our stormwater ordinance, and there are a few components to that. In this case, the applicant is unable to meet the requirements of one component. They're still doing the rate control, they're still doing the other items, which they're required to do, and that's in the review letter where we say the applicant must address all other outstanding grading permit issues. So they can't do the groundwater recharge. They are doing rate control. They're going over on the rate control. So I just wanted to make that distinction versus some of the grading permits that's come before you where the only component is groundwater recharge. This is a different situation.
And so in your opinion, we see a lot of these plans and they often have the cisterns underground or some sort of underground water management system. This one, if I'm reading it right, looks to be above ground with a rain garden. Is that right?
Could you discuss your method of rate control, Mr. Yan?
Yes, it is an above-ground rain garden, and so, as Commissioner Booker was asking, there's 18 inches of amended soils in the bottom, and then, like, below the bottom of the rain garden. And then there's, I believe it's about 6 inches or a foot of storage area before the first orifice, so that the only way that that water gets out is it has to filter through that soil and be treated by the soil and then go through an under drain to get out. And then above that there is an outlet structure. I believe it's a 12-inch diameter riser that has different orifices and weirs in it that controls how quickly the water leaves. And so we're held to a certain standard to reduce those rates. We call it the rate control back to existing conditions. And so that was the part I was trying to highlight earlier, where in addition to going back to the existing conditions, we're going at least 28% better on all storms, which goes all the way up to the 100. And for the smaller storms, the 1 to 2 year, we're doing even 72% better. So almost twice as good as we need to.
What effect is this going to have on neighboring properties? I mean, have you spoken to the neighbors? Do you currently have water issues on this property? Do you share the concern about flooding? Sure.
Hi, my name is Lillian Wong, and I reside with my husband and my 2 sons at 904 Drexel Lane. And so we've actually been in a lot of communication with our neighbors. Drexel Lane is very small. There's only 8 homes, 5 on one side and 3 on our side. And we've been in constant contact with both our neighbors on our adjacent sides that would have immediate effects from any construction that we do. So at this point, our back corner where you can see that it used to flood a lot with the rainwater that would come down from Wooten and beyond. And this township actually, Mr. Nartini, worked with our neighbor at 908 Drexel Lane, which is right here, and us, to put in a curb because we had very poor erosion that was happening at the Drexel Lane and the grass interface, and that curbing tremendously helped with the wetness that is in this back corner right here. In fact, we got it put in, I want to say it was the end of July 2020, and then we had that big rainstorm in August of 2020, and the water that was coming down from Wooten followed the curb right to the storm drains at the end of Drexel Lane and Bryn Mawr, and it allowed for minimal water pooling at the back, which was a pleasant sight for us to see because usually it would flood, but it really has not been flooding at all since we've had the curb come in, and that was something, stormwater management is something that all of us neighbors are constantly working on because there is a creek that is behind our properties. And so when we embarked on this, which as Mr. John had mentioned, it's literally been maybe 3 or 4 years now, we've been talking, thinking, working with our neighbors for that amount of time. They may not have been involved in all of our design plans, but how we position the house, how we wanted to keep the trees, you know, anything for the stormwater management, those are all things that we've discussed and we've been working with. Another example of how we are constantly in discussions with our neighbor, and given the length of time that we've been working and discussing on this project, you know, Radnor and in Bryn Mawr itself, where our home is located, the electrical lines are actually all above ground. And, you know, we've had many instances where we're always out of power. And so, you know, the longest for us was over a week, and with only 3 homes on that side, it's always been an issue to be a priority to get that restored. So we took the initiative to work with our neighbors where we actually removed the brush that was at the back of the properties and buried all the electrical and communication lines, you know, to not just help with the property, but also assist with our neighborly, I guess, duties, right? We all want to be good neighbors. And in addition to that, we planted 9 spruce trees at the back here, really they were chosen by our arborists. They weren't chosen by us. They were chosen by our arborists that we work with for several reasons. One, it provided good wind barrier, sound protection from Midland Avenue, and it helped with sucking up the water that was in the back of the property. So those are just examples of, how we've worked with our neighbors. Not only are adjacent neighbors supportive of our plan, the neighbors across the way are supportive of our plan. And the thing that's really great about our lane is that it's our neighbors. You can build a fantastic house, but there's no guarantee that your neighbors are going to, be supportive for you. And so that's something that we know we're very fortunate of, and that's why we're always working with our neighbors, being in constant communication with them to ensure that nobody has any issues. We're very respectful of that. My husband grew up in this house, so we didn't embark on this lightly. This was something that we had to really think about whether we were going to do. He's lived in this house for over 40 years. He's the second oldest tenant on the street. And we wanted our kids to grow up here. He's always had good experiences. And so for us, we want to continue that tradition. All 8 of the families that are here, we get together routinely. And like I said, we will bring forth plans and just talk to each other and say, this is what's happening. Is this going to work? The most recent one was really just my neighbor texted me and said, there's too many cars turning into our lane because they think that they can cut through our lane to go to Mill Avenue or Mill Road, especially when school lets out. And we're between St. Aloysius Academy and Sacred Heart Academy. And I see it. People are cursing as they're waiting at that traffic light because it's horrendous, the traffic. And they try to cut through and they're going fast. We have a lot of young kids that are on this lane. And we've made the effort to keep our neighborhood, our lane safe. We reached out to the township to get signs put up. We're always looking out for each other is basically the take home that I wanted to put forth. And it's not only that, during this whole design process, we made sure to consider our neighbors from placement of the driveway to, not create a problem for our neighbors, from not making a U shape because we wanted to keep the aesthetic of the lane and our house. We have also worked with them to say, okay, if we have to take down a tree because it's dead, we do, and then we plant something else. And so for us, it's a reciprocal relationship between us and our neighbors. We're not looking to change any of that because we know that we're fortunate, that we have great neighbors, and we want to value that.
I can actually attest. I was on the other side of that email about the do not, what is it, the dead end?
Yeah, no outlet.
From one of your neighbors
Yeah,
who,
Diana.
a different one.
Diana Paris, Allie McBride.
Yeah. So, who has kids,
Yeah.
my
Yeah, we
son's
all have
age.
young
Yep.
kids,
So I will certainly attest to that there's a lot of community on the street. I haven't heard anything against this. I think I probably would have. I'll just ask the engineer, Steve, are you okay with this plan? Is this a good plan? It's something that you think is going to work?
So, Commissioner, again, this really comes back to the board. The ordinance just states the applicant must request a waiver, and it stops there. It doesn't say they have to do anything, and we have discussed maybe in the future setting some type of parameter when this situation comes up. So, has the applicant done what in many times in the past the board has asked to do something in addition to the fact that they can't infiltrate? Mr. Yan has done that. If what Mr. Yan's 28% reduction in the 100-year event and I think 72% in the 1- and 2-year events, if that so pleases the board, then yes. So I mean, this could be a never-ending process where we just ask for more. At one point, You have to determine what is adequate, understanding the situation they're at.
What is this costing you, just for the stormwater?
I think that based on their proposal, it looked like it was.
Can you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Go up to the mic.
Yeah, from the proposal that they put through, I think it's going to be about 80 to 100,000.
Is that, what's the construction budget?
Our construction budget is about 2.6 million.
So can I just ask a couple questions? And thank you very much for coming here. And I know, you just want to build your house, and I'm sure it's going to be very lovely. I have a couple concerns with regards to this. So that area of Bryn Mawr Avenue also floods, I know, pretty badly with the storm because of the creek that goes underneath there when we get some bad rainstorms. So I guess I'm concerned about there not being any besides, I mean, I understand what you're doing and cutting down, but I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the runoff into Meadowbrook Run there. Is there some reason why this is the max of what you want to do, or is there other limitations, or is it really a budgetary consideration?
Are you talking about the rain garden?
Yes.
So we did, I told Lillian how we went through with some other projects and others I've seen, and how we've asked for more and more. And so we really talked about the rain garden, and we really extended it as close to the property line, to the pool, and to the floodplain as we could. And then we worked up this way. And basically there's an 8-inch Japanese maple tree that's there that we wanted to keep. And so that was kind of our box that we had to work with. And so that's how we did, get what I think are good extras for the extra rate control, which will be a benefit to the neighbors. But that was really the constraint. And so if we wanted to do even more rate control, we would work further north and remove that tree.
This is all around trying to save the Japanese maple?
Right. And to the east, I should have said.
That's okay. But Mr. Yu, you're the one who did the one plan that we just voted on a couple weeks ago with the really innovative system that also cooled the water before it was discharged back out into the creek, correct?
Correct.
And something like that would not be applicable here because of the intent to save the tree?
So we originally had a stone bed underneath this one as well, but we received a review comment that we don't get credit inside the stone. And so that other project was a little different because it was less than 1,500 square feet of impervious. And so when you're in that 500 to 1,500 range, you get credit for voids between stone. But once you get above 1,500, you don't, and you can only use some type of system that's maintainable, like a pipe system or crates or something. And so that's the reason we didn't provide the stone underneath here. We're not opposed to doing that. I just wasn't getting a credit for it. And so
Well, it seems like that would be more reason to do it, right? It's exactly the opposite. Generally, we ask for not 28%, but 200%, or at least 100%. The issue is not the 100-year storm over 24 hours, it's a 10-year storm over 2 hours, or the 20-year storm over 2 hours. So these systems need to be large enough to stop the flooding when there is a massive rain event, not over 24 hours, over 2 hours, or 3 hours, or 4 hours. So I think we should make this bigger. I think you should have more in light of the construction, and in light of the project, and in light of building up. I can't see that this is going to be a balanced site. It looks like you're building it up. But in light of all the work, it seems like a little ask to make sure that you have more than 28% on the 100-year storm. I would ask for 100%.
So,
What would it, so reasonably, I mean, realistically, a commissioner's asking you to get it from 28 to 100%. What would that take?
So you can't just go to 100%, because what happens is you have areas that are controlled and areas that are uncontrolled. And because we don't have any infiltration rates here, I can't make zero come out of the rain garden. So some has to come out. So I can keep making it bigger and bigger and bigger, but I get a very incremental increase in that. And so We are willing to put, say, 2 feet worth of stone underneath it to get some of that. It's called internal water storage volume. We're happy to do that. And really, one of the things we talked about is we'd like to come out of here with an approval tonight. And so if we could do that with a condition of, hey, we'll put, 2 feet of stone underneath it, or if we make the rain garden 10% bigger, we'll do that. Now, the point I want to make is making the rain garden bigger is going to remove another tree, and that's really why we stopped where we did. One of the other things we talked about is whether we design the rain garden for a 200-year storm event or a 500-year storm event. But one of the things I told Lillian is I can't tell her what the answer is, and my experience is you keep asking for more, and it's like, well, then should I have started at nothing? Should I have started right at the minimum rate control that I could have done and then came back the next month and said, well, now I have 28% for the 100-year storm and 72% for the 1- and 2-year storm, and it would have been viewed a lot better than when I said it the first time. So we're struggling a little
So to
bit
your
here.
point, Lily and I had a good conversation about this project, and I asked her to bring a plan forward that was honest and transparent about what is capable on this property so that we wouldn't have to play that game. I do know that you've probably seen meetings, you've been involved in projects, and you see that we do ask a lot more. But I think that what we have learned as a board is that perhaps we're not getting the initial offers where, you're maxing out. I understand there are budgetary restrictions as well. So it's, you could probably do, if you have $2 million extra, you could do a lot more. I get that. But I do think that what we're seeking is, you're the expert. You work with our expert. I would like to know, how do we continue to address this township-wide concern of stormwater management property by property. Unfortunately, that's how we have to do it. So I am asking you to give us, a transparent and honest answer about what capacity is there to manage more water.
And I would add to that, I think it's probably more important, you can plant another Japanese maple, you can plant one with a 6-inch or 8-inch caliper. You can replicate that fairly easily. But once this happens, we don't get another shot to try to stem the flooding issues that are rampant in the township, and we hear about every time. And again, it's not a 100-year storm over 20. It's the 2 hours and 4 hour storm. That's a 10-year storm over 4 hours. That's really what the issue is, and that's why we need the capacity.
So I just want to go back through the numbers. 9,900 square feet for the dwelling?
No, that's for all the
That's for
impervious.
everything,
Yeah.
including driveway,
Yes.
sidewalks, pool,
There is a sidewalk to the front door, but there's
no additional? I mean, to some of the other points made, I just feel, I mean, there's got to be some consistency with the way we're ruling up here. I mean, we had an applicant in here a few weeks ago, and they wanted to do a driveway, a wraparound driveway. We made them come back 3 times, take away portions of their driveway, and that was 1,600 square feet. They had to do much more than put a rain garden in, and so I can't support this waiver request. Is 9,900 square feet, is it a need, a want? I'm not here to tell you that, but you're asking for a waiver, and for me to give you a waiver, I've got to see something comparable, and it's not comparable what we've made other residents do, and that's the line that I have to be consistent on. We've asked neighbors to do much more for much less.
So I worked on the project with the driveway at I think it was 608 West Wayne, if I remember correctly. And this rain garden provides more rate control than that one did. So we did more. One of the asks on that project from Mr. Booker was, can we make the spreader longer?
Yep, that was good.
And on that one.
It's good, 25.
We had it around 10, and we kept it around that because that homeowner had met with the neighbor, and we had relocated the spreader to where the neighbor wanted it.
Yep, I was there.
And we kept it at 10. This one, we went to 25 feet. We added 4 more trees. I feel like we did multiple things here to try to get there. And so, I am telling you, we could put some stone underneath this. We can get rid of a tree. We can make it bigger. But at some point, it can't be an open-ended, can we have more, can we have more, can we have more?
I do just want to say for your future practice, next year somebody else is going to have this job. They may have a different perspective on this, but I do talk to the engineer about whether the applications that are coming in front of us for stormwater management are actually ready for prime time. And if the answer is that it looks like this is gamesmanship, they're coming in really low so that you can negotiate and then you meet them farther down in the middle. We'll always list you, but we have a ton of items on our agendas and things have to be cut sometimes. Those are the projects that are most ripe for cutting. So if you don't get to us a couple of weeks in a row, it tends to be because I think that there's some gamesmanship. Someone else may have a different perspective on that next year, but I know, and that's not what happened here. You were very clear, and I know Commissioner Mulroney, you specifically said that's not what you wanted to see, but because you raised that concern, I recognize that, I understand. I don't think it's unreasonable to make that point in your position, but I just do want to make sure that you understand that is something that we are looking to actively police. I am.
So it does sound like there are some options where you could do some things to increase. I do like the idea of saving the trees, so I think so I think maybe what you can do while still doing that, and maybe it's even planting a couple more trees in addition, so as well as the stone. And I realize this is not, this is the inadequacy, I think, of our stormwater ordinance. It definitely, we've talked about this multiple times, we need to be able to give some clear parameters, and I think that we just don't have those clear parameters. It's not clear, and it does become an issue of, well, can I do this and will it pass? And can I do that and will it pass? So, I would like to see a little more, especially for that area, because I know that area floods, and there is that creek right there. It floods badly there. That road gets shut down, I'm sure you know. So, yeah, so I would like to see a little more.
I'll add, so as far as the trees go, I think trees are great. I'd love it if you keep planting them, but you're having a pool. So trees and pools typically don't go well together because you have leaves and debris that can fall into the pools. So you could plant a tree only to take it down. It's a sapling. I get it. I'm sure that you're more honest than that. But I think that once you put stone in a ground, it's going to be a little bit harder to dig up. So it would impress me more if you work on that angle. You should work on it all, but the things that, like a rain garden, to me, if you've heard me speak at these meetings, in 10 years, if you sell your house, it could just look like a bunch of bushes and debris. Go to Clemacrone Park and you can see 2 rain gardens there. That's what I like to tell people, and that's my opinion of rain gardens. I have a very low opinion of them. But the stone, the gravel, I think that's going to work best. So if you could come up with something a little bit better. To your engineer's point, how much is enough? We can't keep coming back there. I get it, but I think if you give this board a little bit more, it'd probably be easier for me to digest.
25-foot spreader is good. I'm okay with that.
And we are fine with adding more trees, to your point. For us, we did want to maintain the green space. We're trying to build the home so that, everybody's at home nowadays, and it's something where we want it to be a place where our kids can utilize that space and then also have their friends and, you know.
Yeah, sorry, the
So
other
over,
thing
yeah.
that I want to just, bring back is that, and I don't know what the rule is, we have our engineer here. I think it's in like 2 years or something, you can come back and get another request, so that's the other thing that, not to say that you will, but how long do these waivers, it's not that, like every couple years you can ask for another waiver, so you hit whatever that maximum impervious is. So, no, let me finish, please. So I don't want it to be a cat and mouse game where it's like we get a little bit here and we kind of eventually keep building up to whatever that maximum is. Again, I don't necessarily think that you're going to do it, but it's always in the back of my mind when someone asks for something and then it's like, are we going to see them in 2 years? And you can make a promise up here, but we could still see you in 2 years asking for another waiver request. And Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, is it 2 years?
We go back, we look back as far as we can. If it's 4 years, we go back 4 years.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
You mean like to come back and request more
But
building?
let's say we don't like our pool.
Oh.
We want a bigger pool, and then it would be the same. So you're allowed to do it because you're not over that impervious, it's my understanding.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you would have to get another waiver, and it's this whole game again, and
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid it for
No, and,
everybody.
you know,
I'm gonna,
if you knew my husband, that would never happen.
So I'm going to jump in here, and I appreciate, you know, I'm sure you're good to your word. I'm not feeling that you have the votes tonight. I'm going to move to table this. and I-
Second.
Thank you.
I heard a motion table in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
And, you know, please work with our engineer again, you know, take a harder look at what you can, you know, come back with, and we will do our best to move this for you. I will ask to get this on a meeting as soon as we can, as soon as you're ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item E, 123 Hickory Lane, waiver of the stormwater management ordinance.
How's it going? My name's Andrew Allen. I'm the contractor for the residents there. And we're actually, the paperwork that Mr. Norsini here typed up, it's for a deck, okay? We want to put a deck on. And the only variation is that they were supposed to be 2 large landings on the original for the addition that we did. And we just wanted to fill in and just go out a couple extra feet. And we had soil analysis done when we did the addition, and the soil hasn't changed. It's clay. It doesn't, you know, percolate at all. So,
The deck that you're proposing, is it just a standard
it's a
wooden?
360 square foot deck.
Rain goes through it?
Rain goes through it, 1/4 inch gaps. So it's totally, you know, it's pervious.
Would the homeowner be willing to put in a rain barrel or something? It sounds like you're saying that there's no proposed.
There's a drainage ditch, a man-made drainage ditch that all the properties flow all the way through their property. Their property floods to where it's up to my waist if I stand in their backyard, okay? There's nowhere for water to go except into this man-made drain that's right next to their property. So when we had to deal with the stormwater management for the addition, we just ran the gutters to right next to it. It's like literally 3 feet from the property line.
How would they feel about adding a rain barrel or something?
Are you the owner? Can you come to the mic so everybody can hear you? Thanks.
My name's Keith Stewart. There's a creek alongside of the house, and all the water from, I guess, the train that goes into Norristown comes down there and comes over to our house, actually, and all the properties, everybody's property on Hickory Lane from Lowry's, I forget the name of the other street, but all the water comes down to that creek to drain. That's how it's been graded, I guess, from whenever they built the projects. You know, it was all the same homes, brick. And I don't know that would be It's feasible, I guess, but I don't know what it would actually do, because the yard, I got photos of the yard, I'm up to my knees, you know, what have you, with the water.
I understand you. There are, for me anyway, three competing interests. I think of a deck as not really doing much to impede stormwater. Water goes through it. It's not the same kind of impervious cover in my mind as I would expect to see from like a parking lot or something. The flip side of the coin is we've got equity issues, as you just saw that nice young woman that we put through the ringer. It's tough for me to say that we're going to give you the stormwater waiver when everybody else has to do something and you're not doing anything. The other issue is that while I agree with you that based on the conditions you describe, a stormwater barrel probably is not going to make enormous changes, it will detain one stormwater barrel's worth of water that would otherwise be flowing into the creek that you're describing, and it would be affecting other people downstream from you. So it's a small drop in a bucket, forgive the pun, but it adds up over time. So would you be willing to put in a barrel?
I'd be forced to say no.
Okay, understood.
So I have a couple questions. So I guess there'd be a downspout or a drain? There's some kind of...
Downspouts actually at this point go into the creek.
It's going into the creek?
Yes.
That's what was required
From
of us.
from your house?
Correct.
So, and I know those houses in
roof.
Conestoga Village
You live around the corner from us.
fairly well.
Yes.
So that's does it go underground or does it go above?
It goes underground to the creek.
Okay, so it's just getting all the water that's falling on your roof,
Yes,
but nowhere else?
all the roofs. Yeah, nowhere
Okay.
else.
Okay.
Correct.
And you're saying that when it rains pretty good, the whole backyard gets flooded?
It floods to the point, I'm actually thinking of getting flood insurance. I mean, it almost came up to where the new addition is, and the thing I took note of, the culvert that was underneath Hickory Lane, the water is up so high, it's actually pushing back and forth, because it's filled the entire culvert, and that's probably 4 foot by 6 foot, and it is filled with water, and then the next step will be, it's gonna come up and go over top of the road.
Okay. So do you have a deck on there now?
No.
And how large is the deck gonna be?
It's,
32 by 18?
30, no, it's 30.
I don't have
by-
my, yeah.
By 12.
I'm sorry.
360.
It's 32 by 12
Yeah.
in the
says-
4x4 lane.
So there's an additional 576 square
No,
feet
no,
of
that-
impervious?
That
Oh.
paperwork was for the soil analysis.
Okay, so let me, if I can, before I lose my...
Mr. Norsini has the new site plan. It's a 360 square foot deck.
Okay, so underneath that deck, you're not gonna
No.
put, you know, slate or concrete, so it'll be just, what is it, earth? I mean, because I know that those backyards, they don't get a lot of sun.
Right.
Is there gonna be grass there, or is it just like
There is
dirt?
grass there. There won't be any growing underneath it.
There won't be any growing underneath there. Is there anything that you could put there that could sop up some of that water? Is there any kind of one rain barrel, if you're flooded up to above your waist?
Yeah,
one rain barrel's not gonna do much, but is there anything that you could do to kind of, just one second, I'm having trouble with mine. Is there anything that you could do to collect some of the water that's going to fall under there?
The only thing I can say is there is a pile of dirt there that was from the addition when it was built.
Mhm.
It's probably 3 feet high, so that, I mean, I'm not a soil expert, but being up that high across the entire width of 30-some feet and out about almost 12, I'm sure that's going to absorb some water. How much, I don't know.
And do you worry about water flooding so high that it goes into your does your basement currently flood? Or are you worried that that water could go so high where it could enter your house?
I'd be worried that it could come into the house.
Okay.
I feel kind of good that pile of dirt's back there. I wasn't too
So
fond of
that
the
dirt is
idea.
acting almost like a buffer, like a sandbag?
Exactly.
It's like a
Okay.
berm.
Like a berm, okay. I would like to see more than one rain barrel, to be honest with you. I don't know what you can do. If there's something that you could put underneath stone, stone with gravel or just something.
But all it's gonna do is hold the water. It won't seep through, it's clay. You go
So-
down 1 foot, it's clay. It doesn't perk.
If
So
you could
it-
put-
all it'll
mhm.
do is hold stagnant water.
So,
I
Mr.
mean, if
Stewart,
you could then pump it out, a couple, you could, if you got a pump, or you could pump it out a
Mr.
little bit
Stewart,
later.
would you be willing to, so that the chairman had asked and Commissioner Farhi had asked, I understand what you're saying about the rain barrel. So the thought would be in a smaller storm, you would tie one or depending how many rain barrels, you would tie them into your gutter system before it discharges to the creek. And the idea is, when it's flooding, it's flooding. I agree. When
Yeah.
it's flooding, that's not going to do anything. A rain barrel will make that tiny incremental step for the small storms, where it does fill your rain barrel, and the idea is then you slowly release the water in the rain barrel to water your garden or your bushes or whatever. So you keep a couple hundred gallons out of, or 100 or 110 gallons out of the system. And I think that's what the commissioners were asking.
Hey, Steve, I'm confused, and maybe I missed this. We're talking about a deck here, correct?
Yes. Sir.
360 square feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's under 499 square feet.
But where we go back a few years, there is an addition of 500 square feet, so that's why we're back. Remember-
Explain that. I see the drawing shows an addition.
Well, we were just talking about how far do we look back? So yes, you were correct. On itself, no, it's under 500 square feet. We do look back, there was an addition done, so now you're over that. But the perk test, the infiltration test from the addition is still valid now. Where this house is located again, next to the stream, they're not going to infiltrate, but that's why they're here. And my point to the resident is, for what is basically, I think, like $200 for 2 rain barrels, if that appeases the board, if that so pleases the board, they can get on with their deck and finish their property, if that's what works for the board.
When was the addition put on?
Pardon me?
When was the addition?
2017.
And how much? How many square feet was the addition?
526. It was from 208, it was from 2018.
Okay, so we've got some years. Yeah, I mean, I understand sort of what you're facing on this property, and it does feel like it's a small deck, even though there was an addition a few years ago. If you would be willing to look into how those rain barrels might help
Yeah,
slow the
only thing
flow.
I could say at this point, I could make some changes, I suppose, but the entire roof, I'm sorry, the entire roofing system, all of the water goes into the gutter, even the left-hand side of the house. It comes from the front penny roof and the larger roof and goes around the back, then this way into the creek. Everything at this point is draining into the creek, so I guess we have to cut the gutter or the downspout and put barrels under
That is correct.
as many as possible.
That is correct. So would you, sir, be willing to move your permit forward and complete your deck? Would you offer 2 rain barrels to the Board of Commissioners?
Certainly.
Well, I'd like to see some drawings. I'd like to even consider this one little drawing here doesn't really show anything. It shows the addition. And obviously, we didn't look at this when there was an addition, so now we have a chance to look at it. So I'd ask that we come back and have a drawing showing the barrels. And I would like to consider a rain garden. I think you can put a rain garden out there.
So,
And
Commissioner, the fact that, so.
and some amended soils. So I'd move the table. I move the table this one as well, and let's take a look at this and see if we can't do a little bit more and put it on a drawing that we can see.
All in favor of tabling, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. Motion to table passes. Guys, we will see you back here at the next meeting.
Yeah, I have one question.
Go
My
ahead.
understanding is that Mr. Norsini believed that the deck was actually built. Is that correct?
No, I don't think we should lose sight of, I believe you were starting the deck without a permit. That's when we jumped in. So I know the deck is not constructed. I'm aware of that, but the plan was to construct it. We intervened at one point.
No, it was the 2 landings that were being constructed, that were on the plans. So
well-
the neighbor called to complain. That's what
All right, well,
So
I appreciate
that's
that.
immaterial to where we stand today.
Sort that out.
I'll work with you to come up with a plan to present to the commissioners if you're willing.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 4F, ordinance 2021-07, adoption, amending Chapter 280, the Radnor Township Code zoning ordinance by permitting an increase in building height in the Garrett Hill neighborhood, GHN, and Garrett Avenue, GHGA districts. In addition, outdoor dining would be permitted in the Garrett Hill Conestoga Road, GHCR district. I will so move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner comment?
Well, is there any review of what the main topics are on this, or I know we had this for introduction, we talked about it, but were any changes, anything?
No.
It's exactly the same as introduction?
Well, I'll,
And looks like you have some prepared comments?
yeah, a few.
Okay.
All right, it's 10:18, so for the interest of time, this has been going back and forth for several years, as you know. I've been asked by Commissioner Abril, as a bunch of commissioners, to make this more transparent. So let's talk about what I've done. I've put it in my newsletter, it's been on Facebook, it's been on Nextdoor. I email residents, I walked the district 7 times for the past 2 years. It's been on the radnor.org website. Peggy, thank you very much for everything that you did with putting that out. What else? Peggy has helped me, and Molly, who's not here. They put it on Instagram. We did 2 snail mails to the residents. I had 2 town halls, most recently September 29th, where, as Angie, who's the owner of Flippin' Valley, said, about 2 people showed up. And then there may be 3 or 4 people that called in. Thanks to Peggy and Ian, I did a robocall to let people know about the town hall. The town hall was recorded and memorialized on YouTube. I've had petitions signed, and I gave notice at the BOC meeting, just to let everyone know that this is transparent. This has been on the Delco planning. This has been on Radnor's planning, where it passed unanimously. My phone number and my email is on my website. I'm pretty accessible, as you all know. I've met with staff a bunch of times to brainstorm and figure out ways how to increase transparency and participation. I did post a poll on a Facebook website. It's unscientific, but it was still 42 to 3 that were for it. Radnor has sent emails, and I believe you also sent text messages as well. So I think the people have spoken. They are for it. Now, I did see something tonight. And I've received many letters from my residents as well, and I am glad to pass these things down. But what I saw was something on my I guess desk here, stating that there's an alternative petition. Let me explain. I think it's bunk, to be honest with you. I received 1 phone call. I received 2 phone calls, but one today specifically from a resident who said that they were badgered to the point where they just signed it, so the person that held the petition would leave. So to Sumanth, who is not here, to his point, residents in Garrett Hill are being badgered. This effort to get these people, there's been 2 years. What's this last minute petition? And why weren't these people asked to come to the town hall? I mean, these people haven't spoken to me. What this is like a last minute cram job. It's misinformation. There's been misinformation that has been spread throughout the neighborhood, throughout the community. We have residents going around with cards, putting them in people's doors. No name, no professional organization, with scare tactics. So certain advocate residents go around and try to scare people, it's bad. But really, up until 2 days ago, no one had a problem with this. Again, it's scare tactics. It's this Garrett Hill coalition, or what's left of it, with more scare tactics. And I've heard it. I've heard it from the head of the Garrett Hill coalition, who said we need to scare these people into the seats, quote unquote. That was with the 133, 135, 131, 133 house that was too tall, and this is no different. I'm going to ask this board that we need to protect the business district. We need to protect these people that were illegally spot zoned. It has caused what I believe unintended, I don't believe it was intentional, but unintended racism. 19 houses on half of a street, on a high minority street. If you limit the height, you limit the growth, you limit what they can sell the properties for, and who does that hurt? It hurts those people. I'll speak for myself real quick and then I'll end. These are the people that did not live in the overlay, but they told someone how tall their house can be. My mortgage, my house payment is my biggest check that I write every month. And if you're gonna tell someone that their house can't appreciate as much as somebody on the north side of the street, that's terrible. And that needs to get fixed, and hopefully it'll be fixed tonight. So I'm asking this board to please vote in favor of making these changes. And if anybody has any questions, at least with me, I am happy to answer them. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I think that we should not attack individual people, the people who are doing petitions. And this petition, I guess you're talking about this Garrett Hill values thing. I never saw it before, but I saw it tonight, which I guess is the petition you're talking about. I doubt that the little old ladies walking around with this were threatening anybody, but I'm sure they're not very threatening people. But irrespective of that, the issue is changing the zoning. So number one, the thing I think is good in this is that businesses be allowed to have outdoor dining, and I think that was something that was a good idea. The height of the houses, this was all precipitated by an error that somebody was allowed to build too high, and the concern at the time was, well, now that we let this one person build too high, everybody's going to want to do it, and it wasn't individual, but now we have the codification of that. So I think these are legitimate concerns. We've also heard we got some emails about parking and some other things. So rather than go back and forth about who said what to whom in the neighborhood, I was hoping that we could do some analysis of the changes and talk about the benefits from those changes, and not talk about, there's not systemic racism. There's not racism. There was an overlay. There were people who worked on it. I don't believe that there was racism that was causing any spot zoning. I don't even know what you're talking about. Let's stick to the issue. What are the changes? Why are they good? And why are they beneficial to the business and to the homeowners?
Sure, I'll answer that. So I'm almost positive that everywhere in the township, residential is at least 35 feet, except these 19 homes. That's unfair. I mean, that alone is reason. I'm letting you know the deeper reasons. As far as the business district, the outdoor dining is going to be limited. These businesses need to compete. These businesses will fail. We already have Garrett Hill Pizza. It looks to be something's happening, but if we lost the Owl House and we lost Flippin' Bailey's, it's going to be a ghost town. And that's not good for many people that live in Garrett Hill and work there, and we do have a bunch of people that do that. It's not good for, forget the tax situation for us, but it's an eyesore, and there's a lot of pride in Garrett Hill. I mean, we recently had that Emlyn Tinnell Day here. He came from Garrett Hill. There's a lot of pride here. That's really it. I'm just a little, pardon me, flabbergasted to see this last-minute barrage of when I've been available for 2 years to have these conversations. 2 years, and at a town hall. And it's only now that people are bringing other people in there that won't have a conversation, and to me, that's coward. It's cowardice.
So out of those, so walk me through the street. So you've got, 19 homes that you say are restricted on height
Correct.
at 30 feet?
Correct.
How many homes on that street are above 30 feet?
Kevin, so some of them were grandfathered in, and some of them, the ones that weren't, they're not. So if you're grandfathered in, that's fine. They're not going to make you take the house down. I think, Kevin, you could probably better answer that.
I don't have any ideas to the number and the heights of the individual buildings. If they are legally non-conforming, they're permitted to remain. If you were to tear it down, you would have to comply with the height requirements of the district.
Okay. And Kevin, help me explain how this is. So we just came, we had this discussion on Clover Road with the house that was bought and is being redeveloped, and they're going up, they're within code. But the discussion was, do we want to try to zone the rest of the street? And the decision by you and by the solicitor was, you can't do that because it's spot zoning. So why is it not okay? Why can you not do it at Clover, but it seems that you were able to do it here?
I wasn't here in the township when this was put in, but the Garrett Hill Overlay District involved multiple districts on multiple streets and multiple properties, and wasn't precluded or limited to just the number of homes on Clover and just Clover Lane in and of itself. So I believe the Garrett Hill area is a much larger overlay than what we were looking at Clover Lane.
So then it's more than 19 homes.
The district itself, but that comprises of the Garrett Hill Neighborhood District, the Garrett Hill Garrett Avenue District, the Garrett Hill Conestoga Road District, the Garrett Hill Business Campus District, and the Garrett Hill Open Space District. So it was a much larger area than just the area that comprises of Clover Lane. But I don't know, this was done, I'll have to get an exact date.
So Kevin, I guess my next question is, if it were to be done today, would this be something that you would approve?
That would be a legal question for the legality of a zoning code, but if you're looking at such a large area, I think that is a viable option versus a smaller, just one block worth of street frontage. And this ordinance went in 2009.
And just to be clear, this whole, I don't think I'm hearing you correctly, this whole area, they're restricted to 30 feet.
The Garrett Hill Neighborhood District has Garrett Hill Neighborhood has a height limitation of 30 feet to the top of the ridge of the roof. Garrett Hill, Garrett Avenue is 30 feet to the top peak of the roof, 25 feet for a flat roof. Garrett Hill Conestoga Road is 35 feet to the top of the ridge for a pitched roof, 30 feet for a flat roof. Garrett Hill Business Campus is 35 feet to the top ridge of the roof, and Garrett Hill Open Space, which consists of the park, is 20 feet to the top of the roof. And in all other districts, the height is to the midpoint of a roof. It's the other distinction with the Garrett Hill District.
So just kind of to piggyback on what Commissioner Abel was saying, is that we have discussed Clover Lane and that there is a by right house going in that's going to change the look and feel of a neighborhood that the people who live there are feeling very strongly about will sort of, change that look and feel that they're very committed to. It's also my understanding that the process that may have been quite some time ago, but that was the origination of some of the restrictions in Garrett Hill as well, is that it's a unique neighborhood with some, specific stylings, and that it was an attempt to kind of keep that look and feel. So, I just wanted to draw that comparison. I'm not sure I'm...
Can I respond when you're done?
Sure, go right.
Great. So, great, 5 feet. That, if you watch the planning meeting, that's what Megan Gonzalez, who actually lives in Garrett Hill, said. It's just 5 feet. It doesn't change the character of the neighborhood because the house is on the other side. You wouldn't know that there's an overlay unless I told you, but the houses on the other side look very similar to the houses on the south side, on the north side. So it's not changing the character, and many of those houses are even above that. They're already grandfathered in. So 5 feet doesn't change the character of the neighborhood at all. If you made it 40 feet, yeah, that would. All we're saying is that these homeowners should have the same equitability, that's even a word, for, that live on the south side as on the north side. That's it. They're not asking for anything more. They're just asking for the same rights that the people have on the north side, actually that people have in all of Garrett Hill, and really the whole township. It's 19 houses. It's spot zoning. It's wrong. And this has been going on for 10 years, this overlay, and it didn't work. It failed. And we can talk about petitions, and I have one that Sumant signed from the majority of the people that live in that overlay that want it changed. And they didn't want people that didn't live in the overlay, that lived 4 streets away or 4 miles away, telling them how to live their lives and how tall their houses could be. No one would like it if someone went to whatever streets you live on and say, well, look, Sean, you live on Rockingham. There's character on Rockingham. There's character on Boxwood. There are characters on all the street. Why did they pick this street? My street is made up of twins, and then it's made up of single-family homes. And I would not dare tell the people that live in the twins, we're going to restrict your height. That's wrong. I mean, it's wrong on so many levels.
Hey, Sean, can I just tell you a story that, and it's an interaction with residents that I've had based on the Clover and Morris Road conversation about restricting improvements. And now that one is gone, no neighbor wants their homes restricted for the reasons you've set forth. They want to be able to have that flexibility and to be able to capitalize on their single largest investment. So, I appreciate that you held the town hall meeting, which was a request I made. It's unfortunate that, if people opposed it, they didn't show up and have their voice heard. So at this point, I've looked into it, I've had conversations. I'm leaning toward supporting this request unless there are residents here who have...
This is the petition that they signed. This has been going on for 2 years.
No, I understand that, but I need...
Appreciate it.
I need some reason other than, and I appreciate all the work that neighbors have put into this. But for these homes, not every home is 30 feet. There are homes in this street that are above 30 feet. We had the home that was, it was an error, but it's now 35 feet. So the character is that it's a hodgepodge.
Yeah, it doesn't, I mean, if you drive up and down, I'm sure you've driven up and down, do you say, all right, so someone made new construction, but even if they built 2 more of those houses that this guy Brasso built, I don't see the character of that neighborhood changing. I mean, some houses are old, and it's a shame that you take down a really old house. There's charm to it. Those bungalows, they're charming. But sometimes you need to, these houses are old, there's issues with them, and sometimes it's easier it's easier and cheaper to just knock it down and rebuild something. I would also say, too, parking is an issue on that street, and we spoke about that. I think that if you take some of these homes, and the perfect example is that guy Brasso's house. Now, granted, that was a vacant lot, but if you take a house that may have been kind of on its way down, and then you have an absentee landlord, and they rent it out to college kids that may have a couple cars in the driveway on the street, and then they invite their friends over. But if you build those houses that Brasso built, you're probably not going to put college kids there. I'm not saying that you could, and I think that's really going to help with the parking. Now, so that's just the issue with the height. With the outdoor dining, can I touch on that real quick or not?
Actually, this is one thing I've been having a problem with this ordinance, is that you're conflating two issues that I think are very, very separate. So if we could continue to talk about the houses.
Sure.
And then move on to the dining.
And that's really it. I just think that these, like I said, the biggest check that I write every month goes to my mortgage. And if you live on the north side, your houses can go up if they double, and if I live on the south side, my houses only go up 50% of that. That when I sell, I have less buying power. I've actually lost money. And that's my biggest investment. So I just think that it's just not, it's beyond not fair. It was just an oversight. It's been going on for 12 years. It didn't work. And it's time to reevaluate and to change it.
So one of the issues that I'm sort of even hearing as you're describing why you want this change is that
I don't want it. The neighbors want it. The neighbors in the overlay.
The neighbors who are talking to you, I've been getting a lot of emails from people who don't, and they do live there. So it's who they're comfortable talking to. They're not calling you because they don't have to. They know what your opinion is. They're calling me and other commissioners because they're trying to sway us and find out what our opinion is. So I think that you're hearing from the people who are supporting your very public, very transparent position on the issue, and you're perhaps not hearing from those who differ from you because
I did a poll. I heard it was 40.
It's not going to get you anywhere.
42 to 3. So okay. But go on.
The unscientific poll that you referred to. So I guess my point is that this feels like an effort that is ripe for flipping houses, inviting developers to come in. From your own words, is that this is about the value when you sell your house. So if somebody were to sell a house that currently has this restriction on it, it would have a certain market value, and it would go to somebody who, can't raise the height, and so they're either buying it to live in it as is, or some, very minor changes to it. If you are changing the ability for height of a house, you are inviting people to come in and try and buy up the block and start putting large, sort of out of character houses one at a time until you have a block that looks very, very different. So I think even in your own words, it's about how much can you sell these houses for?
No, you're wrong there.
And you're not hearing from the folks who are saying, we don't want all the houses in our block being sold and flipped and redeveloped. We want to live in this, nice neighborhood that we've come to love. So.
Okay, let me
I'm
respond to that. Just one quick point, Lisa. So the people, I'm here to represent the neighbors, and the neighbors want it. I'm not here to represent.
You're here to represent the neighbors who agree with you, Sean.
Yeah, and the neighbors that agree with me are right here. So, okay, well, anyway, but my point is I'm here to represent the neighbors that agree with me. I'm not here to represent, what could be if someone sells this house 2 years from now or 10 years.
Well, except, Sean, you're talking about what's going to happen when you sell your house.
Please let me finish. Please don't cut me off and let me finish. I am here to represent these neighbors that are paying a large part of their paychecks to keep these houses. And yes, those are my constituents. I don't know who's going to move there. I don't know, someone's going to move there. Are they going to be my constituent? I don't know. There's 7 billion people in the world. I only care about the people that live and own on that street, and I want to protect them. And yes, I do want to make sure that when they sell their house, everything is equitable. They have the same rights. They don't have any more rights, but the same rights as everybody else. And they don't get any more value for the house, but they get whatever the market value is. And that's reasonable.
Which might have, did anyone else want more? Were you finished? Okay. So, there's definitely, and I think we heard it a couple times tonight already before even bringing this up, the rub between, here in Radnor, making sure that, we are kind of true to the history. We're true to, the architecture. We heard it with the gentleman, Brian, who was here talking about the Concordia. He said overall, and former Commissioner Marshall said the same thing. Overall, we need to look at what we're doing in the township. How are we, preserving some of these things that make our neighborhoods unique, some of the things that make our areas special. Commissioner Abel, we had all the residents come and talk about Clover Lane. I'm kind of surprised to hear you say now that they're willing to get rid of their bungalows, or they want to capitalize on that, because it seemed like they were all very passionate about maintaining their homes, in that style. And definitely what happened, and it's unfortunate that, we can't always have the foresight to say, we need to preserve this before somebody comes in and changes it. I think on Clover Lane, that's what happened. You can't react super quick to, when somebody comes in and they've got a by right plan. What can you do in that moment? So there's, I know they're, working on some other things and trying to preserve the homes. I did hear very passionately from so many people, it seemed like, who were very interested in preserving. So if we had a little foresight maybe a couple years ago, maybe we could have avoided what happened over on Clover Lane and looked at it from the perspective of, that is a unique area and we want to be able to preserve that. So I think, Commissioner Farhi, I hear what you're saying about the overlay. I think what happened is, and I will agree with Commissioner Booker, on, I think some of the rhetoric that is out there, and it's very vitriolic right now, that, it's the reasons behind it. I don't think that was it. I think this was a group of residents. We had a comprehensive plan at the time. This grew out of the comprehensive plan. It's my understanding, and I wasn't involved and I wasn't around, that there were, 100 residents involved in this. And I think at the time it was about people having a little bit of vision. And I understand that you don't agree with that.
No,
and
when you're done. Go ahead.
I understand that, you don't agree with what happened there. I understand that you feel that it was unfair to people, but I think it was about having a little bit of vision. If we had a little bit of vision in other places, would we be making sure that we have houses that have porches? I mean, the gentleman that was here, he talked to me about a house that they're redeveloping in North Wayne, and it's not going to have a porch, and it's not going to have, and there's certain characteristics that are unique to those neighborhoods, and how do we preserve those? We've got the Harb in South Wayne. The Harb is designed to preserve that look. Can I just finish? I'm really sorry. To preserve that look, and I think that is what this overlay was. Now, is the
I'm sorry, I thought
Can I
you said
just
now.
finish?
Okay,
I'm
I didn't
sorry.
know. I heard a pause.
Is it unfair to the residents that are there now, the people that weren't involved in it, the people that don't maybe have the same view of the community and preserving things? Maybe, I don't know. I don't live there, but it's definitely a rub. It's definitely a rub between like the old and the new, and preserving and making sure that we try to maintain the character. We are unique, I think, here. Well, no, maybe not, but it's unique in Radnor that we have so many areas that are, unique. And there are some that are changing very quickly. Where I live, people are tearing down split levels where, my friends lived when I was growing up and building big homes. And it's change, and change is hard and people don't like change. But how do we balance change with preservation? And how do we balance, like they were saying with Concordia, development and progress in the township? Because, I look at it as every time we have a development or we have something change, and we get new neighbors, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. We want a we want a new and vibrant community, and that's made up of many different people. So, I appreciate that. But I just wonder if, and I would like to see this come out of or be looked at as a broad, comprehensive view. We got the letter from the Delaware County Historic Society. How do we look at this in the broad context of what we're looking to do as a township around preservation?
All right,
And it may not be that they decide that maybe this isn't what we want to preserve.
Okay.
Maybe these aren't the homes, but I would like to see it be part of a process. Because right now I see as a group of neighbors who don't want something and a group of neighbors that do want something, and there doesn't seem to be any process.
Okay, so let me.
And your transparent process, I understand it, and you have been transparent, and I've seen your transparency.
Okay,
but-
terrific. So let me back up there. Let's talk about comprehensive planning. This went to planning, passed unanimously. But let me talk about it, and I will ask you again, and I will ask anyone, if you drive up and down the street, right, and you're saying the character is not different on the north side versus the south side. You wouldn't know that there's a height restriction, okay? So you can say that this is going to change the character. It's not going to change the character. Tell me what is different, how the character is different from the north side and the south side. I will ask you, how is the character different? The houses look the same. And no, it's not public comment yet. It's still commissioner comment. So when planning votes for it, and when I'm telling you that there's no difference, period, there is no difference, and you can't tell me the difference, only that they say that there's a difference. I'm asking you, we walked it. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know unless you were there. So, I think that you are all gonna try to find, again, reasons not to have this happen. And the fact is, the residents do want it. I looked at some of these names on this list, and these are the people that called me and said that they were harassed and bullied to sign this. They were badgered, was the term. Badgered. And it's important. It's important to get this out. I didn't want to start with this. I'd rather start about how great I think it would be for the neighborhood, how great it would be to have outdoor dining. But there is no difference in the character from the north side to the south side. I will ask anyone, and you've walked it, what the difference is. What's the difference?
Well,
No.
Sarah, I'm going to ask you to wait till public comment. We're going to probably be at this for a little while.
So, yeah, Lisa, to your, let me just restate my position on Clover. The neighbors who live there now love the bungalow look. They love the Cape Cod look, and I don't see them changing that as long as they live there. But the ones who I've talked to do not want to put restrictions and limit their their capabilities down the road. So that's not everybody. I haven't talked to every one of the neighbors, but those are the ones I've talked to on Clover and Morris. So they love the look. It's unfortunate that the one is changing. I think the ones who live there are going to keep it as long as they can, but long term, I don't know what that street will look like. So I think that's a more accurate assessment of where that street stands right now. And my question to Sean and to the neighbors when they come up and speak, the one question I'm trying to get to is, what are we trying to preserve with these 19 homes? Is it the 30-foot limit? Because, to some of the points that were being made here, if I'm a homeowner on that street now, I can raise that house and just rebuild to 30 feet, and it's going to, that's going to change the character. So adding 5 feet isn't the only thing that, restricting the 5 feet isn't the only thing that can change the character of that street. If a homeowner wants to change the house, they can. So is it just the 5 feet that we're concerned about here?
So the reason for the 5 feet is they're thinking is that you could put an extra story on it. If there's an extra story, then you could put, there would be maybe another car. There'd be another bedroom, hence another car. But I don't, like I said, I think that if there is a little bit of regentrification and you could get rid of some of these some of these college rentals, and you put families in there, you'll have less of a parking problem. And I personally, I'd rather see families there. Garrett Avenue is a cute little street. It's right next to a great park with a historic man at this point, as we learned on Thursday and Friday. And yeah, I would love to see families there that can enjoy and utilize the park, period. Can we talk about the outdoor dining or no? Or do you still have questions with the height? Anyone have questions with the dining? Angie, you've heard her speak a bunch of times. If there's anything that I can help answer, I am happy to do that. But the business district needs it. These restaurants need to stay competitive with Laura Marion, Wayne, Devon, King of Prussia. They've proven that there has not been one arrest, one disorderly conduct since this has happened because of COVID. There hasn't been a noise complaint. People are respectful. These are neighbors. These neighbors walk there. If there's a parking problem, it's done at night, and Steve Bagis has been very generous with his parking lot. There's no towing. We had an issue, Commissioner Abel, you had an issue where people tow in Wayne. You don't tow in Garrett Hill. We're neighbors. We know who each other are. We can park in the parking lot. We can park on the street. So, again, I mean, I've beaten this dead horse. I've banged this drum. It's up to you guys. But I think that there's one right, clear choice here, and I hope you guys see it. Thanks.
So I've gotten a ton of emails about this. A lot of them were in the past day or so, but I've been getting a pretty steady drumbeat of emails about this for, I don't know, months now. I have concerns on two fronts because these are really two totally unrelated issues as far as I can tell. With respect to outdoor dining, I think things have been working well so far. I'd like to put in place a longish-term extension on the outdoor dining that we have for the entirety of the township on the order of 12 months. I'd like to revisit that after COVID is done, because I'd kind of like to see what happens when there's not COVID restrictions in place elsewhere. So everything is going well now. I have concerns that once COVID is lifted, and specifically Villanova, which does a great job on a lot of different things, but when they're no longer policing students for COVID restrictions, whether there's going to be a whole lot more kids who turn out, and no fault to the college, but they're rowdy because they've been drinking all night. Flip side of the coin, with respect to not even the same coin, just a different issue, with respect to the height of the houses, honestly, I'm going to echo what Commissioner Abel asked, which is what is it that we want to preserve? And one of the things that I really don't like about the place that the conversation has ended up on this issue is that it's become this false binary where either we're going to raise the houses by 5 feet or we're not going to raise the houses by 5 feet. And it feels to me like there's never been a real conversation. There's just been a series of plebiscites. Show up at my meeting, get your nose counted, either for or against. And nobody ever had a conversation about, do we want to, like, maybe it's fine to raise the height to 35 feet. Maybe it can be 40 feet, but keep the facade of the house the same way as it was before. Or it can be 35 feet, but you can't have more than a certain number of bedrooms. Or move to permit parking and you can't have more than a certain number of permits. I don't know, but it would be an interesting conversation. And I feel like this is probably something that we should talk about in the context of the comprehensive plan that we're going to be looking at next year.
Jack, let me just
sure.
talk to you, the 12 months. So businesses need to, they need to look at where they're going to be in 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, or 12 months. Angie and some of these businesses, they're either going to invest in outdoor facilities, tables, or they're not. But to extend this so it looks half-baked, I won't use another word, they're going to invest in higher quality outdoor tables and chairs, or they're not. But to say, let's have it go for another 12 months and see, and it looks mediocre. Meanwhile, go to the White Dog and it looks great. And she doesn't know what she's doing. How can she forecast? And then she's got to buy things twice. That's not good for business. If she's unable to forecast and, well, and, you know, you just kind of get through with what you get through, she wants to, you know, she takes a lot of pride in that restaurant. I mean, she helps out with block parties. She helps out with the 4th of July parade. And that's where they do the announcing. She is so you know, you got these people here and they say, we care about the community, and they don't. Like this Brasso guy, and they don't. Commissioner Larkin, I'm sorry, I was kind of rebutting.
The question that I have is, isn't she already bought all the items that are
No.
already outside? You
No.
said she doesn't want to buy them twice, but there's already outdoor dining.
Because that's just that was for the temporary. That's
So
for
she'll be
temporary.
buying another set for the permanent?
Yes.
So she would be buying them twice?
She would be, hold on, would she be buying them twice? She has like, she has tables that, they're not good table. I mean, we want these businesses to compete, and then you're saying, well, let's handcuff them. Let them compete. Let her get rid of the stuff and buy good stuff. Or this stuff which is, you know, which may break and she may have to buy a new one. She doesn't want to buy the most expensive thing, and then she's got to get rid of it in 12 months. I don't know. I mean, I don't own a restaurant, but to have her have, you know, table, you know, where the chairs are a little bit nicer than those plastic chairs that you get, it doesn't show a lot of pride for the neighborhood, pride for her business, pride for Garrett Hill, her workers.
Jack, I guess my question on that.
Let me pause you for 1 second, Jake, just to move to extend the meeting. Is there a second?
I guess I'll second that because I've already got my mic
All in
on.
favor, let's second it, let's move for a half an hour. We'll have to do it again, but all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Hearing none, okay.
No worries. Glad to be here for another half hour. So to your point about extending for 12 months, is there a scenario that you see where you would not, where outdoor dining is not going to be permanent in downtown Wayne?
So outdoor dining already exists in downtown Wayne. We've expanded it a little bit with the ordinance. The question is whether it would be a permanent fixture of Garrett Hill, which I've got no problem with. However, I get a bunch of emails from residents who are complaining to me, we have concerns because occasionally people get drunk and go through our neighborhood. If this ends up being an outdoor dining fixture, it's permanent, then once COVID goes away, more people are going to be coming out. We're going to see more people, particularly young people, coming out and drinking. They're going to walk back to their homes through our neighborhood while being rowdy. We don't want that.
But I thought
It's not the case.
I thought the small business owners from Garrett Hill, when they came here last meeting, said they weren't expanding
Occupancy.
the occupancy.
Yeah, they weren't
So it'd be
adding
the
seats.
same number regardless.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I think that's an argument that makes some sense. I'm just telling you what the residents have told me. I also think there's probably a qualitative difference to people who are sitting outside, both in terms of the length of time and the throughput. So there's a countervailing argument there, but what's the harm in waiting?
And then, you know, this is just hypothetical, but, you know, isn't it part of the small business owner's responsibilities, you know, if a crowd's being rowdy, not to serve or to ask them to leave? So,
Not if they're not visibly intoxicated persons.
So Jack, sorry, Jake, let me just jump on that point. So 2 years ago, there were 200 underage kids that were arrested at Flippin' Bailey's. How many of the neighbors complained to you then?
Many neighbors
Okay,
complained to me.
so I'm going to get a right-to-know request, and I want to see those emails. Please present them to me, because I don't believe you.
All right, can I say something about the outdoor dining? So I actually asked my residents, because I know, Ward 4 kind of gets close to it. Don't roll your eyes at me, Sean. It's actually good. So I actually asked, and I heard from a lot of residents who would appreciate, Garrett Hill, the restaurants there, becoming more of a destination. place where they can walk to. The neighbors that live, kind of right there on Conestoga
Or
that I
Uber,
represent.
Uber. They Uber too.
They said walk. They like to walk there. They like to walk up to Villanova to go to the restaurants there. So, I have heard some, concerns about, some students walking through or people walking through. But overall, I have heard that, I heard from people saying that they would like to see, Garrett Hill provided. So I don't have a problem with the outdoor dining. I am concerned with the parking. I've been saying this all along. I understand that Steve Bages lets everybody park in his lot, but what if someday Steve Bages doesn't own that property anymore? I would feel comfortable if there was some sort of agreement with Steve Bages that, yes, people can park there. Because I have to tell you, if I go to Garrett Hill, I'm not parking in there because it says I can't. So, and, I'm not I don't live in Garrett Hill. I didn't grow up in Garrett Hill, but I still,
I will talk to Reverend
spent
Howard.
many-
I will talk to Reverend Howard to see if we could use his lot.
well, maybe that's
So, I mean,
something
and
that
I'm
can
sure he
be-
won't, he's from Garrett Hill too. He gets it.
there are people who didn't come from Garrett Hill, but still, get it. I get it. I understand.
People Uber now.
Well,
I almost Uber from my house to.
well, whatever. So, I do have that concern. I feel like there isn't specific designated parking. I asked this before, and Mr. Kachansky very nicely recited everything that's in the in the code about that. I still feel like that is, even though that's the case, it's still a difficult thing to enforce on a Saturday night when there's people there. It's easy to move a table outside or something like that. So.
Won't be outside. It's limited. It's not like, the tables will be done by 8 or 9 o'clock. We can talk to Angie. She doesn't want there to be a problem. There hasn't been a problem. It's been going on for
Okay,
a
so
year
I'm
and a
not
half,
opposed
yeah.
to the, I'm
Yeah.
not opposed to the outdoor
And
dining.
okay.
I am concerned about the parking, but I'm not opposed to the outdoor dining.
Well, okay, the parking, so Andy, the mechanic, you can park in his lot. Angie has a deal with him. Angie has a deal with him. That
So
you can
I'm.
Park in his lot.
May I? So to the parking issue, just a little bit ago, you were talking about building and changing houses on Garrett Ave that could increase parking problems or reduce them. So we know parking in Garrett Hill is, it's touch or go. And to Lisa's point, I don't park in that lot when it says don't park there. I park wherever I find a spot and I walk as far as I have to get to the businesses. One thing that is just sitting with me, and is that I am hearing that we are trying to do an ordinance about outdoor dining that will benefit one owner. I haven't heard about any other restaurant, any other business that will benefit. It's one owner, and it is getting a lot of opposition. Again, Sean, you may not be getting the emails because they feel that your decision has already been made, but the emails are coming to me and other commissioners that outdoor dining is making people very nervous to make it permanent. I think that you're right. I have not gotten complaints about current activities, except that they say that there's just an ongoing problem, even before outdoor dining, of drunken people walking through the neighborhood. But that happens in every place where you serve alcohol.
Sure.
Happens in my neighborhood.
I want to just.
For kids coming off of Lancaster.
Great.
So if we make outdoor dining permanent, I'm pro outdoor dining in general. I think, though, that we are in sort of this sort of an artificial circumstance right now. To Commissioner Larkin's point, it's that this isn't a fully engaged society right now. We are all still hunkering down at home, and and the outdoor dining at one of those restaurants takes away seven parking spots, was what I counted when I drove by. On the other one, I'm not certain where it's expected, but it feels to me that if it's out back of the ale house, it's jamming right up into somebody's,
It's just,
living space. So I just am concerned about, one, that it's, we're talking about spot zoning here and doing things that affect, people differently. And now this issue is about one business owner and,
That's incorrect. So, Mr. DeFelice, when he gave sketch plans, Kevin, you can attest to this, when he gave sketch plans about changing Garrett Hill Pizza, he wanted to put seats outside. Am I correct? Do you remember that?
He did consider some outdoor dining
Okay.
out front, correct?
So it's not just for one person. Antonella's, when outdoor dining was allowed by the township temporary, Antonella's had outdoor dining. I actually spoke to the owner of Zesto's. I spoke to the owner of Zesto's on Saturday.
so do they
And-
tell you why they haven't taken advantage of it now as it's permitted under the
Well,
emergency management?
let me finish. So Zesto's.
Well, you didn't let me
would
finish,
consider-
Sean, so God bless, but I just,
No, so what's
let's
your
have this
question? Maura, what's your
conversation.
question?
I just asked the question.
What is it?
I said, why have they not been taking advantage of outdoor dining as it is now permitted?
Who?
Well, you just said Zesto's, you just said,
Garrett Hill Pizza?
Garrett Hill Pizza, you just said,
Okay,
you
because
named
Garrett Hill
like three
Pizza,
businesses.
again, you may not know the neighborhood. Garrett Hill Pizza is being reconstructed as we
Well,
speak.
Conestoga Pizza is.
Conestoga, he doesn't want it, but
Okay.
he's allowed to, and I've spoken to him about it. Antonella's tried it, and they would consider trying it again. I haven't spoken to them. But there are other restaurants out there that would try it. And again, it's not affecting the number of seats and the occupancy.
But it's
That's
taken
it.
away many parking spots that bring people, that allow people who are going to that
It's
restaurant
not, it's
to
not
go.
changing the pardon me. It's not changing the number of seats. Okay, and there's an ordinance that you have to have X amount of seats per parking spots, and that's what they'll abide by.
Which has been lifted during this environment.
No.
Those parking spaces were turned over to tables because we knew that we were in a pandemic.
Sure, and if
we were
Angie
trying
doesn't
to-
have enough seats, if she doesn't have enough parking spots for seats, then she'll get rid of some of the seats, and some of those seats would be indoors, not outdoors. So she will figure out how to make that happen. I mean, I guess what's so upsetting is like you're looking at these business owners that just want to survive, like they're going to do something illegal and something criminal. And I'm only here to try to protect one business owner. I'm trying to protect two businesses, two of the anchors in Garrett Hill, because we've had Garrett Hill Pizza, which has been nothing for the past 4 years, and to someone that helps the community and employs people in the neighborhood. Or they both go out of business. And that may happen. And then you'll have 2 vacancies. And then you'll have plenty of parking. And that'll be great. Garrett Hill will be a ghost town.
But, I don't think we should be focusing on who the owners of these establishments are. I thought we were up here trying to determine what the long-term vision of this neighborhood is. And that's whether these same owners are existing 10 years or they're under different ownership. Don't worry about who owns them. Worry about the look that we are trying to, the long-term plan, the master plan. What do we want Garrett Hill to be?
Right, which we haven't done yet. We're looking into a comprehensive plan, hopefully starting next year if a grant comes through.
Great.
Which is what we've been asking, to pause this so that we can have that larger vision.
We can't pause this, because a comprehensive plan, if we get it 1 year, would take 2 years to do, so we're looking at a 5-year plan. But if Wayne wants to put a tent, we'll drop 20 grand a month to put a tent there. It's absolutely outrageous. It really is just a total disrespect for the residents and this business district in Garrett Hill.
And I think the
It
seven of us.
really is.
I think the 7 of us can decide, do we support outdoor dining? I don't know that we have we probably have less opportunities in West Wayne than you do in Garrett Hill, but I think people would love it there too.
So there are some issues where we have to be leaders, Commissioner Abel. If we need to fund the police department, we need to fund the fire department. There are some issues where I think we need to be followers. On the subject of Fenimore Woods, for example, I am not going to dictate to the residents what we're going to do with their park. It's not an obligation that we have to make the changes that they wanted to, or they didn't want us to make. We're not going to cram that down their throats. In this instance, I feel like we need to be followers. And I'm aware that there's 19 people, apparently, although I've got emails from some people who say I live in the overlay and I am opposed to this, so I don't know what to do with that. But there are as many as 19 people who are saying that we want to have this change. That's been tacked on to the business change. On the business front, there's one business owner who's come out and spoken to us about this. I'm aware that there are other businesses who might be affected, but I gotta say, when I'm hearing as many residents saying over and over again, I don't want this, I don't like the setbacks, I'm concerned that I'm going to have people spilling into my house, I have trouble saying yes on an issue where I think that we need to be listeners and followers instead of just making the decision for them.
So there are more than one business owner that have come out. DeFelice came out, Andy came out from Garrett Hill Auto, and Angie came out. And one business owner that owns a majority of the business district. So I guess it's how you want to look at it. But the business owners are for it, and they don't vote, and I get it. You know, you want to help the residents. I don't want to screw any of my residents over. And how would they be negatively affected? By noise, there's not any. By drunken people, there's no more, no less than before. I mean, no one's gonna. No one's gonna go out and say, "Oh, let's go make sure that I'm gonna be obnoxious drunk because I have to, because I'm gonna drink outside." But the fact is, you know, those tables are gonna be. They'll come in. They'll close them down by 9 o'clock. They're for dining. They're not for drinking. No one goes outside and starts doing shots at a table. It's for nachos, maybe a beer. You want to do shots, you'll do it in the bar. You'll do it in any bar. Again, you're trying to find reasons why this doesn't make sense when it does. And why is it? Because it's Garrett Hill. I get it.
I don't think I'm particularly rowdy, but I've definitely had beers at a table outside. Okay. Any last words from the commissioners? Hearing none. Public comment. Sarah, you know full well that you do not have to raise your hand. I'm not going to try and stop you.
29 Garrett Avenue, and quite honestly, I don't care about the height of the houses. And what I'd like to do is to give you the background. I think there's not a person on the Board of Commissioners, and Peggy Hagan was here, who was here in 2002. When we learned that the scheme, and it explains why it was only the lower half of Garrett Avenue, had put forth a transit-oriented development project for the lower half of Garrett Avenue. We were never told, but it was unfolded. Mr. Bajas would get the east side of Garrett Avenue, and he would expand the Rosemont Business Campus, and he would buy the laundromat, because who needs a laundromat, and the cleaners, and Conestoga Pizza for a restaurant with outside dining. The west side of Garrett Avenue would be taken, and it would be high-end retail on the first floor and high-end condos on the second floor. That was the plan. It was only one half of the street. The northern half, we begged to get Emlyn Tunnel Field into the project. It wasn't. It was transit-oriented development. Now, did I go to the meetings? Yes. Did I participate? Mostly, I listened. But one of the things I did do was research on the Pig and Whistle, the railroad, whatever you want to call it. There were 110 trips a day to out of Garrett Hill to town or to Norristown. So I did all this research, height, how many steps, how deep the cut was, how many people went. And then I talked to SEPTA. And because I'd done an informal interview, would you go all the way to town, going to 69th Street and then taking the subway? Most people said no. They would go to West Philadelphia, to Drexel or to Penn, but they weren't really interested in it. So I talked to SEPTA, and I got through this whole long song and dance, and the gentleman who was the head of Suburban Services said to me, "Mrs. Pilling, you've forgotten one thing." And I said, "Well, what's that?" He said, "It's the journeyman's railroad. No one who lives in a high-end condo or a house in Garrett Hill is going to climb on that pig and whistle. And the sidewalk on the west side is not ADA compliant. In some places, the sidewalk is 18 inches wide." So John Ruddy was the chief of police, and he wrote a grant proposal for $1 million to put all the lines, to get rid of the telephone poles, to put everything underground so they could have an ADA compliant sidewalk, because they can't widen it because Garrett Avenue is so narrow as it is. And they didn't get the grant. But I just want this whole thing about, oh, the south side got put in it, but the north side, no, that was not it. The scope of the project for transit-oriented development was below the bridge to Conestoga Road. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Hi, Dave Sherry, Wayne. You know, Mr. Fari, one of the things that impressed me about your presentation here tonight, and I don't think it's been rebutted or even attempted to be rebutted, is how you went about acquiring the data over a protracted period of time, and all the steps that you laid out, bringing out that my commissioner, Mr. Abel, had sort of impressed that upon you in terms of the importance. The person who apparently doesn't get rowdy when he drinks outside with beer, but apparently can't keep it together during a township meeting, insofar as a gavel's point about being a listener. With all of those meetings that you had and all of that input that you were soliciting, did Mr. Larkin ever ask you for any of that data at any point in time? I see you shaking your head no. It doesn't really surprise me. You might find, Mr. Fari, in terms of how you've engaged in this process, based on the comments tonight made by Commissioner Mulroney and Commissioner Larkin, Commissioner Borowski, that you're engaging in a game of tennis with them, except they don't have to deal with a net. They just keep changing up the process. Okay? They don't attack how the data came to you. Instead, what did you hear? Well, people have reached out to us, and they've told us something, something, something in an email. Did you forward it to Commissioner Fari so that he could consider it, considering you got it? I mean, he is the 7th Ward Commissioner. As he points out, per his preservation request to Mr. Larkin, by the way, nice job, those are all subject to right to know. Why didn't you forward it on? You knew that Commissioner Fari felt strongly about this. You knew that he felt that he had data. Why would you keep that from him? Why would you suggest that? Why would you come out here tonight and use rhetorical devices like, well, Mr. Fari, you're only speaking on behalf of people that agree with you? I don't think that's fair. Unless you're going to attack the way that Commissioner Fari went about acquiring the data, and I haven't heard that somehow these town halls were inappropriate or the way he solicited the data was inappropriate. None of you have said that. All you've stated is that you have data that you think points to the contrary, and you didn't even share it with him. Why is that? Do you think that fosters respect? I don't think it does. I don't think that's fair at all. Finally, I want to bring up the point, again, a silly point that Commissioner Larkin made about, well, height, and why are you just limiting it to that? Why aren't you talking about things like facade and parking and all these other things? Yeah, why not? Why not for the next 20 years go about doing that, okay? Keeping it a straightforward issue, hey, 5 feet, can we get some type of data on that? How about we have something about simple like outdoor dining, can we get some data on that? No, that's not enough. It's got to be more and more and more and more and more. And again, you keep it from them. If you get negative feedback, I look forward to the results you get on that right to know request, Commissioner Farley. I urge you to take that seriously. Because I have to tell you, especially if somebody claims to be an appellate lawyer, like maybe somebody up on the dais claims to be, if he really had that, wouldn't he have printed it out over the weekend? He knows this is on the agenda, and come before and say, hey, Mr. Farley, let me give you some examples of some express language that I got. Okay, here's a concern from so-and-so. I don't even need to name the person. Blah, blah, blah. Here's something from some other resident. Blah, blah, blah. Exactly. Did you get that tonight? No. Let's go back to the drawing board. Do it some other way. We won't provide you input in terms of how you're gathering that data. Oh, but we'll sure bring it up when it's convenient in a meeting to push off your agenda item. Please remember that. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sorry you're here so late, and I do appreciate all the efforts that Mr. Farhi has made and the staff has made, and you in listening to the concerns and providing the town hall meetings. I just would like to state that of the 19 names I think that are on the petition, not all of those are the owners of the properties, but rather students who may live in there. And as someone else said, that small changes not only affect the people involved, but also the whole neighborhood. And I think that's why I felt compelled to say to people, 5 months from now, 5 years from now, you're going to say, how did this happen? You need to know exactly what some of the provisions are that were in the ordinance, because as everyone would say, we would like to see the values of our home improved. Most people would say the same thing. Most of us support outdoor dining, as you have said. However, there are certain things that come with that people may not understand in terms of unintended consequences. And so that's why we put together this list of values in terms of that we do feel we are a vibrant community. We know change is inevitable. And these were shared with the people who were spoken to. I am sorry if some people were badgered. I was not a badgerer. We know that we have shared values, and we want to share them with you so that they might guide your decision. And one of the things that we were most concerned about is that the right to live without the imposition of outdoor dining 0 feet from property lines, 50 feet from a single-family home, or 0 feet from any vacant lot or any other dwelling, such as a twin or duplex, is unrealistic. This is a community where residential and commercial properties live side by side. And of course, we did agree that the existing dining during this COVID should continue, and I think some of you have mentioned you believe that as well. We also believe that we have to be able to navigate our sidewalks safely in our community. We need to park safely and conveniently within a block of our homes, and we want to be able to sleep undisturbed by lights and noise on a regular, frequent basis. Now, I know Angie, who is an owner, who I know has been very valued. We don't know, as someone said, if she will be there 5 years from now. And then the times and places and conditions under which she has agreed to, she may not, because she's not there, she may have things by right that we do not agree to. Every person, we also feel, should have the right to feel comfortable and safe in providing input, and when people are told that it's a done deal, they may not always feel that they can say something freely, and also when perhaps they're not as informed about the opportunities to have input, it may not help them. I know Sean has been very helpful, but it's unlike any other situation I've seen in the township. Usually there are maps that show the specific areas involved. There are usually pictures of what it might look like, of where the dining might be, how it might go beyond the ale house, behind it, or in front of it, or beside it. So for people who are visual, when you just read the ordinance, you really don't get the picture. So I think presentations would help in understanding. And I also know, because of our neighbors and having talked to the people, I hear lots of stories like Sean has heard. You know, I'm sorry people feel badgered, but some people will live and work. We have single-parent homes, people with small kids. You know, coming out for meetings is not easy, and I think, you know, the emails may be helpful. I know some people do that, some people don't. So I do appreciate all you're doing, you're listening, and the signatures here are for real, and I think they speak to people who believe, if you read it, that we would like to have the same rights and protections in Garrett Hill, particularly to the setbacks and the parking standards, because those are real concerns in a very dense populated area. So thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Motion fails for lack of a majority. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, all in favor say aye. Guys, okay? Are you raising your hand up or down? Okay, all opposed say nay. Nay. Motion fails for lack of a majority. Moving on to item 4G, Ordinance 2021-11, adoption, approving the First Amendment to Land Lease Agreement between the Township of Radnor and Selco Partnership DBA Verizon Wireless. Who can tell us about this?
Thank you, Mr. President.
I apologize, Bob. Let me interrupt you for one moment. I'm going to move to extend the meeting by another 30 minutes. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes. Bob, I apologize. I interrupted you.
No problem. Thank you. This is the ordinance that was introduced at our last meeting, a lease agreement between the Township and Selco Partnership, formerly Verizon Wireless, for the lease of equipment that is on the ground at our cell tower antenna site just outside this building. Before I go any further, I want to also acknowledge Mr. Steve Giancristoforo, sitting here to my left. Many of you know him. Some of you may not. Steve is an integral part of Radnor's operations and communications, not only here with the township, but with the county. And as Steve has an incredible depth of knowledge and experience, and has been very instrumental in negotiating this the extension of this lease that's here before you tonight. So I'd like to introduce Steve, and Steve can answer any questions. And Steve, if you would, maybe provide some more background just on this particular lease.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Tate. One of my responsibilities here at Radnor Township is the oversight of the communications infrastructure that's owned by the township. One of the big pieces of that is the tower right next door. Basically, there's two factors to this. There's the actual tower itself and the antennas on the tower, and then you have the ground space in the building that sits underneath the tower. The tower itself was leased to Insight Wireless, and they were bought out by American Tower. So they are the leasee now for the tower and the antennas. The equipment underneath the tower, the building and the ground equipment, is basically on township property, so that lease money goes to the township. Verizon Wireless was one of the original installers on the tower back when it was owned by Suburban Cable, back when the tower first went up. They occupy approximately 20 by 25 feet of a building that's owned by the township and managed by the township, that sits beneath the tower. So this lease extension is for 4 5-year extensions at 3.5% increase per year to lease that 20 by 25 foot space, which sits directly underneath the tower in a township-owned building.
Commissioner, comment?
Yeah, the comment is the payment on this. So are we talking about the amount of remuneration on this lease?
The lease, when we first started negotiating with Verizon approximately 2 to 3 months ago, they were offering 2% and 2% only, and that's what they're offering any new installations. Going back and forth with them, I told them that we had gotten 3.5% the entire time that we've had this site, and they finally agreed to bring it up to 3.5%. So that's almost 1.5% more than most new installations are getting now. So, and that 1.5%, or that, I'm sorry, that 3.5% will increase every year for the 20-year period.
What do you mean?
So that the 3.5% increase occurs every year of the lease, the 20 years.
Okay. But inflation is going to be more than that.
What they're offering is what, basically, the best deal that we're going to get right now. I've negotiated leases for Delaware County when I worked there for 20 years on their tower sites, and basically the 3.5% is the standard, is actually more than the standard that's out there right now. So they don't take into consideration inflation. That's the amount that they're willing to offer us, and I think the township should take it.
What if we don't re-up the lease? What will they have to do?
They probably have to take the site down, because if they can't position their equipment, or another option they could do is remove the equipment and put it topside on the tower. That's another option. So if they do that, then the township would lose everything, because they wouldn't need the township building anymore. So what these cell providers have been doing is, instead of leasing space on the ground, which is money, they've opted to, in some new installations, to put the equipment up on the tower. So in other words, instead of having equipment on the ground, everything's up on the tower, and they just need to run power and Ethernet up to the equipment. So they may opt to do that. I did not even bring up that in our negotiations, but I think the township should take the 3.5%.
Thank you.
Any additional commissioner comment? Public comment? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes. Moving on to item 4H, resolution number 2021-125, resolution of admonishment and censure of interim commissioner Catherine Agnew. Rich, I assume this is your motion?
This resolution is requested by one of our constituents, Ms. Heather Gill, and I'm bringing it before the board for consideration, yes.
Okay, is there a second?
So I typically don't like to get involved in these, and if this was a commissioner-led request, I would not be doing this, but since it's resident-related, and quite honestly, some of the things I heard tonight were not, some of the things I heard tonight, I find a little troubling, concerning, and didn't match with some of the testimonies we heard last month. I am going to second this and just allow everybody to have their voice heard.
Okay. Commissioner Booker, this is you.
Again, this relates to our meeting of September 13th, and based on the items, the events that occurred on September 11th during our various festivals, et cetera. I wasn't at this event, but Ms. Gill was, and she reviewed it with me and showed me pictures from the event, and also I did talk with Kathy on the 13th and heard her testimony of what happened, and decided to bring this resolution before the board. Political figures, interim or elected, must act in a way that is above reproach per our home rule charter. We can't allow commissioners or others to censure opposing political speech by calling for the police, and I believe that happened here. In so doing, I believe that constitutionally protected speech during an event that was the Porch Fest was attempted to be abridged. And there was an attempt to violate the constitutional rights of those who were private residents, at a private residence, exercising their right. Calling the police to intimidate people who have an opposing political position is wrong, and is part of a national strategy we see. Recently, we saw Merrick Garland issue a memo threatening to use the FBI against people who were protesting their school board about CRT being taught in schools and mask mandates. This is the same type of thing. This is not about political opposition. This is a group, the group in question was not the Republicans. This was a group called Reimagine Radnor that was at issue. I have no direct knowledge of what Reimagine Radnor does or who they are. I have a sense of it, but I don't have any involvement with them. It's not my party. It's not people attacking the Republican Party. But what it was an attempt to squelch a political viewpoint and to use the police to squelch that viewpoint. And it's improper, it's immoral, and it's a violation of the Constitution, and we can't allow that to happen. Several people tonight have talked about we need to turn down the temperature. We must stop demonizing those who disagree politically. We must stop saying that those who disagree need to go to jail. Democrats must stop using governmental authorities to squelch political opponents. We must engage in the political process and attempt to win the hearts and minds of people, not to intimidate our neighbors, and not to squelch speech by bullying them into being quiet. This resolution recognizes that in the case of September 11th, Ms. Agnew, Interim Commissioner Agnew, said that she called the police because she was threatened. The police report, which is Exhibit A attached to the resolution, shows that the police were called because of a political sign. To me, it was clear that this was an attempt to squelch political speech and to use the police to intimidate the people during Kathy's event. Kathy was running Porch Fest. I know she felt personally strongly about it, and she invited me personally to her house. I know she cared about everything that was happening there. I understand that. But we can never call the police in an attempt to intimidate our neighbors or others who we disagree with politically. That's why I brought this resolution. And I don't want to go tit for tat, censure for censure. It's not about that. It's not about the Republican Party. It's about allowing people the freedom of their constitutional right to exercise free speech and to not be faced with intimidation tactics using governmental authority.
Are you done?
So that's what I will lay out there, and I'll ask Heather. Heather waited all night she talked at the beginning, but I also will ask her to talk some more and go through it, and I'll let the board make their decision on it. But I feel strongly that this is part of a narrative that we need to address and we need to stand up to, and all of us need to make the effort to stop dividing this country and calling the other people evil when people are questioning and making their own political choices.
I stand behind everything I said on September 13th. That's one. Two, Porch Fest is a non-political event, open to the public, everyone. Political signs are not permitted both by Porch Fest, and if you don't care about that, they are prohibited by township ordinance where political signs cannot be displayed more than 30 days prior to an election. Their political signs were displayed during Porch Fest on September 11th, which is 42 days before this year's election. With regard to trespass, this is a public event. People were welcome to the property. I'm a member of the public, you're a member of the public, we all were members of the public. By agreeing to Porch Fest, they agreed to permit members of the public onto their property. Now, for a public event, you don't get to pick and choose which members of the public get to come onto your property. You just don't. With regard to their porch, I am head of Porch Fest. Don't accuse anybody else. Don't accuse any volunteers. I am the head of Porch Fest. I was there because of what? Because of their signs. I am permitted onto the porch, whether you like it or not, by both expressed and implied agreement. They were part of Porch Fest. I go to all of the porches, as many as I can go to. I go to the porches and I speak to the bands. Sometimes I speak to them because they're too loud and I ask them to turn it down. Sometimes they played too long, and I go up and I tell them they have to pack up. I often go up and introduce myself, and I meet them, say thank you. But as I said, sometimes I have to deliver some, unfortunate news. I had to go up to that porch and tell the band, which I had every right to do, that they had to pack up and go, that we were relocating them. I was within my absolute right to do so. There were no violations by me. I'm just going to make it short and sweet, and that's it.
Well, again, the issue is the sign was not political.
Doesn't matter.
The speech was protected,
Rich,
and you attempted to.
The sign is Reimagine Radnor. As they said, they're a PAC. PAC. The first letter of PAC is political. It's political. It's not permitted.
It's absolutely permitted speech.
Rich, the ordinance is
at the
30
event.
days before an election. That was 42 days before an
The
election.
sign was a 9/11 remembrance sign.
Their Reimagine Radnor banner, poster, whatever you had was out there. That had to come down. They wouldn't take it down. I was left with no choice but to remove the band. That's it. They left me with no choice.
And if you had removed the band, if you had removed the band, that would have been fine.
And in addition, Rich, none of their stuff came down. So no, there was no infringement.
All right, if you had removed the band, that would have been the thing. I'll call.
I did remove the band.
But you didn't. You called the police. And that's the issue.
What do you mean I didn't remove the band? I went up to the porch and said, you have to leave. They
that
have a
wasn't-
political sign out. They won't remove it. We have to relocate you.
That's fine. But calling the police to intimidate
Yeah.
the people was the issue.
No, Rich, they violated the ordinance, and I think the intimidation was the other way, but we're not getting into it, Rich. I'm not. Short and sweet, they violated the ordinance, they had a sign that wasn't there, it was against all of Porch Fest tenants, it's a non-political event. I have every right as a member of the public to be on the property, and I have every right as the head of Porch Fest to go up to the porch and remove the band. I didn't trespass, I didn't violate any laws, that's just the way it is. You may not like it, but it's short and sweet in the way it is.
The resolution doesn't accuse you of trespass. It accuses you of failing to act in accordance with the standards set out by the Home Rule Charter.
Well,
So I'm going to open up the floor to the rest of the commissioners, and I'll quickly go first. I've never voted for a censure motion. I think we've had 5 since I've been on the board. They have no effect one way or the other. They don't call on anyone to resign. They don't affect in any way anybody's voting records. What they do, however, is they invite tit for tat. We have had censure motions that go back and forth. I know, Commissioner Booker, you specifically said that you did not want tit for tat censure motions. When we start censuring people, it does absolutely nothing for government and for the people. It does bad things to how we run the board. It's not a good idea. I'm sure that there is behavior for which I would demand a censure. I have not seen it yet. Conversations over political signs is not my threshold. Is there any additional commissioner comment?
Yeah, Jack. And again, I share similar views with you. The one thing I'm getting hung up on this issue is September 13th, we were told the cops were called because Miss Agnew was being harassed and alleged that there was a giant on the property. I don't know this resident, never met him.
I believe that he's the resident at 416 St. David's.
Um,
And he's a very tall man, and he was in my face.
Well, okay, I mean, that wasn't brought up 2 minutes ago. It was that there was a sign, and that's
There
why
was
the
a sign.
And that's why the police were called. So I'm having, was it harassment or a sign?
You know, because I'm not going to show them that they are intimidating me, that they're physically intimidating me, because I don't show that fear to them, doesn't mean I didn't. Doesn't mean I wasn't going to bring it up. But the fact of the matter is, they breached the ordinance.
And well, I mean, that ordinance is not enforced, it's never been enforced.
Well, I don't know that.
So, no, but I mean, there are signs up from the 2020 presidential election, and there's nothing
Not
done.
at Porch Fest.
Well,
And now, I will say to you, in 2017, there was a school board candidates that tried to put up a table. We went out, I talked to them, they removed it. 4 years later, I guess the school board events or whatever, the same thing again. However, Susan Michelson, who was head of it at the time, wasn't happy. But she came to my house, she listened to the bands, she wasn't happy, but you know what I couldn't do? Say, oh, you can't come on my porch, you can't come on my lawn, because it's open to the public.
yeah, that's not, I mean, I wasn't there. Similar to Commissioner Booker's comments, you know, I'm hearing one side from a resident, and I'm hearing your side. What I heard tonight was that there's videos, and I'm not sure why those haven't been made available to the board. I mean, if there was,
Yeah.
if there's truth to the story that, you know, there were threats that, using the position up here to intimidate residents, then that's something that we should have access to and see. So,
It's an absurdity.
I haven't seen those, so I don't know.
I was there.
I'm saying that I heard tonight that there are videos. I would welcome the opportunity to see the video. Otherwise, again, I wasn't there, and it's one person's story versus another, and, you know, I can't draw any conclusions.
I hesitate to even give this any more airtime. Also not there. This was discussed at a meeting after the interaction. You know, several people have made it very clear their feelings around it, including commissioners. And I'm just even surprised it got as far as getting a second because, you know, these, as Commissioner Larkin said, these are not enforceable. They are just going after each other. You know, it's not the board that I wish we had in this kind of behavior, sort of trying to take each other out. So I'm clearly a no vote on this, and I'm just surprised it got this far.
I'll jump in. So I spoke to both Heather, I spoke to you at length, I bumped into you in the food store. Kathy, I spoke to you at length a bunch of times. I appreciate both the conversations. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. And what I said to you, Heather, is that forget about this censure. I think for me, it's putting the cart in front of the horse. If there was any, you know, criminal wrongdoing, that's something that I would like to know, or if there was a report issue, I would like to know. If your rights were civilly violated, I would like to know. But without seeing that, at least taking that aspect out of that, and there was video, and you asked if I wanted to see it, and the answer was I didn't want to be the only commissioner to see it. And I don't think it's appropriate. If you played it here and I had to see it, okay. So it's kind of a he said, she said thing, and I just don't have enough evidence, proof to say that what she did is wrong or to say what you did is right or vice versa. It'd be very hard for me to vote for censure. I'm just listening, and I don't have anything concrete in front of me other than a resolution. I see your pictures, but I've gone home and hit pause on my TV screen. I see these weird contorted faces from people sometimes. So, I appreciate all the work that you've done. We may disagree politically, but you're passionate for your side. That's great, but it's unfortunately not going to be anything I can support.
So I'll agree with Commissioner Farhi. To me, it's a he said, she said. I was not there. I do not know what happened. I have never voted for a censure. This is going to be the 5th one since I've been on the board, 2 brought by Democrats and 2 brought by Republicans. I don't think it's the way we get things done in this township. They are unenforceable. You can't make somebody resign. The only one that can make somebody resign is the public, or you can vote them out of office. So I won't support this, and I hope we can move on.
Public comment.
I just want to say I do appreciate you staying late. I know it's late into the night.
I appreciate everybody else and you and everyone else staying late as well.
So I just had a couple comments. One was, I know that Commissioner Farhi has events at Garrett Hill, and that there is direction that says, we would like you to not have a political sign or certain times or rules. There was no Porch Fest rules. If I knew this was a rule, I wouldn't have gone and violated any laws. So when I went to the website for Porch Fest, we thought we were joining a community event, not that we were violating some political signs. If her tone would have been civil and she would have come over to us and she would have stated, listen guys, this is just not what it's about. But her tone was hostile from the get-go, and it was, I'm your commissioner, I'm shutting this down. And that's what we're teaching this community, that we could have worked it out, and we could have had a discussion civilly, and probably, so you're shaking your head, excuse me,
So we can't interrupt public comment.
So, I'm just.
We can interrupt public comment.
But this is the type of thing that, even as Commissioner Booker was talking, there were 3 women back there laughing. So whether you agree or not with anyone, they deserve the respect to listen to them, to not laugh at them, and you can have a difference of opinion. The sign we had was the 9/11 sign. We had no palm cards. We had no signs. What we had was a tablecloth that said, reimagine Radnor. And we tried to, when she asked, well, she stated we were a PAC. You can look it up. It's not a PAC. It's not a PAC. I know what's involved with a PAC. Do we have PACs that support us? Sure. Just like people who run for ward commissioner, who run for school board, there are PACs that support them. But we were not a PAC, and we didn't have a sign. Our tablecloth said, reimagine Radnor. And in small print, like you see in the political signs, you have to state who paid for that, whether it's a pen, whether it's a sign. It was a tablecloth, and real small, because legally you have to, it said, paid for by a PAC. And there was no sign. It was a tablecloth. We were handing out water. We were not handing out palm cards. So I just wanted to state that that was clear. As far as we were, Commissioner Agnew had stepped on the property. What was concerning is that she said at the September 13th meeting she was on the sidewalk. Well, clearly from the picture, she was not on the sidewalk. And the property owner had asked several times that she was trespassing. And she walked past them on the porch, on the grass, on the driveway. But what was most concerning is that she said to me several times, and I'm happy to show the video, and the only reason that I haven't showed it publicly is because I don't want to add fuel to the fire, that if I'm going to do this, even though we don't agree, I would have enough respect for the resident of this property, for Kathy Agnew and the commissioners, that I wouldn't do this publicly. So if it's something that you would like to see the video of my interaction with Commissioner Agnew, I'm happy to show that. But she was asked to leave the property several times. She called the police. She personally said to me in this video, I'm violating laws. I asked what laws. And she couldn't tell me. If she could have told me we were violating a law, again, we could have had that civil discussion, and I could have figured out what was law and what was not. But instead, she called the police. And when the police came, they stood there because there was nothing wrong. And at the September 13th meeting, I guess what really, is just unnerving is that she stated that the police were called because she was physically intimidated. When the photos that I have, she's reaching for, she's grabbing my arm. So, I mean, I know it's tit for tat, but when there's video, when there's photos, and then when you say at a board meeting publicly, one thing happened, and this is why I called the police. But then when you pull the police report and do a right to know, it's something different. You have to just question. I mean, we have to all agree. Looking at this, I'll put this up. I mean, can we all agree this is the sign? There's no burning buildings. It's a tribute. Can we all agree that when was asked to leave, she was on the porch, the driveway, the grass, fingers, hands, pointing, grabbing? I mean, I'm not making this up. This was video and photos. I hear your sighs. I'm trying to talk, and this is, again, just, this is the problem that's going on in Radnor Township, is that you can't, excuse me, I'm losing my voice because it's late, that we can have a difference of opinion, but how you handle a situation in a professional, civil manner, that's the way we have to go forward. We have to show our kids this. We have to show our community this, that Farhi and I had a great conversation, and we could be at different political ends, but we had a great conversation. I am taking time away from my family because this is important for the community. Nobody should be targeted, whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, whether you're independent, that there's a lot of people that come up and have a lot of guts to talk publicly, that maybe we should start listening to them.
I'm going to move to extend the meeting by another 30 minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes.
Hi, Sue McFarland Metzger, 200 Midland Avenue. I've had the great pleasure of supporting Kathy and her vision for Porch Fest for the past 5 years. So I've been pretty integral in the entire process of making this event happen. Porch Fest is a celebration of the community. It's not a political event, nor has it ever been designed in any way to be political. Those of us that have supported Kathy do so because it brings together people. It doesn't divide the community. For those people in this community that want to host a public political event, do it on your own creativity and your own efforts. Don't glom onto ours. Kathy, myself, and others plan the Porch Fest for the entire community. I'm sorry a few people in this community wish to stifle the passion and the love that we have for this entire community. I'm sorry, Ricky Booker, that you seek to censor interim Commissioner Kathy Agnew. She takes great care in details that resulted in an awesome event 4 times, bringing over 2,000 people to our streets. Please see that just one family, one household involved in this event doesn't bring down all the 50-plus households that had no complaints and were happy to open their homes to our community and the wider community. Thank you. Oh, and FYI, I have some awesome video here of Eric Bazillion bringing down like multiple houses. So awesome event, lots of fantastic video, incredible music being offered in this community. Thank you very much, Kathy.
I know Sue from high school, and they used to call me Ricky Booker in high school, so that's where that came from.
Pretty confident we'll be calling you that from now on, too.
Hi. So, Dan Sherry again. I'm just reading what this specific agenda topic is. It's H, Resolution 2021-125, Resolution of Admonishment and Censure of Interim Commissioner Catherine Agnew. Anybody perhaps here Interim Commissioner Catherine Agnew speaking, despite saying short and sweet multiple times. Anybody up here understand a problem with that? Okay. There's a conflict of interest going on. It was pointed out at the start of tonight's meeting. When you are the subject of a topic, you don't talk short and sweet. There's another S word, silence. Earlier tonight, Cozen and O'Connor ends up as an agenda topic. Did you hear Jake Abel start waxing on about, hey, look, man, maybe I'm not even going to vote on this, but let me tell you about Cozen and O'Connor. No. Off the dais, out of the room. That's where we run into problems in Radnor Township. People believe that the rules can be flouted. No statement from Board of Commissioner President Jack Larkin to Interim Commissioner Agnew saying, you can't talk about this. You're inherently conflicted. It's regarding you. Why are you talking? Why are you substantively defending yourself? All Interim Commissioner Agnew could do tonight to comply with the Charter and Code is get off the dais when this is being discussed. She didn't. Why didn't she do that? I suspect it's because this board's leadership has caused this particular tenor to continue and continue and continue. A bunch of people tonight, I've never voted for a censure motion. You think that makes you ethically pristine? This board, as constituted, was presented with a situation when John Nagel cracked off at the mouth during Phil R.'s sentencing hearing saying he's being treated so unfairly. And you, Commissioner Larkin, wouldn't censure him for that. Keep in mind, Phil R. pleaded guilty to child pornography. Oh, that didn't rise to the level. So of course, Interim Commissioner Agnew doing what she's being accused of doing. Why would that rise to any level? This board has to police itself. Okay? It voted to get rid of the ethics board. Didn't mind that. The ethics board kept whitewashing ethics complaints. But when people bring forward these types of complaints, you have to take it seriously and say, I want to see the evidence. Incidentally, Commissioner Fari agreed with your approach. Don't just privately show me the evidence. I think if you're going to bring it forward for everybody so that everybody can see it. Okay? And look, it might be that the people bringing the complaint don't want to do that, and then as a result, that evidence doesn't get considered. But don't sit up here on the dais and say, I don't even want to consider censure motions. It's tit for tat. That's not a fair consideration. There's nothing in Radnor's charter that says, please, by all means, avoid tit for tat. No, there's language, as Commissioner Booker points out, that talks about acting above reproach. Part of acting above reproach is don't involve yourself on agenda topics that impact you personally, or could. You should understand that. How can you not understand that? Ridiculous. Just as evidence should not be considered that doesn't come before the board at large, evidence also should not be considered, including denials, when somebody is inherently conflicted. If Interim Commissioner Agnew believes she has a substantive defense, cool. Write up an affidavit, provide it to the board. Put it under penalty of perjury, and then get off the dais during discussion on this agenda topic. If the board wants Interim Commissioner Agnew to come up here and answer direct questions, fine. She'll answer direct questions prepared by Commissioner Booker or Commissioner Fari or Commissioner Abel or anybody else. But please, please don't think that it's appropriate to simply say, I don't want to engage in tit for tat. That gets you this culture. That's a bad culture. It continues to be a bad culture. You're not holding people accountable, even when it's occurring in real time in front of you, like Jack Larkin's failure to cut off Interim Commissioner Agnew. He was happy to slam a gavel down on Commissioner Fari because Commissioner Fari dared to ask somebody back at the September 13th meeting a question. No. Thor hammer down. Interim Commissioner Agnew tonight, blah, blah, blah about a topic that impacts her personally. Silence from board leadership. Be consistent. Set a good standard. Thanks.
Is there any additional public comment?
Hi, I'm Annie Webb, Ivan Avenue.
this incident that happened that many of us weren't there for was a neighborhood disagreement. And for Rich to bring this to the board as a censure is just absurd. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. The member of the town who felt so aggrieved was able to speak up here. That was enough. She got to say her piece. I do have question with somebody who's lived in this community for more than 4 or 5 years to not understand what Porch Fest is. All of us that live in the 3rd Ward know that it's a non-political event. There have never been signs there. The last time I ever spoke to Susan Michelson, and I love that you brought her up, was at Porch Fest. It's a beautiful memory there. It's not a political event, and anybody who's lived in the township for more than a couple of years in Ward 3 should know that and not have brought their political signs there. And it was just a disagreement between neighbors that should not have risen to this. And you bringing in national politics on this, Rich, doesn't do anything. I mean, it flies in the face of what you were trying to say about unity and the township. Like, that's just absurd. So I appreciate that all of you have stated that you're probably not going to vote for this. I would urge you to stand by that and not. It's a ridiculous waste of time.
Any additional public comment?
Hi, I was here earlier. My name's Angie Mitchell from Flippin' Bailey's in Garrett Hill Ale House. I apologize. We closed early, and I was at home when I heard the verdict of the vote, and I came back up to express my thankfulness for the people who voted for us and the disgracefulness for the people who did not. I don't even know what to say. I mean, the fact that not allowing outside dining until 9 p.m. is a disgrace that it's not allowed in a small township. There's nothing can be done to reconsider, but the people that speak against us do not represent our community. This is the community. I know I'm not my parents, but our community is very close. And they cannot be here to speak for themselves. They work jobs. They like to come out and drink. They don't want to come to a township meeting. So this is sad. The decision is made because some people who don't want change in their community. This is made in the last 45 minutes or 30 minutes since the decision's been made. It's made a lot of changes, and my husband and I decide what we're going to do with our town or with our restaurant. It's very unlikely we will be open beyond Memorial Day. We support everything the township has to offer. We're actually sponsoring the Garrett Hill Christmas lighting, which I don't know. I don't know if we're going to do that anymore. I don't know what's going to do with the Garrett Hill 4th of July parade. I really hope if it's not for us, it's for other communities and restaurants that you decide decisions on. You think about the impact that this makes. This is not just one business it affects. It's a community it affects. And this should not have been an easy or a hard decision for you to make. This should have been super easy. Outside dining. The entire community of Philadelphia has changed all of their protocol. They're making it mandatory. And in our tiny community, I'm just making it out there because this is a hard decision you've had to make, and I respect that. But it's impacting us significantly, and I appreciate all the time and the hours you have listened, or minutes, or 5 minutes, you have heard from us expressing our concerns and our wanting to have a further interest in the community and have outside dining. So I appreciate you all listening for all this time, but I'm sorry this came to this, and I'm very sorry about my appearance. Thank you.
Is there any additional commissioner comment? Sorry, public comment, thank you.
Hey, and Jack, before we hear this, I mean, the video, Ms. Gill indicated that there is a video that she's willing to show. I mean, do we go back into executive session and watch this? I don't, so the allegation is not on whether there was a political sign or not a political sign, or trespassing or not trespassing. I thought the censure was abuse of authority and position. And if the video shows that, I think I mean, how do we not watch it?
The wiretapping act. I have concerns about whether everybody gave consent who's in the video. I have concerns about what's shown or not shown at the beginning and the ends of the video. The advice that we got earlier today was don't play the video. I would not vote to go into executive session in order to watch it, because I've just got all kinds of different issues with respect to that. But if other people want to, if that's the pleasure of the board, that's just me. Make a move, make a motion.
Well, what if Ms. Gill or whoever else has a video sends it to the solicitor, they screen it, and then we watch it at a later time? I mean, again, I hate these censures, but abuse of authority is one that we haven't had, and it rises to a different level. On this dais, we have very little authority. We're one of 7. Off this dais, we have 0 authority. You know, I can't go into anywhere and say, I'm a commissioner, you can't do something. We all have, we're all equal off the dais.
Okay, if you guys want to go into an executive session, it's 12:13, my eyeballs hurt, and I basically can't see a video right now. If you guys want to do it, that's fine. I'm not going to vote to do that.
I won't vote to do it. I think that it's been heard. You know, I mean, I think we followed process, and it's not going to change my vote, because my vote isn't about what actually occurred and who said what. It's just, I don't think that, anyway, I would not like to see the video.
There's no motion. What are we commenting on? Is there a motion?
Yeah, there's not a motion, there's
Is
not
there
a
a mo-
second.
Is there a motion?
If the motion is to view the video and go to the executive, I'll second it.
Someone make a motion?
Is that your motion?
Motion to watch the video. I mean, otherwise I don't know what I'm voting
Second.
on.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Motion fails.
I think we should have done that before. I think that Ms. Heather, and I asked you, I said, I don't want to be the only one to see it. Right now, we have a resolution on the floor. If you would have sent that out, I would have watched it. But, I mean, forget the fact that it's 12:15 right now. So either table this motion. Okay, and I know that you offered, but I didn't want to be the only person to see it. So I think we're at the point where we either table this motion until we can see it, or we just push through this motion. But I think that, I mean, everyone knew that you had the video. I think that if you're going to show it, you had opportunity to show it.
Motion to table.
The resolution, or the table the
Motion to table the resolution. Again, I can't vote yay or nay without seeing the video and seeing everything that's out there. Otherwise, I'm abstaining from this vote.
Motion fails for lack of a second. Okay, additional public comment? I thought there was somebody else. Okay, not seeing anybody else. I will call the vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Motion fails. Moving on to item 4, reports of standing committees. Do we have any reports? Hearing none. Item 5, old business. Hearing none. Item 6, new business.
I would like
Item
to-
Wait, I'm sorry, I had an old business item. Sorry, I missed it. I wanted to follow up on our, we had a discussion about OPEB funding a couple of weeks ago, and my understanding from the Carfax Group is they're still waiting to get information from the actuary about cash flows and a calculation on an age-adjusted basis with no inflation. So, Bill, the Carfax folks are saying that they are looking for additional information with respect to OPEB funding and the cash flows and the expenses so that they can make a recommendation on how we address the issue. Is there something that's holding up that, and can we get that information for the Carfax Group?
I know that the information has been requested, and it's something that the actuarial firm has been working on. I'll have to ask Bob later today whether or not that information is available and get back to you on it. I don't have it right now.
I would ask if we could get if it's not available, then we need to say it's not available and close it out.
Well, it will be available. It's just a matter of when, and I don't have that answer right now.
Okay, thank you. So next Monday, can we raise it again? I'll bring it again next Monday for our next meeting at the old business.
Yes,
And
sir.
get an update. Thank you. That's it.
Moving to item 6A, new business, sub A, Pico contractor incident. It's a request by Sean Farhi, who's off the dais right now. I'm going to suggest, why don't we do the final public comment, and then we can circle back to Sean's item so that he does not miss it. Okay, then I'll move to table. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion passes. Let's table item 6A to old business of the next meeting. Item 7, public participation.
I'd be sort of remiss if I didn't point this out at the end of the night. So I believe we heard from you, Commissioner Mulroney, you didn't even want to see the video. Your mind's already made up. You don't want to look at the evidence. Wow. That's really taken your role here seriously. Okay? Not, oh, you know, I don't know what's in it. Might be interested. But nope, my mind's already made up before I've even seen the evidence. Great precedent set. Great precedent. Okay? I'm going to draw this board's attention to how misconduct, at least alleged misconduct by commissioners, works in this township, at least since I've been coming to meetings, okay? We've had commissioners act outrageously at meetings. That would be your predecessor, Commissioner Mulroney. Somebody shoot you, that was directed to me at a board meeting, okay? There's other types of alleged misconduct. One involved Jim Higgins, one of Larkin's predecessors, allegedly trespassing and harassing a local veterinarian, okay? That guy came in with evidence. Nope, no consequences, shut down. You're going to keep having this the longer and longer you demonstrate yourself unwilling to listen or see evidence. Felt Commissioner Abel's point was a good one. Like to see it. I'd like to have a record. Deaf ears from Commissioner Mulroney. That's board leadership here. That's board leadership. However, the request to see that in executive session, I was in the back speaking with my friend Steve. We were wondering what exception would allow you to go in executive session for that, okay? That's not personnel, okay? That's an elected official, right? What's the exception? Anyone want to say? Nope, huh? I don't know, okay? Mr. Booker doesn't know. I don't know what that would result from, okay? Again, we don't necessarily have Baron Gemmer here all the time to point out a topic. But I'll leave with this in terms of ethics in Radnor Township, okay? And I'll use Mr. Gemmer as an example. He's running for office. He's not up on the dais, okay? I don't think you need ethics rules for people like Baron Gemmer, okay? For as long as I've been coming to meetings, all that guy does is come up here and try to help out. Never raises his voice, okay? You don't need that, okay? no need. He'll act fine. Okay? Likewise, we've had two likely hardcore psychopaths on this board, Bill Spengler and Phil R. Pretty sure ethical rules aren't going to deter them. One's currently still in the Hooskow. The other one, predatory, found guilty of attacking a 102-year-old repeatedly. Those rules aren't going to really apply to those guys either. But for most other people, it can act as a sense of a governor, provided you employ it. Provided you employ it. Provided that you decide that you're going to treat each other's behavior seriously and not think that it's a matter of politeness not to point it out. These are your constituents who are coming forward and saying, we'd like you to investigate it, to look into it. And then to have you, Commissioner, Madam Vice President, say, I don't even want to look at it. My mind is made up. That's outrageous. That's a terrible precedent. I hope others up on this board will not abide by that. Realize that, yes, in fact, when it involves us as commissioners, we want the public to have our trust. And when it's pointed out that there's a problem, and it's pointed out that there might be evidence, that the response may very well be, I hope this isn't true, that the response might very well be, that seems completely inconsistent with the person I know, but the response never be, I don't want to see the evidence. Shame on you. Have a good evening.
Any additional public comment? Seeing none, I will move to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.